Ana, dacă vorbești în timpul ăsta o să iau rază. Eu te aud fix acum. Good morning everyone. Thank you for your patience. What would an online event be without a little technical glitch? Good morning and good afternoon to our friends in Singapore, India, Australia and all over the world. My name is Ciprian Stănescu and I'm the founder of Future Summit. And I'm incredibly excited to welcome you to the 5th edition of Future Summit. We will be spending 5 days, 5 amazing days together from 10 in the morning or 10:10 if we're late a bit until 11 in the night. But before we actually begin Future Summit, I just want to take 20 seconds of silence in respect for the tragedy that just happened this weekend in Romania, in Piatra Neamț, where a COVID hospital section caught fire and several people were killed. Equally important for the 1.3 million people that have perished already this year since the pandemic started. So 20 seconds of silence to pay respect to those that are not with us anymore. Thank you very much. Now, let me just start this summit with my presentation and thank the 95 speakers that we will have with us in the next days. that they're trusting us with their ideas, time, and energy. We have some really incredible people joining us from Bucharest all the way to Los Angeles, New York, London, Johannesburg, Warsaw, or Singapore, to name just a few of the cities around the world that they come. Innovators, scientists, and public officials creating solutions for the future. You can see some of them in this slide, but there's many more that are joining us in the next days. A huge thank you to all of those that are watching us now and in the next 5 days. We have hundreds of people online in the My Connector event platform and more watching live broadcasts on Facebook. If you have joined us by buying a ticket or receiving an invitation, you have some great opportunities. I know these days networking is not what it used to be. You drink coffee alone at home, probably not in a nice restaurant or an event place. But you can find in the My Connector platform hundreds of incredible change makers you can chat with. You can also ask questions to the speakers, and we'll make sure to find time to respond and get your questions to them. Put them in the chat, in the live chat, and we'll take it on from there. Use the platform to the maximum. If you go on the left, for example, in the expo area, you can check some of our future makers, startups. You can find cool info about our partners and tens of resources that we curated for you on topics like education, climate change, technology, etc. Go to the agenda of the 5 days and book in your calendars the sessions that you like. Ideally, you joined us now and we end up Friday at 3:30 at the end and saying, whoa, this was so incredible. My colleagues are there to help you with the platform and other things if you need them to be. Now, speaking of my colleagues, this week does not come easy. We have worked many months to make this happen, and I just want to express a personal thank you to the team: Roxana Cojucaru, Alexandra Dinu, Andreea Nedu, Patricia Drugă, and Ștefan Angel, the core team of Future Summit, making this happening. We have tens of volunteers, moderators, speakers that are joining, and we thank them as well. It's a privilege to work with some of these companies and organizations for Future Summit. Let me begin by thanking Raiffeisen Bank, our main partner, but also our supporters, the Coca-Cola Foundation and the Coca-Cola Company in Romania, that are supporting our future makers, but also other companies like UiPath, EY, and of course Radio Guerrilla. By the way, this is a nice outfit. So I want to thank Alin and his team at Tudor Personal Tailor for taking me out of my house clothes and dressing me for the next 5 days in really cool stuff. We're also honored to work again for Future Federația Patronală Concordia, Romanian business leaders, the Black Sea Trust for Regional Cooperation, the Entrepreneurship Academy, which is hosting us for the summit, Ashoka, Anis, and many others. We're transported into the future by our friends from My Connector, the event platform, and our magical team at XTM. So check out xtm.ro if you do live events. If something goes wrong online, we'll make sure to make it up to you somehow in the next days. A bit about us, because it's also important to tell you the larger context in which we do Future Summit. Social Innovation Solutions is an organization that creates, expands solutions for the future and supports youth, companies, and policymakers to use them. We're very happy to work with thousands of young entrepreneurs in our education and incubator programs like Social Impact Award, Future Makers, and Future Youth Summit. And you're going to meet 3 amazing Future Youth Fellows at noon today from Georgia, Serbia, and Romania, where we believe in the value and the power of conversations. So besides a Future Summit, we also have other places where we interact with leaders from around the world, in Future Talks or in our online Future magazine. And we do work a lot with companies and policymakers to better understand what decisions we need to take today to be just a bit better prepared for tomorrow in Future Lab, in our public policy solutions, and of course the anticipatory canvas. Now, we started this in May 2017, and we said, let's do an event. Let's just do an event, see what it comes out of it. Let's get some nice speakers from all topics and see what happens. And it was the most incredible feedback we got from the 150 participants we had then. So we realized that these conversations are quite relevant not just for a Romanian but a global audience. So we started getting more and more people involved. We moved then in November 2017, that's 3 years ago, where we dedicated a Future Summit on the way superhumans will appear, the way human evolution is changing. Then in 2018, we had an amazing event where we focused on education, but also on technology. Some of you were here, well, not here, but were with us last year in November when we went through the 4th edition of Future Summit. And I'm glad many of the speakers, like Dragoș Stanca that you see here, are returning to Future Summit 2020. Now, we were supposed to meet on Thursday. We were supposed to meet for one extremely dense day in Odeon Theatre in Bucharest for a 10-hour event. But something happened, and I think you all know what I mean. So we had to transform. We had to move away from the offline events and move into the online world with everything we do. So the new November 2020 took us in these 5 days online, 65 hours of live conversations with almost 100 speakers, and we're very honored to receive this trust from them. Now, our conclusion is that when something like a global pandemic comes, we all need to transform and to seek opportunities, and I hope you get that in Future Summit as well, either through listening to some of our speakers and panelists, interacting with other participants in the event platform, and asking the important questions. Now, I understand you're here to talk about the future. Now, that's one of my favorite topics, as you might imagine. Every January at Social Innovation Solutions, we issue a trends report. Now, the one for 2020 had nothing to do with the pandemic. We talked about things that did happen, from 5G to the VR explosion, electric cars, clean air, food waste solutions, etc. And we really got it right with the rise of personalized online education. But in reality, nobody really anticipated the impact of COVID-19. So what we want in Future Summit this year is to be more anticipatory and to understand that the future in which we're going, which is fast, unpredictable, complex, and to some extent quite anxious, is just going to come, and we need to be better prepared. Now, how can we get ready for the future? Well, first of all, we need to talk about it more. We need to find patterns, trends, weak signals. We need to anticipate and build scenarios, but most importantly, prepare ourselves, our businesses, our organizations, and governments to become more adaptable, more forward-thinking, more inclusive, and for sure, more entrepreneurial. This week will blow your mind. So what happens in Future Summit 2020? Well, each day, as I was telling you, we start at 10, but a special place in all our Future Summits is dedicated to these absolutely amazing young entrepreneurs that come each year in Future Summit. We select every year 50 teams of young entrepreneurs, and we spend 5 months with them. You can see 35 of them pitching their business ideas tomorrow and Wednesday. And Wednesday from 7 p.m. live on Facebook as well. You can see the final pitches and €20,000 that we give to kickstart their ideas. Now, as I was telling you, every day we start at 10 and we end around 10 in the evening. You can also watch something that we call the Late Future Show, only on Facebook from 10 in the evening. But we encourage you, if you are on the event platform, to interact with other participants, ask questions during the speeches, and we'll try to get as many questions from the chat as possible. And don't forget to go to the expo area, check out some of our future makers, check out some of the conversation sections that we have, and see how that goes. A bit about the following days and how they look. Now, today we talk a lot about the current crisis and how it can create a better future. We talk with experts on the pandemic, but also how we can redesign our cities for the future. We have guests talking about relaunching Europe and what are some of the key steps, financial and not just financial, to do that. How the future of work is transforming not just companies but employees. What happens after the US elections? And some days ago we were wondering if we know who's the next president, and now I think we're quite sure. We go towards modeling a better future in VR, and we end with an important conversation on ethics and technology about artificial intelligence. Tomorrow we talk a lot about education and technology, or how the future of banking changes. We have also Romanian conversations on what the economic outlook is for next year. Of course, the first batch of future maker pitches. We have a crucial conversation on leadership and organizational model changes. We talk with Eike van Vogt about the future of materials and nanoparticle 3D printing. We have a crucial conversation on biodiversity. Then we move to the evening conversations on deepfakes, fake news, and VR. Wednesday, we kick it off with the future of Europe in the digital age. We have a special speech from Ana Tobor, the first Romanian digital being, the first Romanian digital influencer, on how she sees her world. We're honored to have two Romanian mayors from Cluj-Napoca and Brașov joining us later on. Then some of the most important social impact investment funds come to Future Summit to talk about this issue. We have an amazing example around lunchtime about how you can do tech transfer. And then we move forward with the final Future Maker pitches and, of course, the Future Makers Gala in the evening, followed by a super awesome conversation from 10 about social media. Thursday is the biggest day of the summit. I'm just going to go through some of the topics, future of events. This is going to be a good conversation in an event. How we connect teachers with education, with technology. What are VC and startups doing these days? How we can rebuild trust while living in the age of platforms. How we digitalize public services in Romania. How we find solutions to disinformation and fake news. How we discover our next Captain Planet, if you remember that. We have an evening conversation on the future of sports with some of the Romanian sports icons, which are not yet on this slide. And we end with a special conversation with 4 global futurists on how we can build a better world in the next 10 days. And the last but not least, the final day, we start with Radu Mihaiu, who's the mayor of Sector 2 in Bucharest. We move to a conversation about circular economy. Then we go all the way to Oxford to talk with some amazing people from Oxford on how hybrid took place in a 900 years old campus, hybrid education. And then we have special plates for our Patrick Nathan from Lilium Aviation, who is going to send us a recording, although he is currently infected with COVID, and we wish him all the best. But also other speeches on AI, healthcare, and a special conversation, which I recorded yesterday with Cosmin Alexandru on uncertainty and trust in the future. Now, going back to what happens today, we will be joined shortly, in about 5 minutes, I guess, by Tanya Schindler. Then we move to Vlad Miksic and other speeches. And I hope you have an amazing day. Don't forget, if you are on the event platform, if you bought a ticket or got an invitation, chat with the other people. Tell us what goes wrong, what goes right, and what excites you about the future. In 2019, at the Future Summit, I talked a lot about the luxury of time. And I said we need to understand better what we do with our time. But now in 2020, what I feel is that we live in the luxury of people. To meet people, to interact, to touch, to hug, to kiss, to be human in the end, is not something that we have so often these days. To a large extent, it has become the new luxury. So what I hope is, although we do live in the online, we meet in the online as well, at least 10% of what we do in the offline. Now, speaking of meeting, we do have a hope. And that hope is that we will be able to meet again in an offline setting like we used to. So, we start by inviting you already, so book in your agenda, 15 to 21 November 2021 Future Summit, the 6th edition. On that note, let me welcome one of our newest friends. Since we're both in the future business, I have a feeling, I have a prediction that Tanya is a friend for the long run. We are honored to have a futurist opening Future Summit 2021. Now, Tanya is a co-founder of Future Space and an international and award-winning futurist for more than 7 years with international experience in foresight, innovation, and strategy. She holds a double Master of Strategic Foresight and an MBA with distinction from Swinburne University of Technology in Melbourne, Australia. And through Future Spaces, she explores the next decades with more than 400 members from 50 countries, creating together with futurists like ourselves, thought leaders and companies all over the world, future maps to identify future challenges and to actively and jointly shape the future. Tanya, I hope you are online. So I'm very happy to say hello. You are our first of the 95 speakers. No pressure, but you're opening Future Summit. Hello, Tanya. So let's kick it off and see you after your presentation for questions, answers, and a nice conversation. Thank you very much for having us in your life.
Can let this up. I'm not sure, can we see the slides? Do you see them? Because I
can't hear you, but it might be just me.
Okay, just wait a few seconds. Yes, now we're seeing it. Okay, perfect. So yeah, here you see where we start with Corona pulling us down. The future should pull us up. And I want to take you on a journey with this today. So the first thing we'll look at is a small recap of the day that we actually have, the year that we had. So if we look at what actually happened this year, it was crazy. And it already started in January with huge wildfires in Australia, one of the biggest in the centuries, where many thousands of animals got killed. And we thought, wow, that is a tough start of 2020. But then in February, the big news hit, and the WHO actually announced that the global pandemic with the COVID-19 virus is spreading among the world. So we knew this year will be special or different. And we saw the reactions of the people actually in March, where the toilet paper was hoarded. People started to panic and didn't actually know what would happen, because such things never happened before. And especially as in April, where global lockdowns then happened from Paris to Rome in Italy, France, in Germany. And of course, we had the big lockdown also in China, where it seemed to be that the virus originated. So for the first time after war, we felt that we got restricted in doing things and need to concentrate on ourselves again. But this tension that was built through the lockdowns and through the viruses pulled out other things. So in May, we had the big rallies about Black Lives Matters and bringing up an issue that actually existed for centuries and didn't have got the attention over the years. So in May, we saw all over the world, starting, of course, in the US, the Black Lives Matters rallies and movements. And we could see a lot of solidarity that there is still an issue we need to talk about, and it's not over yet to see that racism isn't a problem. So a lot of people learned to listen and learned to give voices. Then in June, we had, especially in Germany, a big discussion around slaughterhouses, because our biggest COVID outbreaks were actually in slaughterhouses. Because there you could actually see. I can hear myself double. I don't know. Just a short, because it's a bit hard. And that actually led to that we had a discussion about factory farming and mass production of meat, because we had many workers from Eastern Europe coming into Germany, living close together, working close together, and therefore we had huge spreads. And there's a whole discussion of actually what if meat production should be that way. Then in July, in the coming months, the rain season, the hurricane season started, and in July, we had flooding all over the world, so another natural disaster. In August, then we came up with more rallies about democratic issues in Belarus with some of the election there, but also about the measures that have been taken for COVID-19, so that people could actually... We're split about the opinion. And in August, this also led kind of to the polarization, and you could see that there are different voices about it. So then in September, again, wildfires hit, but this time in California, also one worst of the last couple of years. And we see again natural disasters continue to grow. Then in October, we had more terrorist attack in France, in Nice, also in Paris. And we'd also seen that there's more issues. November, then, the big election in the US. And of course, you could say the US is not the center of the world, but of course, it has a strong economic power. So everyone's considering what will happen. And at the moment, it's quite that there will be a power of change. And what does it world for, especially Europe or the rest of the world? But looking at this crazy year, you could also say that it seems that we are doomed. So that there are a lot of things happening where we are out of control. But looking back a little bit, we see that actually the overview of the past crisis that we have overcome this before. So from the 1637, where the Dutch tulip bubble actually appeared, up to the South Seas bubble, Great Depression in 1929, the dot-com bubble in 2000, and the housing bubble in 2008, they all were caused by different issues. So from irrational crowd behavior to market manipulation, from stock market crash, from blindsided new technologies until to corporate bailouts. And this year it's spread by a global virus, but also by the political measures and kind of like surprises that happen, because we might even thought, especially in the futures field, that the pandemic will hit the next couple of years, but no one knew how the actions would impact economy in personal lives. But you've seen that also we've overcome the past crises, and they all been caused by events that we couldn't control. So we need to focus also that crisis and financial crisis here is just one issue, because as you've seen with the natural disasters that we heard earlier, we also have a different problem. And we could also say in this way, welcome to the age of the Anthropocene, but that means actually a human exploitation of our planet and resources, because the humans start shifting the world and has massive impacts on it. So not just financial crisis having impact of our human lives, but also our behavior has a huge impact on the world. And this is also things we need to tackle. And don't forget that besides the COVID crisis, we have the climate crisis and many other issues in the world that we need to solve. By focusing that, you could say, are we sitting on the edge of the cliff and there's no future for humanity? How do we do this? How do we tackle this? How can we go forward? And for this, I want to uncover the events of this crisis and give you then some outlook how we can actually approach this and give hope. So the wildfires, if we uncover this issue, we actually see that the main driver behind this is climate change. And this is caused by human behavior, by our pollution, by our CO2 emissions. So we're more and more having natural diseases that are caused because of our actions and our misbehavior on how to be more controlled in our economic and ecological footprint, especially. Next to the wildfires, the COVID-19, the virus itself, actually uncovered how undervalued and underpaid healthcare workers, nurses, doctors, but also social workers actually are. We pay much attention and kind of get much money in the business, in the stock market, and the management field. But those people actually caring for other humans, those seem to be overworked, undervalued, and underpaid. And this is something especially that such a crisis uncovered and that we need to have a look at. Then home office. So many of us work for the first time in home office actually, and it uncovered that not only teaching your children and having probably more appreciation for teachers, it also showed that not the whole world is still connected. So we have a lot of rural areas in Germany, across Europe, the world, they are unplugged and they're not connected to the internet yet. So they actually didn't have the chance to work from home properly. And then sometimes with the internet connection, it even works with the hardware, with setting the right webcam and other things. But we need to have a look at this because getting connected to high-speed internet offers a lot more opportunities than just working from home. Then, of course, racism. And racism and also other social matters and inequalities have been there for centuries. And I think this year showed that we can't plan it out, but we need to focus on that it's still there and it's an issue. And it's each of us responsibility to listen, to learn, and to make space for those conversations. Then, especially in Germany, the slaughterhouse infections, it's what are the effects of factory farming and having mass production of meat? What are we not doing only to animals, but also getting workers in to work full-time, living next to work in slaughterhouses in order then to provide for their families' home? So is this really a system that we want to support? And then the protests against some elections. Of course, the most recent one where we could see that a whole nation in the US departed into either you're pro-Trump or pro-Biden, and it seems there's no conversation between those. Either you're with me or without me, you're my friend, you're my enemy. So we have a strong polarization in our society, which is really dangerous as we're not listening to each other and we're not talking to each other. And also all the COVID-19 measure protests against some of the measures and lockdowns. It seems either you believe in things or you not believe, you're with me, you're not. And this is a really dangerous evolution and pathway to go through to almost divide society. And we need to have a look at this. So all of this, you could see that there is some fear of the future in you because the uncertainty is higher than ever. We feel helpless that we actually can't tackle those problems and we start to panic. You saw this with the hoarding of the supermarkets, weird mass and group behavior as one people is gathering toilet paper, everyone else does, because our brain can't cope with it and we don't know what to do and how should we actually how should we handle the fear of the future. And this issue is actually rooting in our education system because all of you probably had history in school and you talked about the past and the Big Bang of the universe. But I guess probably none of you actually talked about the future. What is the future? What are the concepts of the future? And how do you handle, imagine, create, co-create, and deal with the future? So this is an issue that we need also to address to have this conversation, not only about the past, but also about the future. And therefore, I want to introduce you to 3 biggest misconceptions about the future and explain you a few concepts that is important to understand when we talk about the future. And the first one is that the future cannot be predicted. So the first mistake is that many people believe the future can be predicted and sometimes hope when I'm a futurist that I bring the crystal ball and I can exactly tell how the future will unfold so we can prepare and we feel safe. But it is not like this. The future cannot be predicted, but there are certain events that are happening out of our control, but also our daily decisions are shaping it. So I want you all to more imagining that you can explore the future. And it's like you go into a dark cave, but you have those flashlights and you need to look into different directions and explore different edges and corners of this cave in order to understand and to get glimpses of how the future could unfold and imagine in this. So don't predict the future, see it as an exploration, as a challenge, as a pathway and a journey to go to. The second mistake is that many people believe that the future is linear. That's also how we deal with it, right? If we have roadmaps, if we look into the future, we have now and we have the future. Or we have now and we go on the pathway and see the future is where I go on the road trip and where I end. So this is even a fault by us that we think that patterns from the past exactly conclude into the future and we just look in one direction. I want for you that you look at the future more as a space rather than a time. And you see that from now to the future, it opens up and we call is a futures cone, where you have different futures from preposterous and crazy ones to possible and plausible, from projected, they're more linear, but also probable and your preferred future, and everything in between. So it is not about finding this one plausible, projected, probable future that you can prepare for, but being playful with the space and imagining all those futures in together. And this is also why you see that a lot of times I use futures, because the future is not written yet. We actually we actually need to talk about futures in plural, because we don't know which future yet unfold, and probably not even one of the ones that imagined, but certain aspects of those different futures that we imagine will come true. So I want you all to, grasp that. And next time you speak about future, speak about futures that unfold and we need to discuss. And the third mistake is that we think that we cannot influence the future. We feel like that we are on a raft going down the river and we may shift a little bit to the left and to the right, but there's no way to stop or to paddle against the stream. We're not that helpless, and I want you to let go of the feeling that you need to that you kind of on a pathway that is set and you just need to struggle to come through it. And whether imagine that you're on a large open ocean, you're in a sailing boat, and it's the wind, of course, that guides you and give you speed in certain directions, but you are able through your actions and through your decisions to decide where to go. And you can go around the world with a sailing boat. And isn't this amazing to see what strengths we have once we know that we are in control of shaping the future? So how we think about the future is actually influencing our current decisions. And a lot of times we have negative images of the future come through Hollywood, movies, our fears. And it's kind of like also how humans have already been looking at the risk of the future and prepare for it. The only problem is with that, whenever we look into those and have those negative pictures in our head, our brain actually makes decisions based on those images. And you don't even notice it is an unconscious process. But that means that because you have those negative images in mind, you see more likely the signals leading into those negative futures and then making decisions that actually will support and foster those. So besides those negative or dystopian futures, we need to start looking at good futures, at better futures, and some utopian futures, like how would the world unfold once we can handle and deal and maybe reveal or bring climate change to at least a decline and not as fast. How do we want to live together? How do we want to move around going from A to B? Because once we start imagining those goals of reaching those wishful futures, you will also see the signals in the present that leading towards that, the small pockets of energy and hope that leads towards those better futures. And only if you had the end picture, the vision in mind, you will see the signals, and then you make decisions that foster those trends and foster those signals to make those better futures happening. So I don't say that we should not look at negative futures at all. I just say that's overweighting our perception at the moment, and we need to counterweight this with the good ones. So we see both signals and we can actually decide to go with the signal that leads into our preferred and a better future. And there's a great concept around this, which I introduce in a second. But in order to have this is that you need to look at your futures mindset. And that's very important when we talk about futures. There are many methods and tools. You probably heard about scenarios, and I will just introduce another one we will go through in a second. But in order to do this, you need to open up your mind. Some of my colleagues call it like your brain needs to be on a rubber band, you need to stretch it, or you need to train your futures muscle in order to imagine different things that you are today. Because we are imagining things from we learned from the past. And we need to get to new impacts and new influences to imagine different futures. So to get a futures mindset, you need to be curious, you need to act brave and think outside the box. And for this, you need to search for diversity. So that means that you need to look for people who think differently like you, who grow up in a different country with a different tradition, with different stories. So you learn to see the world through new eyes, through different eyes, and challenge your own perceptions and assumptions. So you can look for new things and imagine different things. Think crazy, because whenever we think too rigid, we will never come up with disruption or change. So even though it sounds crazy at the beginning, try to be like a 4-year-old again and ask why and why not. Like, why can't we imagine those things? And try really to go crazy, because only this we can use this expansion of imagination. Well, of course, we need to understand underlying systems so that we understand where the patterns come from and how can we actually tackle change in order to go through a transformation. And the last point, of course, always explore alternative. There's no future, there are only futures. So never talk about one alternative, how the future unfolds. Think about a diverse range and then decide what a preferred one is you want to focus on, but never let go of the other alternatives. And in order to do this, there's an exercise from one of the really famous futurists who's called Sohail Inayatollah, and it's the futures triangle. And it explains that also the future is never in a singular way, because it is sort of standalone way, because it is connected with the present and the past. But in order to actually go to our preferred future, we need to imagine it, and then we can pull us towards, because we have like a fixed star that we know where to go and how to make our decisions. And we then see trends and pushes from the present that actually lead towards the future. And of course, we need to let go weight of the past. There are stories, there are processes, there are mindsets that need to let go in order to change and transform, and we need to identify those. And I want you all to guide now through this, through the process that I introduced at the beginning, and explain how this exercise works and how you can use it also in your daily work. So let's focus on the pull of the future. What can we learn from the events that happened this year, and how can we actually transform them into a positive outlook? When we look at the wildfires and the cause because of our environmental pollution, let's imagine that actually we are able to conserve the nature. So the nature, we will give nature space for recovery, and our actions reduce the CO2 emission footprint so that we have a strive and pockets of new bloom nature and protected wildlife that actually can strive and regrow. Let's imagine, what if social workers would get paid as much as managers? So people managing stocks get high values and money and pay raises back. But what about the people managing humans, caring for humans? So we need to increase the recognition of this system relevance for the society. And let's imagine that in a few years, they actually get a pay raise and there's almost the same recognition and salary for managers than for people caring about humans. What would need to happen in order to do this? Then internet connection. Imagine everyone would have access to high-speed internet. That means remote education and work actually provides equal chances, because it doesn't matter anymore where you're from or what your status is, because you can learn everywhere and you don't have to go to a high-class university, which is too expensive maybe for you to pay, but rather be self-taught through online classes and tools that are more cheaper, because you don't have to live in the big expensive cities. And also provide this balance between your work life and your private life, because you can decide when to go to the office and when to stay home and work from there. Then also, we need to take actions for not only systemic, but in general racism. So imagine a society of solidarity where legal measures create equal opportunities, because it doesn't matter where you're from, who you are, who you look at, who you love, and what your gender is. It really comes what the skills you bring and your mindset. And how can we remove those layers that build over past? I love if you've seen the musical Hamilton, and sometimes I'm just, let's imagine what would happen if America would actually be founded from a mixed ethnical group of people. How would we think about today? Would it be so normal? And also let's imagine movies where we don't actually look in different races and classes, but really mix and feel the empowerment through this. And of course, let's imagine a world where animals actually stand above profit, and animal welfare and the reduction of meat consumption is priority. Because it is not fair what we're doing to animals in order to fill our meat consumption and to actually make meat cheaper than growing vegetables. And it's our human responsibility to look at those animals and see what can we do to make them a better life. And also, how can we restrain our hunger for meat in order to say, is it really necessary to eat meat every day? And what can we do against that? And then let's create a space for participation and open dialogue, not only amongst generations, but amongst belief and political stances. So instead of saying, you're my friend or my enemy, let's step in the middle and listen and have a conversation without judging too fast. and just really, really listening what we can learn and understand the fears of the people that might have certain opinions and see if we as a society cannot overcome this together. Instead of really departing us, looking at the values that combine us and how we can grow those. So now's the question, is this all just a future dream, or do we actually see pockets of those trends that push us already towards the future? So what is the push of the present towards some of those imagined futures? So in the area of the conservation of nature, we've seen that through the lockdowns of COVID, we actually had cleared water and a desmogging of cities, especially in China. So we see once nature is given the chance, it actually recovers. And also through the COVID pandemic, a lot of people didn't use public transport that much and go into bikes. So city already trying now to get roads that prefer bikes and bike lanes. And biodiversity, we still have a big issue about this, but I think this year especially, we've been talking about it and we're raising the issue that we need to do different with our back lawns, and we need to reinvite bees, and we need to look at how to grow agriculture and vegetables in a different way, because we need those biodiversity. So there is a focus on this, and I think those are small pockets of hope that it is possible to give nature space once we decide to follow through with some of those actions. High-speed internet access. So we've seen once actually everyone is connected and working remote, you can work with efficiency, efficient. And this is actually shown by, of course, the large tech companies, Facebook, Twitter, Microsoft, who now even decide not to go back to the offices and only work remote. Of course, it is harder if you've never been in home office or remote work and you just started to go to your full efficiency. But I think it's just because we're not used to. So once we're there, it can be quite efficient because you don't have the remote way to go to your city where you work. So you have more time. You have time to also manage your work life with your private life and your family. So you're more focused on what you do. And that's we're virtual connected. So that means now can have colleagues from all over the world, and companies can actually find talents from all over the world to hire. And through this virtual connectivity, it doesn't really matter that you can't afford to live in a city to get a great job. So it means you can give your input from anywhere in the world. And this raises the innovation, because it is proven that innovation comes from diversity and from diverse mindsets. So actually working remote and getting those different brains from all over the world together to tackle a problem will increase our innovation capacity. And we need to have a look at the adaptive reuse of offices. We've seen already now that a lot of people didn't go back to the office. So what can we actually do with this space? Is it cheaper housing in the city? Is it don't even having office space, but having office and restaurants together? And how can we use space more efficient and better? Then, of course, throughout the summer, we had the large protests and rally, and we've seen so much solidarity among our society for those issues, to give space for unheard voices and to step back as being white and privileged and saying, I don't know about that topic that much because I can't feel that, but I want to understand and I want to listen. So that at one point we cannot even go to equality, but we also get equity around it. And I think this year was very important for this, to say, this isn't an issue from the past, it's still here and we need to talk about it. So starting the conversation is a great signal that we will have change in this for the next years. And then animals stand above profit. In the EU, we see now regulations getting stricter, for example, for the ban of mass killing of male chickens. So we can't kill many chickens just in order to get female chickens that get eggs. And also looking at how can we get the welfare of cows and to actually be on the grass and to feel grass and see the sunlight and not being inside. There's actually just yesterday I discovered there's a milk. And I think in France, it's called Je suis le patron, and it refers to you're the boss. So they ask consumers what would they pay for milk if they knew the conditions of the cows. And it started with a certain price of 70 cents for the normal production. And then they could say, if you would add 30 cents, that would mean that the calves could actually be 4 months with the mothers before they get departed. That the cows can be outside the lawn, another 6 cents. That you have recyclable packaging, another cent. So it added up, and actually people were willing to pay more once given the chance. So I think it's also on side of the producers to have a conversation with the consumers and to see what can we do to make the life of the animals better. And the second movement, of course, is vegan and vegetarian nutrition and urban gardening. We saw so many runs to DIY stores to start their own gardens during the pandemic, because it is great if you actually can give their own vegetables from the gardens. So let's look at a better diet that is not heavily meat-based, but also really shifts towards vegetables. And lastly, this in order to get the space of participation, we're already seeing this. So whenever we actually grow diversity, empathy also starts raising, because we understand that people coming from different cultures and backgrounds. And I think the most gift for this is being curious about it, being curious why this person thinks differently. And through the virtual connectivity, I think it's also easier than ever to start a conversation with someone from a different country and listen to their perspective and challenging this. So this exchange creates a space for the open dialogue, and it's of course through today's technology. What we also see is, of course, that there is awareness for things like through social media. We also have higher mental health issues because people felt either left out or getting mobbed, or young girls don't feel pretty enough. So I think this conversation also starts, and it is something that helps us to shape which society we want to be in once we acknowledge that those issues exist. So let's have a look at the weights that we need to let go. Just 1 second, seems my screen is a bit frozen. There you go. So what is the weights, the heavy lifting that we need to understand, to acknowledge and leave behind us in order to reach a better future? Sorry, 1 second. Well, we moved a bit too fast. There we go. So we need to let go, and we need to understand that environmental pollution is caused by our human action. So we need to let go of that we're not feeling responsibility, and that industries especially can still pollute this and not taking responsible for the ecological footprint. We need to let go that human work, and especially human-to-human work, is undervalued and underpaid. So we need to foster those professions are equally paid to professions that help the economy to grow. We need to let go that we think we're so digital now, where we actually started digital because many, many people are still not connected and don't have access to high-speed internet. We need to understand that there is equality, and we need to find measures to overcome this. So we need to let go that there isn't a problem and acknowledging it. Factory farming and heavy consumption of meat is something we need to reconsider. And lastly, the polarization of the society. We need to step towards each other again and having a conversation and listening to each other. So looking at the Futures Triangle exercise, you can see that we have the pull of the future. So we have those great images that we can reach, the recovering of nature, the paid work. So let's see that this can pull us towards and have those visions in mind to know how our daily decisions will do. And see that there are already trends today that are pushing us towards this future. So this is a pockets of hope. And then let go of the past and let go of what happens in a way to overstep it so we can let go and we drive change. And now is the question, what can you do or your organization do in order to shape a better future? And one thing I want to outline here is, sounds painful, but I think I just read also a quote of Steve Jobs today. It's like, if you don't cannibalize your own industry or your own business, someone else is doing it. And therefore, don't try to protect your core business. I know this sounds radical, but don't try to protect your products, your services, or your business model in order to push them into market and keep them alive. Instead, look at something different, which is even more valuable in your company. And it's not your core business. It is your core competencies. So the knowledge that you have, the skills, the performance, the experience, the leadership, and the potential amongst the talents in your organization. Those are the ones you need to look at and see how can we match those with some of the future challenges that we have. And therefore your company always stay future relevant because you're not focusing trying to keep and to protect what you have, but in order to change yourself, looking at your core competencies and match them with a future challenge. And this is also important because talent in the future and employees will look at why they should work for you. And for focusing on a future's challenge, you will match this expectation. And those are just the ones that we uncovered from the COVID pandemic. There are whole other future challenges. And one example is you can look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So from hunger and poverty to clean water, to cleaning the oceans, climate change, and of course, sustainable cities and circular economies. So just pick one and look which competencies you already have to tackle those issues. So I want to wrap this up with how to manage a crisis and any crisis with your organization or yourself. And this is find purpose. So find why your organization should exist or why your job that you're doing is necessary. And therefore, look again at the future challenges and those visions as well, and what can you bring in as an organization of your skills to do it. So don't scare away from reinventing yourself permanently, because only when you stop transforming, you will stop losing, and then you're chasing and you're trying to push what you have and to keep that. Don't be afraid to feel what you already have. Look at the opportunities that you can gain once you reinvent yourself. And by giving purpose to your organization, you will also attract new talent. And this talent you need to look at has specific future skills. We need empathy, we need creativity, we need systems thinking and critical thinking, collaboration and communication. And one of the main literacies we need to understand how to use is information to good information compared to what are fake news and how to actually communicate. Technology as an enabler for our actions, and the media as a communication tool for our purpose. And all of this, of course, futures literacy, which combines a lot of those and understanding how to think about the future and how to step towards this. So if you have purpose, you will attract more talent. And when you attract talent, look for those skills, because those are skills that are not occupied by robots or AI, because they make us truly human and it can actually enrich us to do so. So I hope that through this, I could take away your fear of the future and actually transform this into the joy for the future, so that you look bright and see that you're actually capable of shaping and creating what comes. Once you let go of your fears and the fear of keeping something, look at the things that you can gain. And this is the presentation for me today. And if you get interested in what we do and learn more about futures, also check out our online community at community www.futures-space.com, and there you can learn more about how to gain a futures mindset and how to use more of those futures tools in your organization for transformation. So thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Tanya, great. I think this is a metaphor of 2020. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We need to take that into account. A very beautiful presentation, first of all. I think we should all learn to make presentations that are graphic but there's a lot of questions, so we don't have about 15 minutes. But what it felt like you were presenting almost like a political agenda. And that's not bad. That's very good, because I think we all need to become more political, not politicians, but to become more political and engaged with some of these topics. You said that we should not predict, but explore. What would you recommend, for example, companies, 200-300 employees maybe, and how should they explore together, ideally, the future?
Yeah, thank you. I just read another quote today of Simon Sinek, and saying the smallest team can actually make the biggest impact when they have a clear vision where to go. And I think this is most importantly, if you're even a small organization, you can actually shape the future more than the large ones, because you're able to be transformed and to change your direction faster than those big machines behind it. So what they should do is to really understand what their company is standing for, looking at those different challenges, and understand which core competencies they have as a team in order to tackle those challenges. And then come up with products and services that will do this. But don't try to only look at what your core products are already, but instead look what new competencies do you have. So, for example, instead of keeping the car with a diesel engine, look at why would people move from A to B and how, and what do we know about this, and have skills that maybe other companies don't have. And don't shy away to kill off your own products in order to reinvent yourself.
Yeah, we will meet with Tanya again on Thursday night from 10 in the evening, Romanian time, and 3 of her global futurist colleagues. Now, you said a lot of things in your presentation, and I think your presentation, to a large extent, should be even transformed into a class for students and not those. But you said something very interesting: raise social professions and financial raises for social professions, probably at least at the same level as asset managers or something. Where would what would be the incentive of states and countries to do that?
I mean, the good thing is that we already have support and more trends to shifting to that. So for telemedicine and other things, the social workers also, or healthcare workers, can become more efficient and can reach more people in order to do so. But I think as communities, but also as organizations, if we don't understand that those people who are caring for humans should be equalized incentives than a manager, I think this is a social discussion we need to have, because we only appreciate them once we need them, but then it's almost too late. Like now, when we have a lot of intensive care beds, but we probably don't have enough people to actually care for this. And since our society is built by humans, what can be more important than having this human conversation about how to foster social and social interactions? And even because when we introduce more and more technology, and even more tech companies, we also actually looking for, as we say, we have been connected and disconnected as never before. So we're connected through technology, but we're disconnected because we miss social interactions. And I think we've seen this year how crazy it is not to have social interactions. Yeah. And then this is proof that we need to foster those jobs that exactly provide this as a service.
We will already have some questions that I just got. So if you have any questions, comments, or complaints, you can do that in the platform on the chat. There's a question regarding you said that we need to have a future mindset, futures, I guess. How can we understand systems? Is there a tool that you recommend?
Yes, there's a whole discipline that's called systems thinking. So similar to design thinking and futures thinking, as we also call it, there's a discipline that's called systems thinking. And that actually looks exactly which drivers enforce the system and which kind of like weakens it, and how to understand the impacts of certain effects, ripple effects of that. And you can create whole maps of systems to then understand where do you actually need to do your action in order to create change, and what is the problems with this. And another thing is also another method from Sohail and Ayatollah, the CLA, it's a causal layer analysis, and it also goes into a systems level and understanding which processes and which hierarchies or organizations did we have established that may hold us back for transformation and to change for this, and how can we understand what is needed to change.
Yeah. There's a question related to entrepreneurs. What would you recommend? Oh, actually, I would rephrase it. How would you recommend entrepreneurs to look into the future? Perhaps, the question is a bit technical. What should we do every month? But maybe we extrapolate and see, okay, what would you have an entrepreneur do throughout 2021 to understand the futures better?
I think don't scare away to think long term. I think because some of the businesses, and especially larger ones, are driven by short-term values and stakeholder increasement or shareholders impact, we sometimes even try to just fulfill their needs, even with a startup. So try to step away from this and be crazy and think 10 years ahead, and think about what would happen and how do you imagine a world and which challenges are in there. And then you look at products that you can start developing now to solve those issues, so that you're probably ahead of time rather than chasing the things. And 10 years sometimes seems to be far away, but it helps our brain to not have this barrier, oh, it's not possible, because there's so many things that need to change. And luckily, even those 10 years come closer, the more you start talking about it and creating it. And for entrepreneurs as well, and I think they were actually ones that are quite driven to this already, to get those diverse teams together and to challenge yourself and your products in how to make them even better.
Yeah. There's a question that I have, and I've been meaning to ask you for a long time. As a foresight expert, as a futurist, you look at different futures, but you look at futures also from a probability perspective. What is the most probable thing to happen? If we take something that is critical these days, which is the vaccine, how do you look at the vaccine for COVID-19, and what's your probabilistic, if you like, estimation or future for 2021, 2022 at the global level?
I would say that the probable futures are actually the preferred one from forecasting or for strategic perspective, but it's actually not my focus. So I rather say all futures that we imagine are wrong, and it's great and it's good, because it doesn't matter how probable one future is. The thing with the vaccine is we need to think about all the options. So what happens if we have the vaccine next year? What happens if we don't have it? How do people react to it? What if there are side effects, where there are non-side effects? And then think about all those diverse futures, because then it doesn't matter which one becomes probable, because you have probably explored through this diverse landscape those pockets of patterns and trends that will come true, and then you know exactly how to react. So rather than really trying to prepare for what is probable, I said be brave and look for what is not probable, but in a way what can be explored. So you are actually, and that's one of my other philosophies, you can dance with any uncertainty, because it doesn't matter what comes. You're almost like, please throw it at me, because I already know the steps how to deal with it.
Yeah, I have a very good friend from Singapore watching us now, and she talks about cultural differences. So when you look at the future, there's differences in the way cultures, people, generations look. So there's a larger number of layers. If you look at Europe, maybe we look at the future differently than what you would see in China, or if you have somebody that is 62 or somebody that is 12. So there's a lot of differences in the way we perceive and look at the future. Is there a way that we could find a theory or a futurist theory that would be more, I would not say acceptable, but more used by more. Because when you talk with somebody from China or somebody from Nigeria, and you talk about the future, there's a very different understanding.
Yes, exactly. And I think this is exactly the conversations that we need to have, and not trying to find the right future, but exactly, as I said again, trying to find those alternative futures. And you only get those if you listen to people with different stories and different traditions, different backgrounds. So instead of disagreeing with them, be curious and ask why. Why is this person thinking this way of the future? What perception or values from the past will make them look in this direction? And then get another person. And that's exactly how I meant. You cannot imagine the future on your own, because we are all biased by our past and our perception, and we filter information because we have information overflow. Our brain looks for confirmation bias, right? To try to find the future that we assume will happen, or the decisions that we expect to make. So whether challenge this every time you come out and try to find people who disagree with you and have a conversation without having an argument.
Yeah. We have a tradition in Future Summit and Future Talks, and we ask speakers to ask each other a question. Now it's just you. So Tanya, can you please share with us the most difficult question you have for Tanya?
So I share my question with me. I think what it is how do we get this message that talking about the future and thinking and imagining the future get outside the normal business world? Because I know that we start to getting interested, but most people heard about it before. So how can we foster futures in our daily lives, in our daily strategic meetings, and be curious about it? And I think that's also something I haven't been found. I'm happy that through this year, actually, there's more attention on the future. But how can we get this more into the world?
Yeah. We're not looking for an answer, by the way. We're actually, I think if you spend 5 days with Future Summit and you get more questions than answers, then I would be very happy. But we do have another question. How would you approach the reinvention of a big brand now, less able to be flexible with uncertainty in the new normal?
Think bigger. So, for example, one of my greatest examples is I studied in Australia. And let's imagine there's a train company that actually runs from Sydney to Melbourne. And you could say that this company thinks they're in the public transport business because they're bringing people from A to B. But let's think bigger. They're actually competing with planes, with cars, with ships. So they're actually in the mobility sector. But if you think one step bigger, why are actually people getting on the train? And what they want to do is they have meetings in the other city, and on the train, they probably want to communicate. So actually a train company is in the communication business. And this what I want to is to find the bigger pockets that you're in. I had discussion about hotels, for example. Hotels struggling at the moment because they have closed. But what if there would be so flexible setup that there would be small offices in every one of those, obviously not having all the large beds in, and maybe also a kitchen, so that actually big corporates who actually have large offices could now send their employees in each of those rooms. So we imagine how Airbnb was so successful because they're about getting your experience different in the city than staying in a hotel, being more personal, feeling at home. So we imagine why people actually looking at your services and not for just the core business again, but the core values and the core competences you have to think bigger.
Yeah. And one final question about the future, of course. From a scale to 1 to 5, 1 is horrible and 5 is highly enthusiastic, okay? When you look at the next 5 to 10 years in Europe, let's pick Europe, how optimistic are you? So 1 is, it's going to be really bad, and 5 is, oh my God, I see pink ponies around.
We're probably not a 5, but probably a 4+, because I'm a futurist that is optimistic, because I believe the future is not written yet, and it is our daily decisions that actually shape them. And even the smallest team can make an impact once they have a clear vision and where we want to go. And that might seem idealistic, but I think this is exactly the power and the hope that we need to change. Then rather than seeing us being doomed, that we are capable of driving change once we know where we want to go.
Good. Tanya, thank you so much. It was really, really great to see you and to hear you. I think it's a great start of Future Summit. We do have about 64 hours left of live, so it's going to be a lot of amazing opportunities to interact and speak. For those of you that joined later, we just had with us Tanya Schindler from Future Space. We encourage you to interact, ask questions in the chat, and so on. We're going to meet again with Tanya this Thursday from 10 in the evening, Romanian time, so 9 CET, sorry, where we also meet with David Kalis, Graciela Baenia, and Zahara Chetty from South Africa, respectively, the countries in the world, Poland and Colombia, to talk about how we build, if you like, the future. Now, we're going to say goodbye to Tanya. See you in about 4 days. I hope you have time to stay longer in the next days and chat. And we're going to slowly move to Romanian. As you know, some of the sessions in the summit are in Romanian. So for those of you that do not speak Romanian, you should learn. It's a very nice language. But before that, we will do come back in about 30 minutes after the next session. So at 12:30, we come back with English with a great session of opportunities for 2023. Now, in the meantime, check some of the resources in the expo area or conversations. There's a lot of curated content that you can read and then get inspired from. Now, I feel like we have a small television, so I just want to know if our next guest is online. But even if he is, I will actually introduce him. So I'm very happy to invite to the floor one of the most important experts in public policy in Romania. His name is Vlad Miksic. He's a health policy expert with international working experience and an award-winning writer and journalist. He coordinates the Romanian Health Observatory and is elected board member of the European Public Health Alliance. So we switch to Romania now again for our foreign speakers. Don't forget, there's so much else to do in the Mic Connector platform. Vlad, ești online? Te auzim? Bună dimineața! Bună ziua! Eu nu te aud și poate nu te aud. Cum e? Nu te aud. Eu nu te aud. Merge? Super, nu există eveniment fără probleme tehnice, să zicem. Vlad, trăim în vremuri dificile, să zicem așa. Știu că n-ai decât 30 de minute, așa că o să folosim aceste 30 de minute la maxim. Cum arată următoarele vremuri, dacă vrei? Cum vezi evoluția pandemiei în România și nu numai de la sfârșitul lui 2020 și primele luni din 2021?
Mulțumesc, Ciprian, pentru invitație. Mă bucur să mă alătur unui eveniment care devine deja o tradiție, ca și participarea mea la acest eveniment. Din păcate, acesta este unul dintre acei ani în care se dovedește că oricât de mult am discutat noi despre viitorul apropiat sau îndepărtat, doza de hazard și de neprevăzut în orice astfel de discuție este considerabilă, uneori chiar mai mare decât ne-ar plăcea nouă să acceptăm sau suntem confortabili să acceptăm. Punctual la întrebarea pe care mi-ai pus-o, Răspunsul l-am mai dat în câteva rânduri și anume faptul că această pandemie este un maraton, nu un sprint. Fiind un maraton, evident că trebuie să fim pregătiți de schimbări care vor fi cu noi o perioadă. Întrebarea este dacă aceste schimbări vor persista sau nu după ce pandemia va fi controlată, pentru că să dispară total va mai dura ceva. Mă aud un pic cu un ecou acum.
Înțeleg că ne auzim bine. Ai zis că s-ar putea să fie transformări sau schimbări care să rămână cu noi și să nu fie temporare. Hai să intrăm un pic în bucata asta. Ce schimbări crezi că rămân cu noi și se transformă în normalitate, noua normalitate, și nu mai sunt doar niște excepții?
Păi, uite, să dau un exemplu. Să știți că mă aud cu un ecou foarte deranjant.
Scoate căștile.
Da, pot să scot căștile. E o idee bună, dar atunci nu mai am microfon. În fine, ideea e că astfel de pandemie produce niște modificări comportamentale la care anterior a existat o rezistență destul de considerabilă. Și aici, eu vorbesc despre zona de sănătate, că în rest nu mă pricep. Și ca să dau un exemplu aparent banal și foarte mic, este cel legat de unul dintre cele mai eficiente mijloace de protejare împotriva infecțiilor intraspitalicești, și anume spălarea și dezinfectarea mâinilor în spitale înaintea și după orice gest medical, oricât de mic. Deci, practic, înainte ca orice cadru medical să pună mâna pe un pacient, trebuie să se dezinfecteze, să se spele pe mâini și după. E dovedit metoda cea mai eficientă și cea mai ieftină. Deși e atât de simplă și ieftină și eficientă, nu doar în România, în foarte multe spitale din lume a existat întotdeauna o fricțiune la schimbare considerabilă în a implementa acest gest ca o rutină, pentru că el este eficient atunci când este o rutină. În România există de pildă câteva spitale în Brașov sau în Sălaj, în Zalău mai exact, sau la Moinești, unde s-au reușit astfel de implementarea de succes a unor programe de acest tip, dar ele rămâneau în continuare excepția care confirma regula. Și anume că, în general, acest gest banal și simplu nu devenise o rutină. Ei bine, unul dintre schimbările pe care bune, așa să vedem și picăturile de pe peretele paharului gol, una dintre schimbările bune aduse de această pandemie este că acum acest gest profesional de rutină nu mai reprezintă nicio problemă. El este implementat de toată lumea, de toate cadrele medicale, de toți lucrătorii din spitale, nu doar în România, ci peste tot în toate țările. Și asta se va vedea probabil și în rezultate. E un gest banal, o modificare banală care va rămâne, sunt convins, cu noi și după ce pandemia se va sfârși. Și să știți că nu e neapărat adică rezistența aceasta și fricțiunea aceasta la schimbare nu e neapărat o caracteristică așa tragic fatalistă a epocii secolului 21. Întotdeauna în medicină au fost astfel de fenomene.
Da. Mi-aduc aminte de Vlad Mixici la a doua ediție a conferinței noastre în noiembrie 2017, când ai povestit despre familia de medici, dacă nu mă înșel, care deținea controlul asupra unui anumit procedeu medical sute de ani aproape.
Da.
Să vorbim despre vaccin în această notă. Sunt mai multe companii care spun că vor avea acest vaccin gata, în curând. Cum te uiți tu la succesul acestei endeavor, de fapt, dar mai ales la ce s-ar numi în engleză deployment? Știu că ai scris destul de mult despre asta. E foarte important să vorbim, cred, în continuu despre așteptări. Despre unde să ne punem așteptările legate de acest vaccin, odată de funcționarea lui de de existența lui reală în afara laboratorului și doi, despre campania, cred eu și cred că și tu, foarte importantă de vaccinare.
Nu e încă un succes covaccinul, ca să zic așa. El va fi un succes în momentul în care vom avea un număr suficient de persoane vaccinate care să asigure o protecție oarecare la nivel comunitar, dar suficient în așa fel încât să ne putem desfășura activitățile normal, să reintrăm în normalitatea anterioară. E o veste foarte bună care a făcut știre, cred eu, mai degrabă o lovitură de imagine a unui departament de marketing foarte talentat din acea mare companie farmaceutică, dar o veste foarte bună de altfel, care nu știrbește cu absolut nimic meritul cercetătorilor care au stat la originea dezvoltării acestei platforme tehnologice bazate pe ARN mesager. E o platformă nouă pentru vaccinuri. Ea este studiată de mai mulți ani de zile, dar uite, unul dintre lucrurile pe care pandemia le-a accelerat este inclusiv dezvoltarea mai rapidă a acestor platforme. E o platformă care este folosită de mai multe companii farmaceutice pentru dezvoltarea unui vaccin anti-COVID. Compania despre care vorbim a fost prima care a ieșit cu un anunț foarte important de spus, că este vorba despre un rezultat preliminar, mai mult decât un rezultat preliminar. Aici vorbim, nu știu dacă e de interes să intru în detalii, nu știu, de specialitate, dar așa foarte grosomodo, în general, în studiile clinice se definesc mai multe ținte, în engleză li se spune endpoints. Sunt ținte permanente și ținte intermediare. Fiecare dintre aceste ținte este atinsă în etape, ca într-o ștafetă, și până la atingerea deplină a țintei respective se mai ating niște ținte preliminare în funcție și de numărul de voluntari incluși în studiu și de valoarea statistică a rezultatului până la acel moment. Trebuie practic să aștepți ca cursul natural al îmbolnăvirii sau neîmbolnăvirii să-și facă datoria. Cu alte cuvinte, nu poți să grăbești soarele să răsară. Ori anunțul de săptămâna trecută este anunțul atingerii unei ținte intermediare, timpurii, dar este o veste bună,
e o veste bună, dar
chiar foarte bună.
Când ar trebui cât ar mai dura? Înțeleg că există niște ținte, niște etape de care vorbeai și tu. Există un timeline la care această companie...
Da, există. Există un timeline și, ca să răspund scurt, așa cu un sfat, când vă uitați la acest timeline, nu luați deloc de bună ce vă zic politicienii, din păcate, și nu neapărat din vina lor, orice fel de politicieni ar fi, de orice culoare, ci pentru că, evident, ei au o presiune publică care îi obligă la anumite declarații. Timeline-ul real, de ce accentuez real? Pentru că pe noi ne interesează momentul în care vaccinul este gata de distribuit, inclusiv el să ajungă în România. Într-o variantă optimistă este primăvara anului 2021, deci undeva martie-aprilie 2021.
Undeva în martie-aprilie să avem vaccinul gata de distribuție, deci probabil că în România undeva prin vară-toamnă. Sau mai
nu neapărat, pentru că România va avea acces la acest vaccin odată cu celelalte state membre UE. Acesta este, de altfel, unul dintre norocurile majore istorice ale țării noastre și a celor care trăim în această țară. Dacă nu am fi fost membri ai Uniunii Europene, am fi avut acces la acest vaccin mult mai greu și mult mai lent. Fiind partea Uniunii Europene, beneficiem de avantaje, iar avantajul major aici este că Uniunea Europeană a negociat la comun pentru toate țările achiziția acestui vaccin. Important de precizat, nu vorbim doar de vaccinul produs de compania care a anunțat săptămâna trecută. Practic, oricare dintre cele 4 companii care sunt care lucrează la un vaccin folosind această nouă platformă tehnologică, oricare dintre ele ajunge la un rezultat pe deplin pozitiv, Uniunea Europeană va primi cantitatea necesară din acel vaccin, pentru că sunt încheiate așa un soi de precontracte cu toate aceste companii. De altfel, după Statele Unite, Uniunea Europeană este țara. Uite, vezi că îi zic țară deja, interesantă greșeală. Este țara, hai să zic țara, care are cel mai diversificat, care a precontractat cel mai diversificat portofoliu de vaccinuri candidate COVID. Da. Dar distribuția va fi o problemă majoră, pentru că distribuția va ține de noi. Da, ca să facem rost de vaccin e cumva un lucru care nu depinde de noi, ci depinde de lumea cercetării științifice și de Uniunea Europeană. Distribuția va depinde de noi.
Avem deja foarte multe întrebări. Nu o să avem timp să le punem pe toate. Avem o sugestie și o întrebare în paralel de la doi oameni. Presupun că Vlad aude eco pentru că are și stream-ul deschis în browser. Poate este asta.
Nu.
Și doi, întrebarea e legată de numere. E o percepție greșită cum că ne vaccinăm toți.
Nu ne vaccinăm.
Poți să intri aici un pic în detalii?
Da, bine, în final, adică peste câțiva ani de zile, e posibil să fim toți vaccinați. Ca să răspund la întrebare și să nu mă duc înspre direcția în care bănuiesc că bate întrebarea și gândurile unora dintre cei care se uită, și anume la obligativitatea de a te vaccina cu un vaccin anti-COVID. Deja, inclusiv în România, dar deja în mai multe state din Uniunea Europeană, s-au elaborat strategii ale prioritizării segmentelor de populație care vor fi vaccinate. În primele faze, în primul an, când vom avea un vaccin disponibil, acesta nu va fi totuși într-o cantitate suficientă pentru a fi administrat tuturor. Există un calcul făcut de cei de la Center for Global Development din Londra, care estimează că pentru a vaccina toate cadrele medicale din toată lumea, pentru a face acest lucru va trebui să așteptăm vara anului 2022 și vorbim doar de cadrele medicale, din motive de capacitate de producție, evident. În Anglia, de pildă, s-a anunțat chiar în aceste zile că categoriile de populație prioritare la vaccinarea COVID vor fi următoarele: personalul din centrele de îngrijire, de îngrijire pentru vârstnici, ei sunt pe primul loc, pe locul 2 personalul medical și pe locul 3 persoanele în vârstă, urmând ca să fie vaccinate mai întâi persoanele de peste 80 de ani, apoi cei peste 70, peste 60 și tot așa. Acesta e planul anunțat de autoritățile britanice. În România există, bine, el nu e încă publicat, ce știm din discuțiile existente este că pentru primă fază se vizează vaccinarea în special a personalului medical. De altfel, medicii din România și inclusiv medicii de familie au primit deja solicitări de la Ministerul Sănătății pentru a înainta numerele de persoane din cabinetul lor sau din secția lor care trebuie să fie vaccinate. Deci a început deja un proces de, cum îi se spune în domeniul de catagrafiere a numărului de persoane, dar vorbim în prezent în special de medici. Vreau să subliniez, așa antipatic cum sunt, că sper să nu vedem și în această campanie de vaccinare cum s-a întâmplat în primăvară, când am avut tot Parlamentul testat contra coronavirusului peste rând, complet degeaba, inutil. Și sper să nu vedem tradiția lui hai să trecem peste rând pentru că avem pile sau suntem politicieni și în acest caz, pentru că cei care au realmente cel mai mare nevoie de această vaccinare sunt personalul medical și persoanele vulnerabile.
Cred că speranța e adesea singura chestiune pe care o avem. Ea vine la pachet și cu o voce și e important să avem o voce cât mai puternică. Probabil că vom ajunge și la câteva scenarii de genul vreau și eu vaccin, cât costă. Avem multe întrebări, dar ai zis de personalul medical, ai povestit de persoanele în vârstă, etc. Mai e un tip de personal și aici aș începe o conversație scurtă despre vaccinarea în masă. Ai scris la un moment dat că e vorba de armată, că am avea nevoie, că ar fi singura entitate, organizație, cum putem să-i spunem, serviciu public, care ar putea să facă asta. Poți să detaliezi un pic și cum vezi că s-ar putea întâmpla asta, inclusiv în satele și orașele mici din România, în afară de București, Cluj și așa mai departe.
Da, povestea asta cu armata care să organizeze distribuția vaccinului în teritoriu nu este simpatică și preferată nici de mine, nici de majoritatea oamenilor din lumea medicală. Dar în situații de acest fel ne uităm la ce avem și cu ce putem lucra. Din păcate, infrastructura de distribuție a vaccinului în acest moment în România, bazat pe ce știm din felul în care funcționează programele naționale de vaccinare existente, are prea multe hibe pentru a putea susține în prezent un efort de o asemenea amploare la eficiența și rapiditatea necesară. Spun în prezent pentru că poate cine știe în următoarele 2 luni autoritățile vor reuși o magică reformare a acestei infrastructuri.
Sigur, putem să credem în magie, dar în același timp...
Da. În acest context, dacă ne uităm la resursele existente, resursele acestea sunt concentrate în 3 zone. În zona privatului, în zona adeseori blamaților distribuitori de medicamente, dar blamați sau neblamați, ei au în acest moment know-how-ul și competența necesară, dacă nu pentru a organiza complet, pentru a sprijini autoritățile. Sunt o resursă care trebuie folosită. Un alt centru este, evident, armata, dar nu pentru că este armată și iasă cu armele sau dă ordine și nimeni nu mișcă în front, ci pentru că, în general, printre cei mai buni specialiști în distribuție și în lanțuri de distribuție din România, pe care îi are România în acest moment, ei lucrează în armată pentru că armata depinde foarte mult la rândul ei de lanțuri de distribuție și are și infrastructura necesară să o facă. Acest tip de specialiști care lucrează în cadrul armatei ar fi probabil util de cooptat ca aliați sau ca actori implicați, în special în faza 2 a aducerii vaccinului în România, atunci când alte grupe populaționale, nu doar personalul medical, va trebui să fie vaccinat și va fi nevoie, cum ziceai și tu, Ciprian, să se ajungă în zone unde e mai dificil de ajuns. Iar a 3-a resursă importantă de folosit, adică locul unde există o resursă importantă, este mediul academic. Când zic mediul academic, mă refer în special la universitățile de medicină și farmacie mari, importante din România, ale căror laboratoare de genetică moleculară, de biologie celulară, de microbiologie, au atât personalul cât și dotările. Când zic dotări, mă refer pur și simplu la acele frigidere speciale necesare pentru a stoca vaccinul.
Minus 80 sau minus 80 de grade, nu? Dacă nu mă înșel.
Da. Bine, asta rămâne de văzut. E posibil ca cercetătorii care lucrează în acest moment la vaccin să ne facă o surpriză plăcută, pentru că știu că cel puțin una dintre companiile care folosesc această platformă tehnologică sunt pe cale să stabilizeze vaccinul la temperaturi mai abordabile, ca să zic așa, ceea ce ar fi grozav. Resursa umană și know-how-ul din aceste centre universitare care au obișnuința și sunt obișnuite să lucreze cu produse biologice la astfel de temperaturi și știu cum să o facă, Această resursă trebuie folosită și, evident, sunt convins deja că autoritățile centralizează resursele existente și în acest domeniu.
Avem o
Și în
întrebare
această arie.
legată de cost. Cât crezi că ar putea să ajungă să coste un vaccin și cine va suporta aceste costuri? Statul, bănuiesc, da?
Nu statul, noi, pentru că până la urmă noi plătim. Statul trăiește din taxele noastre. Cei dintre dumneavoastră care sunteți antreprenori, probabil că aveți dureri de ficați în fiecare lună când trebuie să plătiți taxele. Deci știți despre ce vorbesc, știm despre ce vorbim. Aici problema e un pic mai complicată, intrăm inclusiv într-o discuție politică, pentru că vaccinul se pare că va avea un preț undeva în palierul 10-20 de dolari pe doză în Uniunea Europeană, ceva mai mult în Statele Unite, dar asta nu e neobișnuit pentru că în Statele Unite, în general, produsele farmaceutice costă mai mult. Problema politică este că în acest moment transparența din partea Comisiei Europene în privința aranjamentelor contractuale pentru aceste vaccinuri este aproape spre zero. Recent, Comisarul European pentru Sănătate a declarat și a promis că va pune detaliile contractuale la dispoziția anumitor europarlamentari, aleși nu știu pe ce criterii, dar bănuiesc că din toate grupările politice relevante din Parlamentul European. Iar de ce acest lucru e important? Pentru că ingredientul esențial, de fapt sunt două ingrediente esențiale în succesul acestei întreprinderi de a vaccina anticovid. Unul, evident, să avem un vaccin sigur și eficace, iar al doilea, încrederea noastră a tuturor că acest vaccin este sigur și eficace și că el ajunge cum trebuie la noi, în condiții bune. Ori această încredere se bazează la rândul pe transparență.
Corect.
Tocmai de aceea e un paradox că această lipsă de transparență această lipsă de transparență cu privire la condițiile contractuale financiare are un efect și asupra transparenței, lucrând practic împotriva creării acestei transparențe atât de importante pentru a transmite încredere la populație.
Vlad, simți
De plătit privat, ca să închei răspunsul, de plătit privat din propriul buzunar, în acest moment probabil că nu va fi cazul, cel puțin în următorul an. Vaccinul va fi acoperit, cum ziceai, din bugetul de stat, plătit din fondurile Uniunii Europene inițial.
Există un risc pe care îl vezi, având în vedere că suntem într-un an electoral și urmează un an cu un alt tip de guvern, nu știm exact cum va arăta acest guvern, în termen de politizare a vaccinării și a pandemiei care va exista în continuare?
Cred că cea mai bună veste este că, ca răspuns la întrebarea asta, e că avem alegeri în 6 decembrie și că politizarea va scădea ca intensitate. Până acum, pandemia a fost extrem de politizată, nu doar în România, ci și în alte țări, lucru care a făcut foarte, foarte mult rău. România va ieși în 2021 din acest an intens electoral și sper să vedem mai puțină politizare. Evident că atacuri politice vor continua și vor exista, dar e posibil să vedem voci radical extremiste din diferite partide mai vocale în 2021 decât astăzi, pentru că astăzi liderii politici se tem că astfel de voci radicale vor duce la pierderea de voturi. Dar dacă întrebarea se referă la cei care au un discurs anti-vaccinare, cred că ei sunt problema în acest moment. Ei reprezintă un număr relativ redus, inclusiv în România, undeva la un 10-15%.
Da, mai avem câteva întrebări pe care o să îi le trimitem lui Vlad separat. Sunt despre respiratoare, open source hardware. Știu că mai avem doar 5 minute din timpul lui Vlad și mulțumim mult încă o dată pentru prezență. Un fel de recapitulare despre România 2021 cu această lentilă a COVID-19. Cum arată din perspectiva ta la acest moment 2021 în România? La ce să ne așteptăm și pentru ce să ne pregătim, și de bine și de rău?
În zona medicală, din păcate, lucrurile vor funcționa în continuare foarte, foarte greu și complicat. E un sistem care nu era pregătit pentru o astfel de criză și care se bazează exclusiv pe umerii personalului medical, medici, asistente medicale. Partea bună este că cred că oamenii vor începe să înțeleagă că breasla medicală și asistenților medicali are în aceeași măsură, pădurea aceasta a breslei medicale are în aceeași măsură copaci sănătoși și buni ca și uscături și putregaiuri. Până acum, putregaiurile au fost mai vizibile decât copacii sănătoși și buni. Ori cred că aceasta va fi o schimbare importantă pentru că în ultimii ani a existat o falie majoră între breasla medicală și pacient, între medic și pacient. O lipsă de încredere în parte justificată care a stricat foarte mult atât actului medical, cât și medicilor și asistentelor medicale, cât și evident nouă tuturor până la urmă. Ori în orice criză are acest dar de a-i apropia pe oameni și de a apropia mai mult sau mai puțin și anumite categorii profesionale și sociale. Și cred că această gaură de încredere prezentă în România între medici și populație se va micșora considerabil. E cumva un efect pozitiv al acestei pandemii.
Am avut un speaker mai devreme, Tania Schindler de la Future Space, care a zis că persoanele care lucrează în sistem de sănătate, profesori, etc., ar trebui să ajungă să fie plătiți aproape la fel de mult ca un asset manager. Crezi că asta ar fi o soluție pe termen mediu sau e despre cu totul altceva?
În România deja medicii sunt bine plătiți, cel puțin la nivelul, dacă ne uităm la nivelul salarizărilor medii. Nu uitați că în România este una dintre țările europene în care medicii pot să lucreze în același timp într-un spital public și într-un spital privat, ceea ce pentru cei care o fac le suplimentează considerabil veniturile. În România, în acest moment și în acest context, nu discut acum, principalul stimul pentru medici și pentru cadrele medicale în general nu sunt veniturile salariale, ci organizarea corectă a sistemului, curățenia lui, să ai tot ce trebuie ca să îți atingi maximul de potențial profesional. În acest moment, în România, un medic sau o asistentă medicală care lucrează într-un spital public mai degrabă nu își poate atinge potențialul profesional maxim din cauza sistemului și contextului în care lucrează.
Și ultima întrebare, care e despre 2020. Am auzit, inclusiv președintele a spus că ne așteptăm la un platou și bănuim și la o scădere a numărului de cazuri și ATI-uri. Tu cum vezi sfârșitul de 2020?
Depinde foarte mult unde se stabilizează acest platou. Dacă acest platou se stabilizează la 10.000 de cazuri pe zi, atunci va fi rău. Nu dorim să ne stabilizăm la acest platou. În același timp, nu uitați că numărul de cazuri pozitive identificate depinde foarte mult de numărul de testări și de tipul de oameni testați și de definițiile cazurilor care trebuie transmise testării. Deci acest indicator e unul important, dar este unul expus manipulărilor de tot felul. Indicatorul care contează și la care trebuie să ne uităm și care e foarte greu să fie machiat într-un fel sau altul este numărul pacienților internați la terapie intensivă și acela este punctul care în acest moment este supra solicitat în România. Dacă vom respecta regulile, atunci evident că vom vedea o scădere a numărului de cazuri, s-a mai întâmplat asta. Dacă vom face așa cu jumătate de măsură, din păcate sistemul va crăpa, cum s-a întâmplat din păcate și în acest weekend.
Mulțumim tare mult, Vlad Mixici a fost în direct.
Mulțumesc și eu.
Vlad, știu că trebuie să fugi, așa că îți mulțumim pentru insight foarte important. We're going to switch back to English now and go towards another type of future, which is a possible future. And I'm very happy to introduce Maria Raicevic from Serbia, Tamar Abzianidze from Georgia, and Dragos Sasu from Romania. They are part of a program that we're running called Future Youth Summit. They're Future Youth Fellows. They're part of a group of 100 young leaders from 10 countries in Central and Eastern Europe. And they had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and out of this meeting we saw a list of how these young leaders look at the future in terms of various industries and topics. I'm sure they're online, this is what I get, but if I can also see them, that would also help. So, hello.
Hello.
So, Maria is a first-year economy student from Belgrade, passionate about youth activism and project management. Tamar is a PR manager at the Tbilisi Open University, and her aspiration is to find social innovative solutions. Well, we're called Social Innovation Solutions, so I think we're getting along quite well. And Dragos Sasu is a mobile engineer by design, product enthusiast by passion, and debater at heart. Their presentation is called 2023 Possible Futures. I will leave them to get it going and to stop at maybe 12:55, so we have enough time. But I'll let them introduce this and what they think as young leaders about the next 2 to 3 years of our lives. So Maria, Dragos, Tamar, you have the floor.
Well, let me just say by asking you, who would have thought at the beginning of this year that it will play out like this? I mean, what some people describe as the modern day plague came to be, and we all went back inside, offices closed, but all of us still managed to keep the world functioning and ourselves. So firstly, a huge congratulations to each and every one of you. We learned, we changed, we grew to tackle new challenges and make use of new opportunities that emerged. So 100 ambitious Future Youth Fellows answered which challenges and opportunities they see in our near future, and we'll present them to you today. So now I'd like to pass the word to my colleague Dragos to introduce you to some of the changes we see in Europe and the world.
Thank you very much, Maria. To begin with, I'm going to start by talking about Europe and the world. This is a broader topic, and part of this topic, people generally discussed about how will the European Union handle policymaking on major social issues, what is supposed to be the overall quality of life in society, how does society actually build a common set of values. And there was an overarching discussion around how actually ideology and politics and populism in general fall into this. In terms of challenges and opportunities, people saw a great match, and our respondents believed that social inequality is a great issue these days. However, they also believe that diversity is a great thing. And in that sense, recognizing and appreciating each other's differences, they believe will bring people together and will actually help us overcome our issues in the upcoming years. Then another interesting topic, which was outlined by our respondents, was migration. On one hand, in terms of challenges, people believe it's going to be tough to handle migration through policy, and it's going to be difficult to address the ongoing refugee crisis. On the other hand, also on this migration topic, the idea of workforce migration and actually being able to work for a company which lies abroad without leaving your country of origin is seen like as a great opportunity for the next years. One last idea, which was outlined in this area, is the human rights in general. People are generally concerned about the violation of human rights, how bills are created on gender ideology, and how the extreme right is pushing its policies and is influencing this whole construct. So generally, the rule of law issue is seen as a huge challenge for the upcoming times. However, the same respondents believe that it's a viable strategy and opportunity to penalize, especially EU member states who violate any type of human rights. So we see here a world which has its challenges and opportunities tightly coupled. Now, moving on to the second topic that I'm going to address, and that is technology. If we can, yeah, thank you. Respondents generally see that technology is a great enabler for actually developing individuals and for solving central issues in our current society. So even so, the respondents strongly also believe that the use of technology is not so straightforward. So when we talk about the challenges in this area, one of the most important one was finding the right balance between the digital life and the real life, identifying the real reality, so like things like deep fakes, and their impact on the mental health is seen as a great challenge for the next years. Other great problems are found around data privacy and keeping our information secure, and providing access to technology to vulnerable groups in remote areas, rural areas, and so on and so forth, especially for education. Now, things are not only dark, right? So surprisingly, I would say, there's a positive vibe around job creation. And people generally felt that the automation process is actually going to lead to an increase of jobs. And not only that, but it will also lead to safer jobs, because automation can lead to removing dangerous situations from our day-to-day job. Algorithms are also seen part of the solution. They can be used to identify and tackle fake news, cyberbullying, deepfakes, and so on and so forth. So to end this part, one last important opportunity that is seen around technology is delivering core social services. So facilitating education, delivering health services, medtech is a really important area. So delivering core services with a focus on education is an important opportunity for technology. So long story short, tech seems to be part of the problem, but also part of the solution. Now moving on to the third theme that I'm going to address, and that is food and retail. The discussion around this topic was mainly focused on whether people can actually access food services, what are our consumption habits, and moreover, where lies the responsibility? Does it lie in front of on the consumer side or on the producer side? Having these things on the back of our mind, one of the biggest challenge our respondents identified is actually how do we build awareness around the impact of food waste and what we consume. And not only that, but also how do we actually find proper packaging alternatives to what we currently have and what currently harms the environment. One last but as important challenge that I'd like to outline is ensuring that vulnerable groups have actually enough access to food and resources, be it products, be it food. It's going to be a tough tough for people who don't have normally access to food and this sort of resources in the upcoming years. But also on the brighter side, this group of people saw it as an opportunity. So the upcoming years as an opportunity for local producers and small and medium enterprises who are more likely to thrive. And also they emphasized a lot on what consumers do and think. So a lot of the respondents believe that shifting consumer patterns and ensuring that we are taking responsible decisions when we decide where to buy things from is an opportunity, and we should definitely use it whenever we buy food and products. Now, to move on, I'm going to pass the responsibility to Tamar to continue this discussion.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Dragos, for introducing the so interesting topics. So overall, I will speak about for the following 12 minutes, and I will demonstrate the 4 main extremely important topics as well. The first one goes to health and well-being. The second is environment, climate, and energy. The third is cities and mobility. And the fourth is culture and entertainment. So I'd like to comment from the health and well-being. What about the main first challenge is related to the mental health issues. As we, due to the global outbreak of a disease, we have to tackle like novel acute problems. Those are related to the physical health issues. However, we discovered that mental health issues such as depression, anxiety have a lot of attention to pay. The second main challenge the statistics showed us was like fake news. We have a huge concern related to the growing rift and instability regarding this fake news that creates instability in our respective societies. And the third, the main, challenge is related to the just lack of trust towards the health system, and plus scarcity of proper specialists. And what about the opportunities? There are, however, there are a huge goal to tackle these challenges. The first is that we have to pay more attention to the mental and physical health, and we realized that this is one of the most important issues that we have to follow. Then the second is about to study on our mistakes. What are our biggest mistakes, and just to improve our care system. The third one is related to the creating a sustainable lifestyle from the beginning, like starting from the schools, as an illustration, to rethink the physical education for children, and to expand investments in the parental education as well, and etc. So these are all about the first topic, and I'd like to speak about the second topic, which is environment, climate, and energy. What about here? The first challenge is related to the ambiguous terms and imposing lack of the legal responsibilities to the main stakeholders who are responsible to follow these regulations. The second is just about that non-reach compromise on the international level among the international and non-governmental organizations. And the third is all about the people, which goes to the disbelief and rejection of the dominant environmental problems such as like climate change, which leads to the global warming. So what about the opportunities? The first opportunities to just improve the transportation system in our cities, and for this we have to increase the fundings. The second is to utilize the smart consumption of the resources from the beginning, because the key is to shift, and one of the most important is that we have to shift our linear economy to the circular economy. And the third is that we have to accelerate the mitigation procedures of the carbon dioxide. Now I will speak about the third topic, which is the cities and mobility. Here we have the first challenge is related to the inefficiently used resources, such as like in schools, parks, portals, and unused spaces as well. And the second main challenge is all about the shortfall of the green areas and public areas for our citizens, and not only. And the third is development gaps between poor and rich areas, and the small and big cities as well. So what about the opportunities? Opportunities, we have the first one is that we have to shift our behavior towards more shared economy. As an illustration, we can just utilize the electrical scooters, share cars, and the other examples, so we can illustrate as well. And the second main second main opportunity lies in the to digitalize public institutions, and the third is adoption of these public spaces to be relevant with the people with disabilities too. We have to, while we are doing something, we have to take into consideration these concerns as well. So what about the first topic I would like to speak about is the culture and entertainment. And so here is one of the biggest obstacles regarding the challenges, because the first is all about the lack of educational value in what is promoted by the media, and somehow there are irrelevant topics as well. And yeah, the second main challenge is all about that shortage in the culture and entertainment activities due to the due to the pandemic. We have to be isolated or quarantined and protect social distancing. And the third is about the decreased budgets of state institutions on art projects. However, in parallel, what about opportunities? Exactly, artists are the main key players to tackle these cultural and entertainment obstacles and drawbacks. And the first opportunity lies in the in painters, that for example, we can use their skills to tackle inequality issues and utilize all the visualization tools in order to grab people's attention and influence them positively. The second is collaboration between artists on an international and national levels. And the third is just to promote micro industries and communities such as esport, AI orchestra, and so on. And here we are, like just to summarize and take into consideration these statistics. The best way to solve problems is to just foresee what kind of the challenges we will have for the following 3 years. And if we can see what kind of the challenges we will have, we can just avoid these challenges and overcome like difficulties and find the root causes of the problems, and there will not be any more of the problems if we find the potential solutions on that. And yeah, finally, I'm very grateful for you watching us wherever you are in the world. And thank you so much for this great summit and for organizers, for our fellows, and for Dragos and Maria for a great collaboration. And now Maria will continue other topics. So thank you.
So I want to say that despite all the problems that we uncovered, these circumstances opened up huge room for innovation, especially in the business realm. So with the extended use of digitalization, we see companies having a stronger connection with people, appealing to core values and modifying their business plans to more people-oriented ones. Just remember who continued pushing their products and who stopped to ask how their employees were doing and if their customers really needed that product now or they have other priorities. Also, as we switched online, a huge space opened up for potential jobs unforeseen this far. We're no longer limited by standard career paths, but can combine different skills into our own unique puzzle. We now look for creative individuals with a combination of different skill sets, which then translate into a business model which invests in people and education, evident in the numerous EU funding opportunities and grants aimed at innovative individuals. Also, now more than ever, we're paying attention to not only what we learn, but how we learn it. Our world being as diverse as it is, equal access to education and a non-interchangeable curriculum are just holding us back from developing crucial 21st century skills such as critical thinking, entrepreneurship, and digital literacy. Now, with the push towards online learning, there's no limit to what curious minds could do as long as we point them in the right direction. Besides factual knowledge, with education being as it is, we have the opportunity to challenge the way we manage our time, our innovation, as well as our prioritization. This is all new to students and teachers alike, but it's for the most part an unexplored area which we should pay attention to. We don't all learn in the same way, nor should we. If we say we are all unique, then our special skills and interests are also. And we should figure out curriculums that will motivate us to learn and grow and develop, but in our designated fields. And lastly, we can't ignore what some people call the biggest addiction of the 21st century. Yes, we spend a lot of time on our phones. Yes, it might not always be the smartest time spent, but I hope that you can see the shift that we've taken over the past 6 months in how we view social media and media in general. What was once a source of disinformation promoting shallow values is now as valuable of a resource as any. More and more people are using the fact that we're all a medium and have the power to have our voice heard to share and exchange. I mean, where else could you communicate with people globally, those you know or those you wish to meet? Build communities that challenge your opinion and expose you to reasoning outside of your own information bubble. That's where all the learning happens. Besides, everything we used was built by people. We spread fake news. We also build algorithms to tackle it. We fear for our privacy. We create new types of security. We don't like how social media is affecting us. We make it a more positive, learning, and community-driven place that will enrich us and connect us even outside of the four walls we're sadly forced to be in. We use it consciously because we know it can do more good than bad. What will all of this look like in 2023? Well, that depends solely on us. For every challenge, there is an opportunity to be discovered and utilized. I hope that you listen carefully, as all 100 Future Youth Fellows are working to do just this and would love nothing more than to include you in the process. So stay tuned and enjoy the Future Youth Summit.
How was it for you from 3 countries plus all the others from other countries to work together to actually come up with this very structured and logical report?
If may I jump? I think it's impressive how, even though people come from different backgrounds, the opinions tend to be the same. So that made our life easier when we organized the presentation and we put together the findings. It feels like the youth and like the people who are part of the programs have more or less a clear vision, of course, full of nuances, of course, full of individual priorities, but it feels like the big problems of the world are the same everywhere. And that was my impression.
Maria, Tamar?
Actually, I was very surprised that, except what Dragos has mentioned, people were so determined, and they we were always on time everywhere, and everyone wanted to express their own idea. And thanks to organizers that everyone had to say something, and here are the results. Yeah.
Cool. Before Maria jumps in, just a short mention of what's going on in Future Youth Summit. In this fellowship, we have 100 young leaders from 10 countries, actually from 13 countries, and that meet once every 2 weeks from now on until April. So this is a long-term bet that we put in them and then they put in themselves to run these conversations throughout the many months ahead and see how and what solutions we can push forward. Maria, you have the last words.
I want to say that innovation shouldn't be exclusive. There is 100 Future Youth Fellows, yes, but we plan to transmit this message and our knowledge to everyone we know, because these types of conversations are something we should all have a part in. These aren't things that only a selected few should talk about or have interest in. So I want to motivate all of you to share this message, and if you haven't shared, I don't know, an interesting piece of information, an interesting new fact, an interesting picture with someone you know, because if we're all included in solving the problem, it doesn't become a burden for a select few. It becomes something that we all work on, and we can actually build a social, innovative world.
That's very good. Thank you very much for taking the time to present your work so far. You can meet all of them at least once in April at the end of the fellowship, but at the beginning of a beautiful road ahead. We continue. We'll take a short break of about 3 to 5 minutes in the next minutes, but let me tell you what will happen after the break. So after the break, we have an amazing conversation with Zaher Sidholm from Hackmasters London on how we can redesign the cities where we live and where we will live in the future. After that, we move to a conversation with Dragos Peslaru, European Parliament member, about how we relaunch Europe, followed by a conversation on future of work in the digital world. Then 3 other conversations from 4 until 5:30, what happens with the world after the US elections. So remember, from 4, and then from 5 with Olli Rankin, the man, the legend behind Lord of the Rings, X-Men, or Matrix Revolutions, among many other movies. And we end from 7 to 8 with a special conversation with Branka Panic about artificial intelligence. Is AI coming in peace? On that note, we take 3 to 4 minutes of break, and then we come back with Zaher Sidholm from Hackmasters London on how we redesign the cities of the future. Thank you.
Poate că cea mai mare aventură a vieții e atunci când începi ceva de la zero. Dar la fel de important e să construiești ceva care rămâne. Să nu renunți la greu. Și să dai mereu tot ce ai mai bun. Pentru că lucrurile care contează se construiesc pas cu pas. Și nimeni nu o să facă lucrurile așa cum trebuie dacă nu le facem noi. Hai, avem de repornit o țară.
And then one day, the world changed. It said, "You want to see scary? I'll show you scary." And like that, it took away the thing we love most, the thing we need most, being together. Businesses closed. Hospitals were overwhelmed. The world seemed to stop. It asked for heroes, nurses and doctors and paramedics. But as they fought on one front, another appeared, as insidious as the virus itself. Testing and paperwork and supply chain issues, creating barriers between the healthcare worker and the patient. Help us, they said, help us do our job. Because nowhere in a medical oath does it say anything about paperwork. So they sent in reinforcements, and they called it robotic process automation, to clear a 160-day registration backlog in a single day, to provide more accurate test results in 1/3 the time, to reduce the screening time of healthcare workers to 4 hours from 5 days, to cut the processing time of an application from 45 minutes to 5 minutes, to accelerate the distribution of loans to help keep businesses alive. This isn't just about the coronavirus. It's about helping to solve the greatest challenges in medicine, business, life. Faster, more efficiently. Think about what's possible if we eliminate drudgery, time-wasted repetitive tasks. This is where hope meets technology, so that we can all go back to doing the greatest thing, the most valuable thing, the thing that says we're not afraid anymore, bringing the world back together.
Back. Thank you for taking the time to take a break. We actually designed a series of videos called 1 Minute to Rediscover the World. I think if you see it, take that minute, look at it and remember of all the places, people, cities that we might not have reached this year, but let's look at it with hope. Now, 2020 has made us move more into our houses, and it has made us interact more with our cities. Even if we don't travel that much, we travel in micro parts of our cities. But it also shows us the vulnerability of the places we live. How do we redesign our cities in the face of sanitary, climate, and tech challenges of the future? We're super honored to have with us one of the best strategy minds in the world, as many say. Zaher set up Hackmasters as an emerging technology design network focused on future industries, products, and scenario planning. Hackmasters stimulates future ecosystems to understand what future markets would and could look like. Its methodology ensures that diverse international teams work at speed with focus, eliminating time wasted in innovation inside the system. Zaher, can you hear me? Hello.
Hello, good morning, or good afternoon, rather.
Good afternoon. I hope, well, that's a very nice background. I'm sure you're not there, but still, it makes us feel better. Thank you very much for joining us, and sorry for being maybe a bit late. Welcome to Future Summit. Let's see, you have a presentation, I understand, and we come back with questions and comments from myself and from the audience. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I think it's very generous of you to give me so much credit. Okay, so I'll just dive into the topic for today. First thing I would like to do is basically take you back to January 2020 BC. That's before COVID. We had polarized politics. We had income inequality that was nearly the highest in 50 years' time. We had surveillance capitalism and disinformation. Even the mighty Margaret at the EU couldn't make big tech companies behave. We've actually built 1,000 kilometers of walls around Europe. Citizen Sophia became the first robot to become a citizen, and we're all scared about what AI might do for jobs. Bubbling underneath is the resistance to antibiotics and all the challenges that could bring to healthcare. We passed the point of no return in terms of the melting of the ice caps. We had pollution killing almost 9% of global death. Food and water insecurity in places like Singapore, places like that rely on 90% of their food and water to come from outside the city. We had some fundamental things failing, like neoliberalism, where big companies, multinational companies, are failing and causing massive disruptions to the local economies that they're operating in. And we have 39% of global emissions coming out from industries like construction. Then this happened. I think what COVID has done is almost acted as a global X-ray, showing the inadequacy and the codependency of our systems. But it's okay. We have a vaccine, or is it? I'm not sure. In order to answer that question, let me take you to 10 years ahead from now, January 2030, post-COVID. The population of the planet will be nearly 9 billion. Not all of them are going to be able to do cool, creative jobs that are not driven by AI. 95% of urban expansion will be into cities. India, for example, will need 11 new Delhis to cope with the growth in population. Places like Egypt will be the 7th largest economy. Advanced robotics and AI will mean that we'll be able to automate a significant part of healthcare Even robots would be able to do surgeries. The race to decarbonization and zero carbons will be well on its way. Even companies like Airbus will be making things that look like planes that actually zero in terms of their carbon emissions. The Northern Hemisphere, the naughty North, will need to completely decarbonize by then in order to avoid catastrophic climate change. The sunny South will need to start using all of that amazing sunshine in order to generate energy. There are actually abundant resources around us, not on this planet, but nearby. By then, we should be able to start mining asteroids near us and actually get massive resources back to Earth. So this is a really big picture, the past and the present and the future. But how does this impact designing cities? So I have 3 principles I want to share with you today. The most important one and the starting point is design for the citizen and from the citizen up. The single organizing principle here is that we have to build cities around people and around communities. And allow me to propose a slightly difficult question. How can they be the best version of themselves? How can we make those citizens able to grow and be as fulfilled as possible? The challenge with designing cities is that typically it's a top-down process. Centralization, command and control, the science of smart cities comes from the top. You don't have to ask for what we want. We will tell you what you want. It's all built around systems and smart technology and whatnot. But the art of social urbanism and actually looking at how people will really live in a city, there is a sense of decentralization, a sense of sense and respond. Basically, people tell the city what they want and the city responds. Quite a lot of the big design projects are driven by architects. Somebody from big architecture are building an AI city in China where even your breakfast is chosen for you by the AI. Everything is hyper connected, super connected. Could be good, but it's not exactly responsive. Where is the human autonomy in all of this? Quite a lot of smart city design is driven by big tech. Recently, you might have heard that Sidewalk Labs by Google has been shut down, or at least Google has decided to leave the project. They intended to build it from the internet up. They wanted to go super connected with lots of sensors and lots of impact on privacy and what's going on within the city. Actually, they had a lot of resistance from people and from the community. Imagine living inside a search engine. Big consulting are big drivers for the smart city discussions and smart city design. They estimate something like 2.5 trillion in projected smart city revenues across the world. To give you an example, in the UK, 2.6 billion in consulting fees in the UK from the UK government go only to 8 consultancies. This is not just for cities, but for a variety of government projects. So there are really big, heavy players taking kind of a leading role in actually how cities are designed. But let's take back a step and let's go back to the citizen. In my research and teaching within Queen Mary University of London, in collaboration with the students and the professors there, we've done a little bit of a survey to ask people what do they want from the city, what makes their city the most livable and the most interesting. And this was across a variety of audiences and a variety of target groups in multiple countries. And 3 things came out. People want to live in an environmentally friendly place that actually cares for the environment. There's lots of greenery, there is lots of ecology in the way that their city behaves. They value social interaction and being able to have a sense of belonging where they live, a sense of community, a sense of civic pride and identity. And last but not least, they want an opportunity to grow, to be the best version of themselves, whether that opportunity is intellectual, professional, economic, or family-based. interestingly, nobody asked for a city built from the internet up. If you look at developments in my city, such as London, historically places like Canary Wharf, which reinvented the dock side of London, quite a lot of these big, massive corporation finance-led companies operate there. But historically, they've actually created almost an island that is surrounded literally by private security. You get searched on the way in and sometimes on the way out. And if you look at the neighborhoods around it, there was zero value to them. All the value was built into these big properties and these big developments. Nearby where I live, there is a whole bunch of new developments that are effectively acting as gold bars to invest in. There is zero sense of community being considered to just really big buildings, often without playgrounds and without any consideration for the local community. So when big developers move in and develop these assets, typically they tend to be at the expense of neighborhoods and locales. I even read somewhere that somebody wants to build a blockchain city in the desert, a Silicon Valley entrepreneur. And typically when you talk about designing cities and building cities, you get all of this tech talk about sensors and data and analytics. And don't get me wrong, I am a technologist, and I think there is value and role for them. But this cannot possibly be the ultimate ambition of building a city. I think we need to think about something else. A different stack is what I call a citizen needs stack. At a practical level, they need access, they need opportunity, they need to reduce their costs, they need to be able to breathe clean air. There needs to be a sense of passion, wellness, attractiveness, style, nostalgia. There needs to be purpose, there needs to be power, they need to be able to kind of be the best versions of themselves. Almost apply the Maslow hierarchy of needs into the requirements of citizens from a city. Meanwhile, in Denmark, as always the case be with all Danish projects, Nordhaven, they're building exactly a similar type of project around the harbor. And the fundamental question that's driving what they're doing is, how do we develop the area for the people? They're extremely conscious of where people meet and how they use the place and collaborate and have businesses there from the outset, local businesses, small businesses, as well as transforming the environment and creating a very child-friendly, very family-friendly. Completely different story to Sidewalk Labs. They're building from the people up. Helsinki, which recently won an award for being one of the most innovative cities in Europe, has a really interesting approach. They talk about anticipating people's need and providing services on their terms, as the mayor says there. They're totally user-driven in their approach, huge collaborations with the citizens, and they have multiple open innovation programs that allow the city to kind of develop and prosper. So, if we are talking about smart citizens, what do we really mean and how do we do that? This is a very basic framework I would like to propose. Citizens need to be extremely well connected. They need to be innovative and entrepreneurial, able to participate in their own destiny, whether financial or economical. They're able to participate actively in their governance and continuously, not just once a year when they vote. They're technologically savvy. They have fantastic ability to leverage new capabilities. They're environmentally conscious and they're empowered. If you imagine your city has people who have scored very highly on all of these items and of all of these metrics, you will actually have a smart city. You will have a very versatile city. So how do you do that? The second principle I would like to propose is design platforms across the ecosystem. And what I mean by ecosystem is not just transport or healthcare or any of those things, but actually a step above that. It's the environment, it's the society, and it's the economy, the cornerstones of what would make an ecosystem in the city works. See, the challenge is quite a lot of these projects, they tend to be almost a small section of one of those items, but they're not necessarily interconnected. Take electric vehicles, for example. Fantastic. You know, they're a great step towards decarbonization and the non-reliance on fossil fuel, but they need energy. Where is that energy going to come from? There's a system around that. There's a value chain around that. And having this helicopter view is going to be vital. There needs to be some sort of central coordination at the very least. So what we need to change here is we need to change the system, not the silo. Again, let's go back to Helsinki. They talk a lot about flattening the hierarchy. Cities must act as platforms for innovations and tests. So the city itself becomes this experimental playground where different players have the ability to reach and connect with each other, with huge emphasis on local companies and local population and local capability. The culture of experimentation and collaboration with the citizens will allow the city to connect the dots, to join up the thinking. So projects are not happening in isolation of each other. There is an understanding of where items fit into the bigger picture. Another big example in the UK is something called the Preston model. This was a small industrial town that was typically driven by an industrial economy. But since things have moved offshore, the town needed to kind of reinvent, its economic model. So they did this all on their own, first and foremost. They actually did that completely within the local council, with the local mayor and the people involved. They didn't go and get central government to support them or do anything. They did a few things. They decided to hyper-localize. They used the local economic assets to revitalize the economy. The term they use is, how can we build community wealth by working with local anchor stakeholders and neighbors? So they basically connected the dots between things like schools, universities, research institutions, local businesses, to try and give them the work that typically would have gone elsewhere. They initiated procurement systems that favors local companies' interests and solutions. If you remember the example I had earlier about Carillion, this big facilities company that went bankrupt, and it was a big multinational that basically siphoned all the profits elsewhere. All of that got changed in Preston. Everything became fundamentally local, or at least to drive local value. They effectively switched off privatization and outsourcing and revitalized the economy, most importantly, providing jobs and know-how, bringing entire value chains and manufacturing into their regions and into their neighborhoods. You remember I mentioned about food and Singapore's reliance, 90% reliance on food imports. Well, in the future, and this is already happening in Singapore, starting now, they are looking at self-sufficiency in food and water. There's a company there called Shiok Meats, which is creating lab-grown shrimps. And they aim to get to 30% of food self-sufficiency from a 90% dependency by 2030. Things like cellular agriculture, synthetic foods have huge implications not only on food insecurity, but on the environment. To give you an example, synthetic meats consume 99% less land, 45% less energy, 96% less water, and 96% less emissions. So there is a massive revolution, not only just in the food itself, but the entire system that goes around it. 70% of the price you pay for an ingredient in the supermarket is actually in the logistics and the packaging and the transportation, as opposed to the actual cost of farming it, which is typically somewhere else. Anyone who has children might recognize that this, my child recently told me that he thinks that chicken come from the supermarket. And I had to explain to him that no, they come from somewhere else, less friendly. So when we are looking at changing the system, there are three key things that need to happen. I already mentioned starting with the people, giving them equality, equity, entrepreneurship, and equal opportunity. But also we need to think about the policy, how we procure services in the city, how do we design things, who gets to do the work, how does that affect the speed at which we can do change. Anyone who's been involved in government projects they can take quite a long time to actually deliver anything. And by the time you've done it, it's almost too late. So how can we add speed to procurement and policy and design and change? How do we build self-sufficiency and create systematic change around what we do from an authority perspective? The practice, the processes that we use, typically things take a very long time. I've been involved in a project recently which took 1.5 years to write a piece of government policy. But needless to say, we need to have something a little bit quicker like that than that. And if we want these policies to be practical and effective, we need collective, experimental, flatter mindset, flattening the hierarchy, even flattening the shapes of the city. We need a framework for changing the ecosystem. And these three things need to ladder up to one fundamental thing. Are we creating public goods and value? Is this going to go back to our community, or is it going to get siphoned off into some global corporation elsewhere? To what purpose? So I'll return to the future, as it were. I think if you put a 10-year horizon lens and you start from 10 years onwards and work backwards, you kind of need to design for a higher purpose. It's not just about putting some sensors into your neighborhood or creating a slightly better waste system. You really need to think bigger than that. There are significant opportunities in the next 10 years. I've already mentioned a couple of them. But let me put some provocations out there for you. You don't necessarily have to agree with this. But imagine if we had universal basic services. As the codification of knowledge and automation of work begin to take effect, scarcity that drives capitalism might be redundant, and with it, capitalism as we know it. But this requires interplanetary coordination. The good news is that cities and regions will always be the prototypes for bigger ambitions. It's interesting how a tiny little town like Preston was able to kind of change their economy almost single-handedly and without government intervention. Same with Helsinki. It's not very big, but they're still able to kind of flatten the environment and flatten the communication and create a collaborative model. Bigger things are going to happen. It is not inconceivable that basic free housing, education, information, and healthcare can be provided at scale and at lower costs. A lot of people are scared of automation and AI and whatnot. And I'm not saying that this is the solution, but think of taxing the robots, not the citizens, for example, where these abundant technologies and super efficient technologies will actually liberate us to be able to have, free education and healthcare and the digitization of quite a lot of services that currently actually cost quite a lot. So driven by the digitization of all these areas, we should be able to reduce the cost of service and hence empowering citizens to pursue the better versions of themselves. I think there is a bigger horizon of what people could be, apart from trying to balance their work with their life and often failing at doing so. So if I go back to this society, environment, economy model with the citizen at its heart, imagine this. What if we built citizen platforms that have a higher purpose? Platforms that eradicate disease, democratize education and opportunity, close the economic and social gaps, localize and virtualize industry, offer free housing, decarbonize, and rewild. These are the sorts of ambitions that we should be having. And you might say, that sounds too grand and it's too difficult. Well, I beg to differ. Let me give you a small micro example. We worked with Dubai Ambulance on trying to optimize the response time of ambulances getting to accidents, and in particular, heart attacks. And in order to change the entire system, we were able to look at a number of data points that allowed us not only to optimize the route, which is a classic smart city kind of challenge in terms of mobility, we were able to combine citizen health data, historical data around cardiac arrests, the places where these things happen, not only to optimize the journeys of the ambulance services, but also to start working at the intervention points, whether that's education or whether that is actually interventions at the point of care where things happen in people's homes. There's a lot that goes into this particular example, but in essence, we didn't just look at the single question of how can we get the ambulance there quicker. We try to answer a bigger question, which is how can we reduce heart attacks in the first place and minimize the time it takes to deliver that treatment. Another example was looking at, if you know enough about the future of the city and you know enough about where the industries of the future are going to be, you might be able to work backwards into things like education, training, and jobs. So in this concept, we looked at creating a platform where we are matching individual kind of desires and needs and what people want in terms of their careers and their lifestyles with the potential of the city as the city goes into various industries as it goes into various opportunities. We match those with what the citizens might be wanting at an individual level, suggesting training, jobs, opportunities for investment, and actually giving them a lot more control, almost a dashboard for their life that is not just done at an individual level, but in relation to the city. One of our clients is St. James's Quarter in Edinburgh, and they're doing amazing work building a new center for the city. But what's fascinating about that, apart from the fantastic new location, is actually they had, from day one, they had a full ecosystem strategy, virtualizing all physical services, enabling and collaborating with various stakeholders in the city in order to be able to provide education, training, jobs, incomes, but also almost detaching from the physical location and translating what they're doing in the physical location into a much bigger, wider, virtual kind of economy. This is not as big as the e-citizenship program in Estonia, but this idea of virtualizing your city is actually quite powerful. If what you're doing in a small location can actually translate into this big global economy, that can create a lot of value. And I wish I could share the numbers, but perhaps later on. There is actually huge potential for doing that. One other example, I'm going to mention two quick examples before I close, but essentially, if you look at some of the technologies that allow us to have bespoke medicine, for example, this is a concept that we were developing for Philips, looking at how can we create 3D printed vitamins based on your genome, your lifestyle, and other factors. Quite a lot of these technologies are actually preventative as the world of medicine moves from intervention to prevention. We have huge opportunities to actually eradicate disease and minimize conditions and actually work with people at an individual level. As new advances in, sensors and data and science around that, we, in the next 10 years, we should be able to actually get rid of quite a lot of stuff that is actually stopping us. To give you a quick idea, the volume of scientific research doubles every 10 years, in fact, every 9 years. So by 2030, all the knowledge, all the PhDs we have, all the scientific papers we have today would have been doubled by 2030, which means that there is huge potential to actually do much bigger things. Last but not least, people talk about construction. This was a conceptual project that we did with Hypercell and MIT. We were looking at something called self-assembly architecture, which is essentially robotic bricks that you can program in mass in order to create different shapes and move those different shapes. So the idea of creating a fixed structure no longer and in the future could actually be fundamentally questioned. Imagine a building that builds itself or a building that moves itself. This can bring a whole new meaning to how we can design and modularize and create different environments within our cities to adapt, to be more resilient, not just widening footpaths. So I think there's an opportunity to embrace the industries of the future, making your city a pioneer in future knowledge economies. You've got space, agriculture, food, energy, mobility, security, construction, genetics. These are all interesting and fantastic areas that we will see massive leaps in the next 10 years. So if you're designing a city or redesigning a city for the future, these are definitely a good start. The interesting thing about all of this is that when you talk about redesigning cities, there is this idea that you almost design it and build it and that's it. But the reality is that there is no finish line and it never stops. So you need to build a citywide ecosystem of innovation to radically experiment and prototype and recreate some of these advanced futures. My final point is this. If you look at what I've discussed and what I shared with you so far, and you cast your mind to how cities are designed, they're typically designed almost as factories for living. You know, these big machines where humans are the cogs and they have to fit in the right place. But actually, the metaphor I would like to suggest going forward is rather than factories for livings, let's look at cities as civilized jungles. As one of my students at Queen Mary said, it would be interesting to combine the best of nature with the best of technology in order to create something that's a lot more ecological, a lot more practical, and a lot more sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was enlightening. There's so many things that are here to discuss. I would actually start with something that you ended with, which is this constant, let's call it, a need to redesign. So designing or redesigning a city doesn't end, as you pointed out. So this constant redesign, what does it need especially when we talk about the leadership of a city, which is most of the times political and changing often? So
I think the challenge with having elections that change every 4 years or over a certain period of time, that puts almost an artificial timeline on things where projects will be initiated and where projects will be completed, has a huge impact, subconsciously perhaps, or even consciously, on when things will be done. So it creates a different timeline to, the world timeline as what's happening in the world. So I think one of the fundamental principles I'm suggesting in here when I said citizens need to participate in their own governance is that it needs to be an ongoing process, an iterative process, almost a design process that continuously is experimenting and developing and doing things. And you need to create changes in the policy and in the procurement of these things. So if you look at the Helsinki example, they have this massive platform. They have 750 local companies participating on an ongoing basis on a number of projects. All of these are, they gladly, they openly say that these are experiments. We don't know where they're going to end, but they're experiments. But we're collaborating on finding these solutions because the challenges keep coming up and the improvements need coming up. So it's not like you're just going to design a place and fix it and that's it. Take any of those harbor projects where, they're trying to set things in stone, literally, or concrete for that matter. But if you look at some of the technologies I talked about towards the end with things like self-assembly architecture and morphology and modularization of space and multi-purposing of space, the very physical environment itself is going to change. So if we can change that, and future technologies will allow us to change that, surely we should change our political kind of model in order to be able to adjust and improve and speed up experimentation and speed up prototyping of these models in order to get to better solutions.
A question from a very good friend of ours, Mihai. One of the challenges today in cities, but not only, refers to lots of inequalities. The redesigning you are proposing is not something most of the cities can afford or think of. Doesn't this approach contribute to even higher inequalities?
On the contrary, I think if I look at the Preston example I mentioned earlier, the massive inequality was that they were reliant on external, on their economy was driven by external mechanisms, things that are actually outside of their control. So what they did was, how can we bring some of the basics back home. How can we localize our flow of income so that money is not going out, money is actually circulating within the local economy as much as possible. And that meant creating the ability for local businesses to contribute to all of the government projects and able to pitch for them and able to procure for them. So effectively, they enable their own citizens, their own workers, to have that opportunity in order to kind of grow their economy. The cost of experimentation is also interesting, if that's what the gentleman is asking about. I think it's a lot more interesting to think about experiments as ways of mitigating future risk. You know, you're trying to minimize the cost of building something massive that doesn't go anywhere by having this core design principle, collaborating with your citizens, asking them what they think, getting them involved in the design process, getting them involved in the testing process. All of that will help mitigate against the future. If you look at the Sidewalk Labs project, millions got spent on that after years, and now they pulled out. And what we're left with? Unhappy citizens, wasted money, and no real relationship between the developer and the technology partner with the citizens. And even though there has been a lot of kind of like discussion and resentment towards some of the suggested approaches, it was too little too late. So what I'm suggesting by involving citizens and changing the ecosystem and looking at how you can bring things home, literally, is, I would argue, is actually saves you money rather than costs you money. Makes you money.
I fully agree. I have a question related to competition. We live in a world we used to live in a world which was mainly defined by competition between countries or regions. But I think we're also in a world defined by competition between cities for one of the key resources, which is people. How do you redesign a city to make it more competitive to other cities, and what do you need to offer, or do you need to strategically redesign a city to get a certain type of people, if you like, to attract a certain type of people?
So I think the segmentation question is quite hard. It's a really good question, Cyprian. I think any city in the world is trying to do that. Any city in the world is trying to get the best talent possible to kind of go and live and thrive there. But typically that is done using, you know, classical incentives, whether it's, if you think about the Estonia model, where you can, you know, leverage the system and be a citizen there and kind of effectively save a little bit of money and be a little bit more practical in doing things. So you would be able to kind of leverage classical incentives to do that. But if you think of the Estonian model, what they're doing is that they actually said, look, you don't even have to be here, but you can still, you know, benefit from what is going on in here. The same with St. James's Quarter example that I was trying to describe earlier. You know, although they're building something in that city, they're actually, the digital roadmap and digital technology enables anyone in Scotland to participate in the economic generation of that. So the assumption here is that you're trying to bring people in. What if you don't have to bring them in? What if they can go and work in their, you know, beautiful countryside home, but still, you know, benefit from the digital infrastructure or the opportunity infrastructure that you provide for them? So the first thing I would challenge is that this paradigm of let's bring people here might not necessarily be the right one anymore. Certainly in the way the world is heading right now. If you think about how, you know, centralized, the center of the city where, you know, big business and big economy and all of that is kind of like concentrated, it's all hollowed out because of COVID. Maybe it will change when the vaccine kind of kicks in, but people now are genuinely, I know at least 3 business owners who left an entire country to go and live in another country. simply because the quality of life is much better, but they're still able to do everything else that they did before. So I think this false utopia principle of I'm going to build the ultimate city and let's bring people into it and have a whole bunch of incentives around it might not even necessarily be the right thing anymore. However, if you still want to do that and you want to bring people in, I'll go back to my kind of organizing principle. Why does this city allow me to be the best version of myself? If my city can't answer that question through what it does in terms of the environment, in terms of society, and in terms of opportunity, then I'm not going to be the best version of myself. I'm going to go elsewhere. And if you want to be even more sophisticated, you say to yourself, okay, who are the types of people that we want? And then you really sit down with them and work with them on what really matters. I've been involved in so many different projects where government policy has been set over here, and almost 2 years later asking citizens what they think, and it's too late. So you need to kind of close that gap and talk to those people and work out what do they really need from your city before you can even, don't build it and expect them to come. Hardly ever works. There's plenty of examples where that didn't happen.
It's the same with entrepreneurship. The main reason why startups fail is that they build something nobody wants. So perhaps we start building cities for the clients of the cities as well. We have a question from India. He says, very thankful for mentioning their challenges as well. So Vijay says, I live in a city that is highly polluted, overcrowded, and it will continue to be so. How do you redesign where it's really bad, unlike cities like Dubai, where I guess you have, didn't finish, where you have more resources, of course, and perhaps a different type of time ahead. So how do you take a city in India or in Eastern Europe, for that matter, and how do you redesign a city like Bucharest or Belgrade, there's many examples of cities in Eastern Europe that are highly polluted and overcrowded.
Right. So there is the philosophical answer and there's the practical answer. The philosophical answer is I'm actually looking to do some work in India around redesign, around solving exactly the same problems that the gentleman is asking about, namely pollution and waste. So the philosophical thing is that all the Indian experts that I'm working with, when they've done the research and actually sat down with the local population and say, would you like a better waste system? Would you like less pollution and less traffic and things like that? Of course, the answer was yes. Then when they moved on to the next level, what do you actually need for you to be happy in your city? And it was a whole bunch of other things that weren't as simple as let's solve the traffic problem or let's solve the waste problem. It was, believe it or not, very similar. Environment, belonging, and opportunity. These three things came up. And the interesting thing is in all our research, that's what it comes down to in different countries, regardless whether it's Dubai or Mumbai. On a practical level, the situation in India specifically, and probably this is a template for other places, this is not just kind of like picking on India per se, is that the actual power and the money is at the state level or the regional level. So if you want to actually have systematic change, which is what is required in practical terms, you need to be able to work with the real decision makers and the real concentration of authority, if you like, power and money. That has to be there. The right stakeholders need to be in the room in the first place, whether that's the state governor, the big industry, etc. And then you have to look at the value chain of almost cradle to crib type thing, of what is affecting a problem like pollution. To solve a problem like pollution, you need to start thinking about electric vehicles. The price of electric vehicles is too high for India and even for Europe still. So how do you electrify, the traffic so you don't have all of this pollution? It's not going to be done overnight, but you need to change the system. That means how can we get critical mass in the number and the demand? And you could start with big industry companies that have fleets, for example, would be a good starting point. You'd be looking at the charging infrastructure so that people can able to charge their cars. You'd be looking at the generation of the energy that these cars are going to look at. So you need to look at the system, something like that. How can we electrify our cars so that we reduce pollution, dramatically reduce pollution? The short-term solutions tend to be around, doing clever data analytics and stuff like that, trying to model, traffic and movement and create different things like, transport and logistics vehicles can only drive at night while passenger cars only during the day, whatever. There are certain kind of mechanisms that you can apply in the short term. But the real answer is that you need to change the system. What is the big leap that your city needs to make? And if you're talking about pollution, that's definitely things like working with the most contaminating industries. Fashion is a very big industry in India. A lot of stuff gets made there. So you take that one industry and you look at what happens there.
We don't have a lot of time, and I have about 400 questions left. So I'll stick to one or two. And the first one is, you also mentioned in your presentation some of the impacts of the pandemic. If you were to choose one that you think will have a long-term or a medium-term effect on cities and city development in the future that stems from the pandemic, what would that be?
In one word, it would be decentralization. So in the past, we had this idea of city centers. We had this idea of going to an office. We had an idea that certain things can only take place within certain environments, particularly in the realm of work. So now that we're all remote and we can choose the times that we work, and quite a lot of big companies have decided to enable the workers to be remote, that will probably be and this is forever, by the way, this is not a temporary thing. That basically means that a lot of people will be able to choose the environments where they work, and they may very well leave the big city, as I mentioned earlier, and go elsewhere and go to the outskirts, go somewhere a little bit more green with a little bit more better air to breathe and an environment to breathe. So I think the almost the decoupling from power and money has to be at the city center, and actually distributing that and virtualizing that. That's definitely going to be a big thing in terms of how we live post COVID.
We have a mayor in a district in Bucharest, and who is French. So let's presume that Mr. Sidholm in the next 4-10 years decides, I think I'll follow a political career, and I just want to maybe become mayor of a district or a city in a country like Romania or Poland or Serbia, so Eastern Europe, which you might be somehow familiar with in terms of, these are old cities. These are cities that cannot be redesigned like that. So as a mayor, if you would be a mayor 4 years from now, what would the first 2-3 things do in Bucharest or Warsaw or Belgrade or Athens, for that matter?
I think the first thing I would do is not necessarily do a project or create a signature kind of thing that most mayors try to do. First thing I would do is that I would build an infrastructure for collaboration. Not an infrastructure for the city, but infrastructure for collaboration. Because the reality of the world we live in, you can't do it on your own. Not even a very powerful mayor with a lot of money. You can't do it on your own. You are going to need technology, despite what I said about them. You are going to need big business. You are going to need small business. You are going to need, changes in policy. So the very first thing I would do, I would create an infrastructure for collaboration. And the second thing is I would create a culture of prototyping, actually getting small examples, small and big examples of things working interestingly enough, human nature being what it is, if you really want to get change, you might try and do it the way I would do it if I was a mayor. But reality is people imitate before they integrate. So if you create good, shiny examples of what could be done, then people will say, I want to do that too. And then it becomes contagious almost. You know, you create your own virus of ideas, good ideas, good stuff.
Yeah.
And the third thing I would do, I would change procurement.
Yes.
Procurement in government is a disaster. It's completely upside down. It favors the big consultancies. It favors the big companies. It's incredibly hard to compete if you are a small kind of micro entrepreneur or whatnot. So I would probably create a multi-track procurement depending on the size of project and the size of opportunity that enables anyone within 48 hours to go from brief to initial solution in order to actually enact change. So these are the three things I would do. Infrastructure for collaboration.
Mr. Mayor, we
prototype and change procurement.
We have time for one very short question, so I'm going to select from I think Mariana. It's a funny question, but it's very deep actually. Can you tell us your 3 favorite cities that you would live in besides London?
Right. So the first one is Singapore. Health is definitely on the top of my list. Reason being, you can say all you want about it, but if you've ever been, it's a fantastic place. It's like a civilized jungle, the expression that my students said. So everything works, but it's still very nice. The climate is amazing, and there's tons of greenery everywhere. You don't feel like you're living in a big concrete jungle. You feel like you could go to a park, climb a palm tree, whatever. And of course, it's a very organized culture. It's effectively the Switzerland of Asia. So Singapore would be one of them. The second one is one that I've lived at, which is Stockholm. I've lived in Stockholm for 5 years. And again, for a whole bunch of other reasons. The weather is not one of them, but you know, the fact that it's an urban nature kind of archipelago type geography, as well as the system and everything else that goes with it, and the people and their approach to living. Is you know, social democracy really, it does work in places like Sweden. So I think, and needless to say, their response to the pandemic was much better than everybody else's. So I would say Stockholm would be the other one. The third one hasn't been created yet. The third one is more than likely going to be in about 10 years time, or even 5 years time, is going to be a floating city. Because like I mentioned, you know, the polar caps are melting and, you know, water is going to be everywhere. I would love to live in one of the new floating cities that are being concepted and designed and talked about right now. I think it's a completely different kind of paradigm for how we would live. It would probably be powered by a small nuclear reactor. It will probably be, you know, recycling plastic from the bottom of the sea in order to create new energy. It will probably have fantastic diet, and it will probably have amazing weather. And most importantly, you can move it from one place to another. So my third option would probably be a floating city.
I like that option as well. I like the other 2 options. I like you choose cities with S, but I choose cities with B usually. Berlin, Barcelona, Budapest. Thank you very much for this. It was a pleasure to have you. And there's other questions, but we'll ask them in private to you and then come back. Or if you want, in January or February, we get back online for another hour. Thanks a lot, Zahir, for this. And we're moving on towards the next session. The next 2 panels are in Romanian, so you know. If you don't speak Romanian, you know, you can go through the event platform, check the expo area for our Future Makers Incubator, or go to the thematic conversations and see some of the links and some of the resources we put there. We take 2 to 3 minutes break, and then we come back with a critical conversation about how we relaunch Europe. And what is the new growth and resilience model with Dragoș Păslaru, a Romanian economist and politician. He is currently a member of the European Parliament, and he is the rapporteur of the Reform and Investment Support Program, lots and lots of billions to reshape Europe. Thank you. See you in 2 minutes.
I remember the time when my mirror spoke to me and it said, through all the pain at the end of the day, you get to where you wanna be, 'cause you're a extraordinary face in the crowd. Wherever you show up, you'll be seen staring out loud. Extraordinary, changing the game. After the rest of us on you, then nothing's gonna be the same.
In this time of change, leaders need to understand the disruptive impact of megatrends and look ahead through a new lens, to reframe the future, to see opportunities others do not see. The EY Megatrends framework challenges leaders to consider forces outside their usual scope of analysis, helping them create unexpected answers by asking new and different questions. If digital drives distrust as well as profit, how can your business thrive? How could the reduction of carbon add value? How will synthetic biology breathe new life into your strategy? Disruptive forces of technology, demographics, environment, and globalization accelerate existing megatrends and create new ones, reshaping our future working worlds, redefining how we live, learn, work, and consume, rethinking the role of enterprise, creating long-term value for business and society, and building a better working world. So ask yourself, are you reframing your future? Or is the future reframing you? Find out how EY Megatrends can help you deal with the new business reality of today and uncover opportunities now, next, and beyond.
And we're back at Future Summit. As I was telling you before, the next 2 sessions are going to be in Romanian. If you're not a Romanian speaker, we encourage you to go through the event platform and check out the content that we have there for you, or just take a break. We have 4 days and a half left. Ne îndreptăm spre următoarea sesiune cu Dragoș Păslaru. Este un economist și politician român de un an și jumătate deja, membru al Parlamentului European, a deținut și funcția de ministru al muncii, familiei, protecției sociale și persoanelor vârstnice în guvernul Cioloș în 2016-2017, membru al Plus și al familiei politice europene Renew Europe. Dragoș, mulțumim pentru prezență. Salutări!
Mulțumesc foarte mult pentru invitație. Mă bucur să mă alături acestor sesiuni care cumva încearcă să scoată în evidență ce ne așteaptă în continuare. Da. Prospectând viitorul împreună, putem să fim mai bine pregătiți și să inovăm.
Asta așa e, dar înainte să trecem la viitor, m-aș uita un pic și aș începe cu o întrebare simplă și complicată. Vorbim despre repornirea Europei, dar să vedem întâi ce s-a oprit. Ce, din perspectiva ta, s-a oprit și trebuie repornit, în afară de, evident, un redesign, poate, al întregului sistem?
Da, în Europa, șocurile cauzate de pandemie, bineînțeles, au fost simetrice. Peste tot am avut același tip de restrângere sau constrângere cu privire la derularea activităților. Printre sectoarele care sunt cel mai puternic lovite, evident fiind cel al turismului și al industriei Horeca, dar în mod evident, practic, toate lanțurile valorice în principalele sectoare legate de derularea economiei au fost lovite prin multiple bariere. Au fost mai întâi barierele legate de aprovizionare, apoi lucrurile care țin de consum. Există într-adevăr aceste tendințe care au deblocat oarecum lucrurile, telemunca sau consumul online, dar observăm atât pe cerere cât și pe ofertă niște șocuri foarte serioase la nivel economic. De altfel, prognoza de toamnă, ultima prognoză la nivel european, arată că discutăm de o scădere în zona euro de circa 7,8%, și asta în condițiile în care nu ne gândim la un scenariu prin care acest val 2 s-ar prelungi mult mai mult, sau, pentru că mai era o asumție că ajungem la un eșec în relația cu Marea Britanie, și anume lipsa unui acord care să aibă în vedere Brexitul. Deci sunt într-adevăr diferențe în ceea ce privește sectoarele și intensitatea cu care ele au fost lovite și în același timp există și lucru care e foarte important de văzut, există probleme de disparități sociale. Grupurile vulnerabile au fost, evident, mult mai puternic lovite de pandemie decât cei care aveau o oarecare situație financiară stabilă, să spunem, înainte de această pandemie.
Se uită la noi din platforma My Connector și cred că și live pe Facebook. Să nu uitați să puneți și întrebări pentru Dragoș și invitații noștri. Acum câteva zile sau mai mult am avut și un succes, dacă vrei, la nivel european. O decizie care ne arată că acest plan de relansare are și voință politică, nu doar promisiuni politice, să le spunem. Care sunt oportunitățile pe care le vezi la acest moment pentru Europa, dar și pentru România, în lumina unor decizii politice care vor avea un impact și în business, dar și pentru grupurile vulnerabile de care povesteai mai devreme?
Da, la nivel european, practic, începem să reflectăm tendințele mari sau megatrendurile, așa cum le cunoaștem cu toții, și ceea ce se întâmplă este o adecvare a politicilor, inclusiv cele economice, la această realitate de megatendințe pe care cumva le constatăm. Și aici aș vrea doar să luăm pe rând câteva lucruri care sunt determinante în ceea ce privește aceste megatendințe și să ne uităm puțin la reacția Europei în ceea ce le privește. Bună oară, peste tot una din megatendințele clar exprimate este cea legată de mediul înconjurător, de schimbările climatice. Și reacția la nivel european a început înainte de criza sanitară, când a aprobat pactul ecologic cu, bineînțeles, niște obiective foarte clare care s-au transpus acum de curând în ceea ce se numește legea climatică la nivel european și care presupun o abordare cu totul diferită în ceea ce privește modul în care tratăm resursele, mai ales în domeniul, evident, energetic. Și aici, ceea ce e important pentru toată lumea care ne urmărește să înțelegem este că, evident, preocuparea legată de provocările de mediu poate veni și prin lucruri legate de biodiversitate, prin lucruri care țin de deșertificare, prin temperatura în creștere, Dar pentru Europa, din perspectivă economică, și asta e foarte important de înțeles, Europa intra într-un cerc vicios de lipsă de competitivitate pentru că modelul său economic era un model care se baza pe resurse care deveneau din ce în ce mai scumpe pentru Europa sau pe care nu le controla. Ca să explicăm mai clar, în ceea ce privește resursele energetice, continentul european fie importa gaz natural din Rusia, fie, în fine, cumpăra GPL din Statele Unite sau avea importuri din zona Orientului Mijlociu, dar pe ansamblu continentul european constata că are o dependență din ce în ce mai mare de alte blocuri și, practic, costul fabricării de produse pe teritoriul european, mai ales în zona industrială, devenea din ce în ce mai mare. În același timp, forța de muncă, evident, în ceea ce privește costul forței de muncă în raport cu China, bunăoară, iarăși lucrurile erau complet asimetrice din perspectiva costului forței de muncă. Și atunci Europa avea o problemă majoră pe termen mediu și lung și în acest context, practic, asumarea unei strategii care se ducă spre tranziție verde înseamnă, de fapt, redefinirea unui model economic la nivel european. Asta înseamnă reașezarea lanțurilor valorice, concentrarea pe energie regenerabilă și impunerea unor standarde de mediu care să devină noul standard, de fapt, la nivel global. Asta este bătălia în care Europa se află în acest moment și care să poată, într-adevăr, să concentreze valoarea adăugată la nivel european și să nu mai existe această discrepanță majoră sau cum ar fi o diferență majoră de costuri între Europa și China sau alte blocuri. Deci, cumva, motivația economică a pactului ecologic este foarte important de înțeles. Asta ar fi o tendință, ca să trec repede și prin încă 2 sau 3. Avem după aceea provocarea care ține la nivel global de digitalizare. Tot așa, Uniunea Europeană își decisese, de fapt, acest demers de digitalizare încă dinainte de criza sanitară. Ceea ce s-a întâmplat în timpul crizei sanitare însă mi se pare spectaculos, și anume acceptarea de către societate a digitalizării ca fiind parte din viața de zi cu zi, ca oferind o soluție nu doar sectorială, ci pe care să putem să o simțim la fiecare pas, fie că discutăm de educație, de locul de muncă, de modul în care ne facem cumpărăturile sau de modul în care ne raportăm la administrația publică. Pandemia a făcut astfel încât să înțelegem că viitorul este unul digital, că digitalizarea este deja prezentă în viețile noastre și că poate, într-adevăr, să determine această perspectivă de societate digitală. Ce face Uniunea Europeană? Pune accentul pe de o parte pe conectivitate și pe importanța rețelelor 5G, pe de altă parte pe noile tehnologii, și aici este discuția despre inteligența artificială și despre robotizare și automatizare digitală și, în ultimul rând, și asta e foarte important, este discuția aceasta dificilă, dar importantă, legată de economia datelor și, în general, de modul în care datele sunt tratate. Și aici este un al doilea pilon. Pentru aceștia doi piloni, în tot acest pachet sau mecanism de redresare și reziliență pe care Uniunea Europeană, într-un moment istoric, l-a pus pe masă cu 750 de miliarde de euro, practic avem pentru acești doi piloni, bineînțeles că acum e negocierea de final, dar propunerea Parlamentului este de alocarea 60% din acest mecanism de redresare și reziliență pentru prioritățile legate de verde și digital. Și bineînțeles că celelalte tendințe majore sunt și ele prezente. Discutăm aici de problema aceasta de echitate, pe care o găsim, de exemplu, în raportul Comisiei Europene privind creșterea sustenabilă în 2020. Și aici cred că este foarte important să înțelegem că discutăm atât de îmbătrânire, cât și de vulnerabilizarea tinerilor în timpul pandemiei, a sistemelor de sănătate, de educație în general. Și aici răspunsul Uniunii este poate mai puțin evident decât în celelalte două sau pentru celelalte două megatendințe, pentru că competențele Uniunii sunt, de fapt, la nivelul statelor membre și deci aici e marea provocare pe viitor, dacă vom fi în stare la nivel național să putem înțelege importanța acestor politici care sunt menite să meargă către zona de echitate.
Da.
Iată 3 megatendințe cu 3 răspunsuri, 2 dintre ele care s-au cristalizat deja în politici europene și care au și alocarea financiară adecvată și a treia domeniu, cel al echității, care rămâne să vedem la nivelul statelor membre cum va fi tratat.
Da. E o întrebare pe care am auzit-o destul de des în ultima perioadă. Aceste multe sute de miliarde sunt ceea ce numim, sunt bani noi sau sunt luați din altă parte? Sunt bani pe care oricum i-am fi investit, cum pare că zici, sau sunt bani pe care îi luăm, repet, din altă parte? Există această conversație la Bruxelles care zice că trebuie să reparăm, să luăm bani de undeva ca să reparăm problemele pe care le-a adus COVID?
Discuția pe care eu am pus-o pe masă legat de acest pachet Next Generation EU, Uniunea Europeană Noua Generație, de 750 de miliarde, aceștia sunt bani noi. Deci aceștia vin peste bugetul sau cadrul financiar multianual al Uniunii. Cifra totală pe care o veți auzi foarte des de la Bruxelles este aceea de 1800 de miliarde de euro, reprezentând pe de o parte acești 750 de miliarde care sunt dedicați trecerii peste pandemie și a cristalizării unui nou model de dezvoltare la nivel european și, pe de altă parte, cei 1050 de miliarde care sunt cadrul financiar multianual, deci banii pe următorii 7 ani care sunt oferiți pe diversele politici europene. Toți acești bani sunt bani noi, în sensul că sunt bani care vor fi atrași de pe piețele financiare și plătiți mai apoi prin resurse proprii ale Uniunii Europene.
Am pus această întrebare pentru că ce încercăm să facem în toate aceste 5 zile de Future Summit este și demitizăm câteodată unele asumții pe care le avem în piață, de la vaccinuri până la de unde vin banii și cine plătește mai departe. În 27 aprilie ne-am auzit într-un Future Talk și una din întrebări a fost pentru Dragoș Păslaru, ce ar trebui să facă România în această perioadă. Vorbim de perioada aprilie, cumva e un exercițiu de time traveling ce facem acum. Și ai spus atunci demararea de urgență a unui plan de lucrări publice, cum n-a mai văzut România vreodată. Au trecut mai mult de 6 luni de atunci. Ai văzut acest plan de lucrări și dacă nu l-ai văzut, nu intrăm în detalii de ce nu l-ai văzut, dar cum crezi că ar trebui să se miște România din 2021 încolo?
Da, în România nu l-am văzut, dar între timp, și asta fără să-mi arog în fine, denumiri de Nostradamus și așa mai departe, dar între timp Uniunea Europeană l-a adoptat. Uniunea Europeană a adoptat acest nou Bauhaus, sau în fine, cum se spune, Renovation Wave, valul regenerării și reconstrucției și, practic, ce avem aici pus pe masă este o serie întreagă de lucrări publice menite mai ales către sectorul clădirilor de locuit și nu numai, și industriale, care să atingă mai multe obiective. Pe de o parte, obiectivul principal este cel al eficienței energetice, dar în spate sunt alte obiective subsidiare, cum ar fi cel legat de materialele pe care le folosim în industria de construcții, și aici este referința directă la materiale care se poate fi reutilizate și la conceptul pe care îl cunoaștem sub denumirea de economie circulară. Prin urmare, în loc să folosești materiale care după aceea sunt deșeuri care nu se pot refolosi, să poți folosi în industria de construcții lucruri pe care să le poți reutiliza ulterior. Și asta este un alt lucru. Un alt lucru important este legat de partea de echitate, și anume, folosind această oportunitate de Renovation Wave, să poți să asiguri accesul la locuire pentru copii, mai ales, și pentru tineri, astfel încât să le poți permite să aibă o viață independentă. De ce fac din nou referire la o politică europeană? Pentru că noi nu avem o politică în România care să aibă acest caracter vizionar. Pentru noi mai degrabă intervențiile sunt punctuale, adică ca să înțeleagă toată lumea care ne urmărește, când discuți de eficiență energetică, la noi se înțelege schimbarea fațadei și punerea de termopane. Ori în accepțiunea acestui val de renovare la nivel european, discutăm de lucruri mult mai adânci. Repet, alegerea materialelor pe care le folosești, modul în care întreg spațiul locuibil este optimizat, modul în care te gândești la valențele de acces și echitate pe care le pui în spațiu public. Una peste alta, însă, ce am spus atunci rămâne în continuare valabil. România are nevoie de un program de reparații, atât în ceea ce înseamnă rețeaua de infrastructură de transport rutier, feroviar, naval și tot ceea ce ne mai trebuie pentru partea aceasta de conectare și, pe de altă parte, aceste investiții publice în sectorul construcțiilor care să vizeze partea aceasta de eficiență energetică. De altfel, banii pe care România i-are alocați din mecanismul de redresare și reziliență, 30,5 miliarde, se pot folosi pentru acest scop. Deci ce am spus rămâne în continuare valabil. Problema pe care o constat este însă lipsa de transparență în ceea ce privește modul în care astfel de lucruri sunt dezbătute sau puse pe masă pentru a înțelege ce urmează inclusiv de către sectorul privat și societatea civilă, pentru că adică nimeni nu poate neapărat să conteste că există vreo intenție din partea guvernamentală. Problema este că nu e foarte clar care sunt planurile și cum pot fi ele îmbunătățite. Deci aici rămâne acest lucru care ar trebui cumva discutat.
Sunt cu siguranță lucruri bune și mai puțin bune care se întâmplă atunci când o țară este în mijlocul unor procese sau unor campanii electorale. Să nu uităm că anul 2020 ne-a prins fix când nu trebuia sau când trebuia. Dacă nu mă înșel, pentru Next Generation copii tineri, avem aproape 50 de miliarde puse la bătaie, să le spunem, care vin oricum peste alți bani investiți deja. Cum ar trebui să ne uităm în România la această resursă și dacă avea o baghetă magică, în ce a investi pentru generația următoare în România în următorii 4-5 ani?
Da, în primul rând, aș vrea doar să precizez că această sumă de 47 de miliarde este ceea ce a propus Parlamentul și inclusiv eu ca și coraportor pentru a fi un earmarking, deci de a fi o sumă rezervată tinerilor și copiilor printr-un pilon destinat exclusiv acestora. Evident că suntem acum în negocierile finale cu Consiliul și ceea ce sper eu să se întâmple este ca să rămână această alocare. Care este gândirea Parlamentului cu privire la această alocare? Este destul de simplu. M-am uitat, de exemplu, la textul Consiliului și am constatat că nu există niciun fel de referință cu privire la copii și la tineri. Lucru care este oarecum inacceptabil având în vedere că pandemia a lovit poate cel mai rău în această zonă generațională. Și până la urmă de aia constatăm și un pic de cinism când vedem o referire de tipul Next Generation EU, dar de fapt nu avem nicio mențiune pentru tineri și copii. Revenind în viziunea mea și a Parlamentului, alocarea pentru tineri și copii se referă exclusiv la niște strategii care au fost deja agreate sau puse pe masă. E vorba de garanția pentru tineri și respectiv garanția pentru copii și noua generație cu privire la competențe. La nivel global se discută foarte mult de nevoia de a avea o revoluție cu privire la competențe și talent în general și tinerii au nevoie practic să simtă că într-adevăr nu neapărat sunt împinși din spate, dar li se oferă accesul la competențe într-un mod adecvat. Asta ce înseamnă? Asta înseamnă să plecăm de la investițiile în general în sectorul educațional până la posibilitatea de a alege și de a experimenta tinerilor prin mecanisme care țin de învățământ dual, de ucenicie, de posibilitatea de a urma cursuri de scurtă durată, de a dobândi competențe care sunt mai degrabă non-formale decât formale. Și toate aceste lucruri înseamnă, de fapt, o revoluție a modului în care privim tinerii și competențele. În ceea ce privește copiii, lucrurile sunt și mai simple. În România avem un procent enorm, aproape 1 din 3 copii care se află în condiții de excluziune sau de marginalizare socială. Și pentru acești copii, ceea ce avem nevoie este simplu să garantăm accesul la educație non-discriminatoriu. Ne uităm aici inclusiv la copii care au dizabilități și care sunt puși în școli speciale, ceea ce le taie din start o șansă de a putea avea un viitor. Discutăm aici de accesul la educație inclusiv pur și simplu fizic, de a avea acces la o școală care să poată să-i permită copilului sau de a avea acces la tablete, cum se discută astăzi. Apoi, la partea de sănătate, avem probleme majore cu privire la prevenția în rândul copiilor. Avem în același timp probleme de acces la nutriție corespunzătoare, de aceea este foarte important să poți oferi, poate chiar prin intermediul sistemului educațional, o masă caldă și, în ultimul rând, avem accesul la locuire. Am discutat puțin mai devreme de importanța de a exista o locuință în care să ai, frigider, să fie conectată la electricitate, să ai utilitățile minime pentru ca copiii să poată avea o modalitate de a se dezvolta în adulții care să poată într-adevăr să se descurce pe cont propriu în viitor. Deci cam acestea ar fi elementele legate de acest pilon.
Ai menționat acum 2 intervenții, ceva legat de economie circulară. Nu uitați, vineri, în ziua 5 de summit de la 11, un panel foarte interesant pe economie circulară cu Dan Robinson de la Berare României, Mircea Elie de la IKEA și Head of EU Public Affairs al companiei Coca-Cola. Până una alta, după ce terminăm cu Dragoș, avem un panel despre Future of Work, în care avem 3 invitați cheie, aș spune. Cosmin Boiangiu, viitorul director al Autorității Europene pentru Muncă, Răzvan Atim de la UiPath și Cătălina Dodu, vicepreședinte ANIS. Și așa, Dragoș, te-aș întreba dacă ai avea o întrebare, de fapt, pentru ei, din perspectiva resurselor la care România are acces sau va avea acces, atât pentru tineri cât și pentru muncă sau tipuri de a face muncă. Ce întrebare ai pune într-un panel de genul ăsta, astfel încât să putem să scoatem din întrebare și o soluție?
Da, pentru mine, ceea ce mi se pare cel mai important pentru modul în care interpretăm dezvoltarea economică în viitor este că mi se pare că asistăm din ce în ce mai mult la o schimbare de model. O schimbare de model care deraiază complet de la ideea modelelor de dezvoltare liniare, în care ai o funcție relativ liniară, în care dacă aloci muncă, capital și respectiv să zicem, factor antreprenorial, ajungi mai departe să creezi o alocare a resurselor care devine din ce în ce mai bună. Noi acum ne aflăm într-un sistem disruptiv, într-un sistem extrem de volatil, marcat de șocuri, în care alocarea resurselor nu mai urmează regulile clasice. Și atunci întrebarea mea pentru cei care vor încerca să descălcească zona aceasta legată de capital uman și de piața muncii este cum anume asigurăm în linie cu acest comportament volatil al piețelor de muncă partea de formare de competențe. Mie mi se pare din ce în ce mai birocratic și neadecvat cadrul în care vom încerca să codificăm fiecare competență, astfel încât să stabilim un număr de ore de pregătire teoretică și așa mai departe, și mi se pare din ce în ce mai important să luăm în calcul competențele non-formale. Dar aici există o foarte mare birocrație și un obstacol în ceea ce privește reglementarea. Probabil... Și aici, de fapt, e întrebarea. Cum reglementăm viitorul competențelor în condițiile în care piețele reacționează mai repede decât autoritățile de reglementare? Asta mi se pare, de fapt, chestiunea cheie pentru viitorul pieței muncii.
Eu sper să nu văd în viitorul apropiat un curs de 60 de ore pentru competențe de reziliență sau chestiuni de genul ăsta. Dar apropo de reziliență, discutăm în Europa și în România foarte mult acest an despre resilience sau reziliență. Nu era un cuvânt sau ceva foarte comun până acum, dar dacă ne-am uitat inclusiv la Planul Național de Relansare și Reziliență și așa mai departe, ce înțelegi tu prin reziliență și cum se traduce în mod practic pentru cetățenii care nu sunt poate implicați în genul ăsta de conversații, reziliența și știi cum e, la ce ne ajută, domnul Păslaru, reziliența asta? Ca să citesc din sigur mulți oameni.
Da, dacă ne uităm în Dex ce înseamnă cuvântul acesta reziliență, vedem că vine din zona de inginerie și n-a fost folosit în științele sociale foarte mult. Este ceva ce la Politehnică învață studenții în ceea ce privește comportarea materialelor la solicitările prin șoc. Prin urmare, este o mărime caracteristică pentru măsurarea comportamentului acestor materiale la rupere sau la îndoire sau în fine, atunci când sunt supuse unui șoc, de obicei un șoc mecanic. Termenul a fost preluat în zona științelor socioeconomice, cumva reflectând cumva similar modalitatea sau modul în care observăm reacțiile pe care o societate sau un sistem social le au atunci când există șocuri de alte naturi decât cele din inginerie mecanice, ci de stimul, crize financiare, crize sociale, cum avem acum criză sanitară, deci când sunt șocuri economico-sociale de o astfel de natură. Acum, reziliența practic vine în tandem cu volatilitatea, deci cu ideea aceasta că ciclurile mari, așa cum le studiam prin facultate acum vreo 20-30 de ani, ele nu își mai au, sau teoria ciclurilor nu își mai are neapărat o reflectare în realitatea socială și economică de astăzi și atunci, practic, discuți fie de cicluri foarte, foarte scurte, fie de lebede negre și de șocuri puternice care redefinesc, de fapt, realitatea socioeconomică în care ne aflăm. Reziliența a venit cumva să sugereze că nu discutăm despre rezistență, adică numai despre capacitatea de a face rost, de a face față șocurilor, ci și de capacitatea de adaptare ca urmare a acestor șocuri, adică modalitatea prin care societatea răspunde pentru ca să fie mai bine pregătită la șocuri similare viitoare. Asta ar fi diferența clasică între a rezista unor șocuri și a avea reziliență față de șocurile respective. Ca să ne înțelegem mai clar. Și aici cumva e oarecum paradoxal pentru România, pentru că noi nu prea avem partea asta de reziliență. Ideea ar fi ca dacă ai, să zicem, un șoc în ceea ce privește sistemul medical, care cumva îți demonstrează cât de nepregătit este sistemul tău medical, să spunem, pentru cazuri legate de incendii mari, ca să luăm o temă a momentului, fără să mă bucure deloc acest lucru, și observi că ești complet nepregătit pentru o situație legată de paturi pentru mari arși sau, în fine, capacitatea sistemului tău de a face față, evident, ideea ar fi, pe de o parte, să rezolvi problema pe moment, dar pe de altă parte să creezi o capacitate pentru că dacă vei avea vreodată un șoc similar în viitor, să poți răspunde altfel. Fine, știm din cauza lucrurilor care s-au întâmplat acum câteva zile că noi nu prea învățăm regulile astea, dar la nivel global, la nivel european, înțelegerea cu privire la reziliență este destul de clară și discutăm aici de posibilitatea de a fi mai bine pregătiți pentru genul de crize care au zdruncinat Europa și la nivel global lumea până acum.
Da. Pentru cei care au venit în platformă și poate și pe Facebook mai târziu, stăm de vorbă cu Dragoș Păslaru, europarlamentar, în principal despre reziliență, dar și despre relansare. Am vorbit destul de mult despre acest nou model economic european. Acest nou model nu trăiește în izolare, în mod evident. El trăiește alături de alte modele economice și sociale, cum ar fi cel asiatic, chinezesc sau sud-corean, dar și alături de cel american. Nu putem să nu avem o conversație despre alegerile din Statele Unite. De asemenea, la ora 4 avem o conversație doar despre alegerile din Statele Unite, dar vreau să te întreb cum se vede din Parlamentul European viitorul relației transatlantice.
Da, în primul rând, există la nivel european și resimțit foarte puternic și de către Parlamentul European o serie de întrebări cu privire la, să spunem, pe de o parte, colaborarea transatlantică și întărirea legăturii strategice pe care Europa o are cu Statele Unite. Pe de altă parte, avem conceptul de autonomie strategică la nivel de blocuri, inclusiv la nivel european, și anume în ce măsură continentul european intră în această discuție, să zicem, de blocuri mari la nivel global și care este relația pe care o va avea în viitor cu aceste blocuri. Ca să fiu mai explicit, în perioada Trump, Statele Unite au fost foarte mult centrate mai degrabă către zona internă, cumva ieșind din mai multe tipuri de acorduri globale, neparticipând, cel mai semnificativ fiind acordul de la Paris cu privire la provocările climatice, dar, în fine, acest lucru a avut repercusiuni și în alte tipuri de politici la nivel global. Odată cu alegerile, deocamdată nu s-au finalizat, dar pare că administrația Biden este cea care se află în acest moment în pole position pentru obținerea noului mandat de președinte. Și atunci, practic, anunțul pe care Biden l-a făcut cu privire la reluarea discuțiilor cu privire la temele globale și a parteneriatului cu Europa, lucrul acesta, evident, a avut ecouri și reverberații inclusiv la nivelul Parlamentului European. Grupul politic din care fac parte deja a salutat ideea de a avea un summit global anul viitor, în care practic să se reclădească sau să renoade anumite legături care făceau din Statele Unite un promotor al agendei globale și nu practic un bloc care luptă cu celelalte blocuri pentru supremație. Din perspectiva problemei autonomiei strategice, aici rămâne o temă pe care am văzut-o chiar în două editoriale din săptămâna aceasta, deci sfârșitul săptămânii trecute. Unul care este scris de Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, care cumva dinspre zona Germaniei spune că ar fi o greșeală să credem că Europa ar putea să-și asigure autonomia strategică fără Statele Unite, în timp ce după aceea aveți replica lui Emmanuel Macron, care a sugerat că nu, Europa ar trebui să-și caute autonomia strategică și cumva să păstreze evident deciziile în toate domeniile, inclusiv cel militar, la nivel european. Și acum, deci, asta se discută, este vorba de repoziționarea Statelor Unite față de Europa, dar și de modul în care Europa se va poziționa față de Statele Unite. Adică Trump cumva a acuzat deschis Europa că tot timpul stă cu mâna întinsă către Europa pentru a primi asigurări de securitate, dar că nu cotizează suficient pentru acest lucru și că nu-și asumă, de fapt, costurile. Și acest lucru a fost atât în cadrul NATO, cât și legat și de alte politici, atât în domeniul economic și nu numai. Acum vine administrația Biden, arată mai mare deschidere spre Europa, dar Europa are de răspuns la această temă, care este limita sau anvergura autonomiei strategice pe care și-o dorește la nivel militar, la nivel economic și nu numai. Și aici, de fapt, este marea miză a discuțiilor în perioada următoare, unde Parlamentul European va avea cu siguranță un rol și o poziție.
Da. Mi-aduc aminte în facultate și da, cred că și la mine au trecut aproape 20 de ani, Doamne, de atunci. Se vorbea foarte mult despre armata Uniunii Europene. Politica de securitate și reprezentarea externă era în floare în anii 2000. Din perspectiva Parlamentului European, cum vă uitați voi la alți parteneri externi, în cazul de față China? Data trecută când ne-am întâlnit vorbeam de delocalizare industrială, de a aduce din China diverse investiții pe care Europa le-a făcut acolo. Cum vă uitați acum, s-a schimbat ceva și cum vă uitați la viitorul relației China-Uniunea Europeană?
În primul rând, ca perspectiva Parlamentului, Parlamentul a avut 15 programe ale Uniunii Europene pe care le-a susținut puternic pentru a avea bugete crescute și a nu fi tăiate, cum au rezultat în urma summitului de vara trecută a șefilor de stat și de guverne. Și unul dintre programe era cel legat de Fondul European pentru Apărare, cel care, de fapt, pune în practică politica de a realiza o forță militară puternică la nivel european. Prin simplu fapt că în discuțiile cu Consiliul, Parlamentul a reușit să recupereze niște fonduri, să zicem, pe lucruri care țin de Erasmus, Horizon, EU for Health, adică program de sănătate, Creative Europe și încă câteva, dar nu a reușit practic să reîntregească serios partea legată de politica de apărare, ne arată faptul că există încă un hiatus, o diferență între discursul la nivel european și acțiunea la nivel european. Până la urmă, există multă vorbă, dar mai puțină acțiune în ceea ce privește finanțarea corespunzătoare a cheltuielor militare la nivel european. De aici și discuțiile între Franța și Germania prin proxy, așa cum am descris mai devreme. În ceea ce privește însă relația cu China, primul război sau primul conflict pe care îl avem deschis cu China nu este un conflict care să fie mai degrabă în zona militară, cât este în zona economică, unde în acest moment practic se intră sau ne aflăm deja într-un fel de război de gherilă. În ce sens? Pe de o parte, China ar dori să aibă practic neatinse modalitățile lor de gestiune a relațiilor politice, atât în ceea ce înseamnă respectarea libertăților cetățenilor, a modalității de a lucra, a resurselor pe care le folosește, inclusiv gradul de folosire a unor resurse puternic poluante pentru mediul global. Pe de altă parte, China ar dori să aibă acces la piața europeană cât mai liber și astfel încât să poată să își crească nestingerit acest drum spre supremația comercială. Uniunea Europeană acum răspunde foarte clar și spune așa, în primul rând, în momentul în care ne asumăm la nivel global niște ținte climatice, China ar trebui să își asume aceleași ținte și dacă nu și le asumă, atunci noi vom retalia, vom veni cu o politică de bariere comerciale, în sensul că se discută de această taxă la graniță cu privire la carbon. Deci, practic, produsele chinezești ar urma să fie taxate. În al doilea rând, discutăm de acest concept de autonomie strategică prin reajustarea și consolidarea lanțurilor economice la nivel european. Ca să dau un exemplu, poate foarte simplu. Industria de semiconductori. Unul din lucrurile care cumva frânează poziționarea serioasă a Uniunii Europene în domeniul digital hardware, deci al echipamentelor digitale, este faptul că nu și-a dezvoltat industria de semiconductori și a rămas dependentă practic de zona Asiei de Sud-Est, în principal China. În acest moment există o inițiativă de multe miliarde de euro care este menită să ducă această activitate de semiconductori pe teritoriul european și să asigure această autonomie strategică în acest domeniu. La fel se discută în multe alte domenii strategice și de aceea, practic, discutăm de o luptă deschisă pentru supremație comercială și economică între Europa și China, dublată de, așa cum spuneam, partea de valori. Valorile europene care țin de democrație, stat de drept, justiție și drepturile omului.
Absolut, și e foarte important că există și intenția și decizia de a condiționa inclusiv intern către țările Uniunii resurse. Vroiam să mai rămânem o secundă pe China și pe recentul parteneriat regional economic global. Are o traducere foarte bizară în română. Ce vine după globalism, în definitiv?
Discutăm de foarte multe cuvinte care să redea starea în care ne aflăm. Am avut postmodernism, acum discutăm de postglobalism. Bine, una peste alta este așa. Față de acum vreo 2 sau 3 decenii, când ideea de Organizația Mondială a Comerțului și de direcție către a ajunge la un comerț liber la nivel global era clar curentul preponderent, în acest moment discutăm mai degrabă de un recul al acestor tendințe. Culmea este un recul care nu se manifestă doar între, să zicem, Europa și China. Există lucruri care au mers prost în ultimii ani, inclusiv în ceea ce privește parteneriatul transatlantic, ca să, în fine, aici este, de exemplu, competiția acerbă între producătorii de avioane, să zicem, europeni sau americani, dar sunt mai multe domenii, sau zona de agricultură, care în mod tradițional a avut probleme. Sunt mai multe domenii unde acum ne îndepărtăm oarecum de aceste acorduri multilaterale și sesizăm din ce în ce mai multe acorduri regionale. Adică Uniunea Europeană își face acorduri cu, Japonia, își face acorduri cu America de Sud și așa mai departe, cu Mercosur. Și ce observăm este că dintr-o lume care mai degrabă modelul global era cel spre care tindeam, acum ne îndreptăm către o lume a blocurilor regionale.
Oare
aici,
putem... Da, scuze că te întrerup. Aici cumva te-am adus unde vroiam. Și anume la TTIP, la Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership. Acest eșec posibil, adică clar un eșec al trecutului și poate o oportunitate a viitorului. Vezi ceva aici cu noua administrație Biden, în cel puțin 4 ani de acum înainte, o reevaluare a acestui acord sau nu?
Eu cred că există șanse pentru o reevaluare a acestui acord, pentru că acest acord va fi privit în perioada următoare nu doar drept un acord între cele două blocuri, deci America și Statele Unite și Europa, ci și în privința reacției pe care cele două blocuri o vor avea față de, repet, China sau alte blocuri subregionale. Și aici mi se pare foarte clar de spus că Europa, și aș îndrăzi să spun că nici Statele Unite, deci niciuna, nici cealaltă nu au foarte multe opțiuni strategice care să fie atât de solide decât parteneriatul mai puternic între ele. Bineînțeles că acum avem și acest factor pe care nimeni nu l-a anticipat, și anume Brexit-ul cu Marea Britanie, care cumva va pivota liber, încercând să obțină relații și cu unii și cu ceilalți, dar una peste alta, un acord transatlantic, mie mi se pare că este singura opțiune viabilă pentru a face față unui demers foarte avansat al Chinei pentru supremația comercială la nivel global. Și aici se va juca, de fapt, se vor juca foarte multe lucruri, printre care standardele lumii de mâine. Deci, practic, degeaba Uniunea Europeană luptă pentru climă și pentru energii regenerabile dacă Statele Unite nu intră on board și forțând cumva și China să facă un pas în această direcție. Deci sunt elemente care depind foarte mult de parteneriatul transatlantic. Cred în ideea unui parteneriat transatlantic puternic. Sunt de fapt și membru în Comisia Uniunea Europeană, Statele Unite, în Parlamentul European și mi se pare că acum este un moment cheie în care se poate pune din nou pe agenda europeană și americană acest parteneriat. Da.
Să vorbim spre final de două lucruri, un pic despre viitor și un pic despre România. Începem cu viitorul. Pe următorii 2 ani, să nu luăm mai mult, că e destul de greu, care sunt principalele riscuri pe care le vezi pentru Europa dintr-o perspectivă nu neapărat sanitară sau nu numai sanitară, ci mai degrabă economică și politică?
Riscurile sunt riscuri pe care le aveam și înainte, dar acum pe timp de criză se pot aprofunda, și anume există acest model de Europa cu mai multe viteze sau cu cercuri concentrice în care există tentația nucleului, să zicem, mai avansat al Europei de a spune că, bun, mai ales în condițiile unor transformări atât de puternice, cum este cea verde și cea digitală, și în condițiile reconfigurării politicii industriale europene, ar trebui ca avangarda europeană să nu stea să aștepte practic celelalte state din siaj. Și atunci riscul ar fi ca anumite tipuri de proiecte de avangardă și, bineînțeles, finanțările ce vin în spatele acestor proiecte se desfășoară într-o zonă de cluburi în care, practic, tehnologiile vor fi dezvoltate mai degrabă de un număr limitat de state din Uniunea Europeană. Acest risc este foarte important pentru România, pentru că, bună oară, noi avem acum o oportunitate de a încerca să fim în pas cu aceste tehnologii noi care se dezvoltă, sau să rămânem, așa cum a fost cazul în ultimii ani, drept, în fine, un atelier de producție de piese de schimb pentru tehnologiile respective, în cel mai bun caz, altfel un importator net de tehnologie, practic. Deci noi avem, practic, alegerea între a avea un laborator de știință și de inovare sau a avea atelierul unei agică de la colț, dacă vrem, la scară europeană. Și
bine, poate că
aici mi se pare un risc tehnologic major. Asta este doar unul dintre riscuri, aș mai putea să mai adaug.
Știu, dar nu mai avem nici timp și să vorbim puțin despre România. Apropo, atelierul domnului Gicuță e de asemenea foarte important pentru micii antreprenori de care n-am apucat să vorbim, sau SMI-urile. În aprilie ne spuneai că riscurile pe 2020 pentru România sunt: 1. Să nu învățăm din nou nicio lecție din această criză; 2. Incapacitatea României de a se conecta în Europa într-un mod proactiv; și 3. Incapacitatea clasei politice românești de a se coagula pentru a putea reimagina o dezvoltare pentru deceniile următoare. Cum ne uităm la 2021 și ce riscuri, poate că sunt chiar aceleași, ce riscuri vezi pentru România, ce provocări masive pe 2021?
Cel legat de clasa politică rămâne exact așa cum e și aș vrea să le evit pentru ca să nu ducem mai ales într-o perioadă de campanie electorală. Evident, totdeauna multe lucruri vor depinde de leadership-ul pe care societatea va reuși să-l promoveze și de înțelegerea generală asupra lucrurilor importante pentru societate. În România, din punctul meu de vedere, rămâne deci acest risc pe care l-am menționat deja de ambiție economică și tehnologică. Dar mai este încă un risc la care aș vrea să insiст mai mult, este cel legat de echitate și de omogenitatea dezvoltării în România. Noi avem până la urmă unul din 3 români, 37% din români care trăiesc în condiții dificile, trăiesc practic de la o zi la alta. Dacă noi începem să ne gândim doar la rachete și nu avem inclusiv partea aceasta legată de cum poți să dezvolți fibra socială și să creezi o mai mare coeziune la nivel național, atunci aș îndrăzni să spun că la un moment dat tot se va rupe ceva. Fie că discutăm de tentația politicienilor de a fructifica frica sau angoasa celor care trăiesc de la o zi la alta și care în condiții de incertitudine ar fi mai degrabă tentați să voteze sau să aleagă status quo decât o dezvoltare, oricare ar fi ea, poate chiar benefică, fie că discutăm de mișcări sociale care evident ar pune în pericol orice fel de dezvoltare economică. Și aici mi se pare foarte important, atâta timp cât vom înțelege că investiția aceasta, pentru că e vorba de o investiție în copii și tineri, este o chestiune de beneficiu, e un lucru important. Și aș vrea doar să vă dau un exemplu concret, pentru că mi se pare un lucru important, l-am regăsit de altfel la o analiză pe care McKinsey o făcea asupra economiei americane și aici mie mi se pare că e un lucru relevant. Adică, de exemplu, măsurile sau investițiile în zona aceasta de creștere a echității sau reducerea disparităților, cum îi spunem noi în România, ele au fost comensurate. În Statele Unite, de exemplu, dacă ai avea o mai mare egalitate de gen, deci în ceea ce privește accesul femeilor și bărbaților la viața societății, acest lucru ar duce la un avantaj de $4 trilioane pentru economia americană. în timp ce dacă ai reduce inechitățile sau disparitățile între populația caucaziană și cea de culoare, Statele Unite ar mai fi încă 1,5 trilioane. Deci în momentul în care vezi state, cum sunt Statele Unite, care fac astfel de analize, ar trebui să spui problema că și în România ai o valoare economică atașată disparităților sociale. Și asta mi se pare foarte relevant. Deci da, pe de o parte să ai ambiția de a fi în avangarda Europei, pe de altă parte să fii sigur că tu nu faci lucrul ăsta rupând practic societatea în două și ducând la partea de îmbătrânire și de diferențiere majoră între cei care au și cei care nu au.
Avem 1 sau 2 minute, rapid și scurt. Care sunt acele 3 sau 4 lucruri pentru 2021 care te bucură, care te fac să fii încrezător în Europa și în România?
Finanțarea, în primul rând, faptul că avem o astfel de finanțare însumată de peste 80 de miliarde reprezintă o oportunitate în sine. 2. Faptul că după alegeri în acest an vom avea 4 ani fără alegeri, care ar trebui să fie un timp suficient pentru întreaga clasă politică să nu mai trebuiască să cumpere, ca să pun între ghilimele, voturi pe termen scurt și să poată într-adevăr face acele reforme de care avem nevoie în societate, pentru că nu e suficient doar să investești bani, trebuie să faci niște reforme atât de așteptate de peste 30 de ani. Și ultimul lucru care mi se pare foarte important, există o oportunitate majoră de a aduce înapoi talent care în acest moment este în afara granițelor României pentru o reconstrucție în momentul în care apare predictibilitatea și stabilitatea de care România ar avea nevoie ca să convingă de fapt românii să se reîntoarcă și să pună osul la treabă. Cam acestea sunt lucruri care pe mine mă bucură și le văd venind. Și evident, aici, fiind optimist, mi se pare că următorii 4 ani pentru România vor fi niște ani care pot fi cu adevărat excepțional, cel puțin la nivelul perioadei interbelice, ca să folosesc o analogie, așa cum au fost anii 20 pentru dezvoltarea României în perioada respectivă, așa ar putea să fie anii 20 acum, de data asta 2020 și pentru România. Am putea avea 4 ani, dacă nu prelungiți chiar la o decadă magică pentru România în perioada următoare.
Așa să fie. Mulțumim tare mult, Dragoș, de timp. O să luăm în 2-3 minute de pauză, după care ne îndreptăm spre o sesiune cumva continuă. Discutăm și despre talent, dar mai ales despre muncă și despre educație, alături de Cătălina Dodu, vicepreședinte Asociația Patronală a Industriei de Software și Servicii, Cosmin Boiangiu, viitorul director al Autorității Europene pentru Muncă și Răzvan Atim, Head of Sales pentru Europa de Est de la UiPath. Mulțumim tare mult, câteva minute de pauză.
Poate că cea mai mare aventură a vieții e atunci când începi ceva de la zero. Dar la fel de important e să construiești ceva care rămâne. Să nu renunți la greu. Și să dai mereu tot ce ai mai bun. Pentru că lucrurile care contează se construiesc pas cu pas. Și nimeni nu o să facă lucrurile așa cum trebuie dacă nu le facem noi. Hai, avem de repornit o țară. Poate că cea mai mare aventură a vieții e atunci când începi ceva de la zero. Dar la fel de important e să construiești ceva care rămâne. Să nu renunți la greu. Și să dai mereu tot ce ai mai bun. Pentru că lucrurile care contează se construiesc pas cu pas. Și nimeni nu o să facă lucrurile așa cum trebuie dacă nu le facem noi. Hai, avem de repornit o țară.
In this time of change, leaders need to understand the disruptive impact of megatrends and look ahead through a new lens. To reframe the future, to see opportunities others do not see. The EY Megatrends framework challenges leaders to consider forces outside their usual scope of analysis, helping them create unexpected answers by asking new and different questions. If digital drives distrust as well as profit, how can your business thrive? How could the reduction of carbon add value? How will synthetic biology breathe new life into your strategy? Disruptive forces of technology, demographics, environment, and globalization accelerate existing megatrends and create new ones, reshaping our future working worlds, redefining how we live, learn, work, and consume, rethinking the role of enterprise, creating long-term value for business and society, and building a better working world. So ask yourself, are you reframing your future? Or is the future reframing you? Find out how EY Megatrends can help you deal with the new business reality of today and uncover opportunities now, next, and beyond.
Și ne-am întors în live în acest maraton al viitorului. Mai avem încă 4 zile și jumătate, deci stați aproape alături de noi. Tocmai am avut o conversație foarte importantă și foarte utilă cu Dragoș Păslaru, europarlamentar. Continuăm cu Future of Work in a Digital World, după care, ca să vă rămâneți aproape, avem o conversație foarte, foarte interesantă zilele astea despre The World After the US Elections. Ce se întâmplă atât în relația transatlantică, cât și în geopolitica globală, ca urmare a noului președinte și poate a unei noi abordări a Statelor Unite, urmată la 5 și un sfert de Olli Rankin despre cum construim un viitor mai bun în VR. Olli este omul din spatele scenelor senzaționale din Lord of the Rings, X-Men, Matrix și multe, multe alte filme. Și seara de la 7 cu Branca Panici despre inteligența artificială și cum proiectăm, dacă vreți, și etica din jurul acestei povești. Începem cu 3 speaker pe cărora le mulțumesc foarte mult pentru prezență. O să încep cu doamna Cătălina Dodu, vicepreședinte al ANIS. ANIS este Asociația Patronală a Industriei de Software și Servicii. Domnul Cosmin Boiangiu, care tocmai a preluat sau va prelua în curând mandatul de director al Autorității Europene pentru Muncă, și Răzvan Atim, General Manager Eastern Europe al UiPath. Salutări tuturor, sper că ne auzim și ne vedem. Da,
bună ziua!
Sigur, bună ziua!
Bună ziua!
Salutări, mă bucur să ne avem. În mod evident ne-ar fi plăcut să ne vedem cu toții într-un spațiu fizic, dar cumva that time has passed. Mulțumim tare mult de prezență. Discutăm despre muncă și evident și despre educație, pentru că nu putem să nu le amestecăm. Aș începe cu o întrebare pentru fiecare dintre voi în ordinea pe care o decideți. Să ne uităm un pic înainte de viitor, să ne uităm la trecutul imediat, ce anume la 2020. Ce transformări, atât cauzate de pandemie, cât și cauzate sau datorate de tehnologie, vedeți că au apărut în muncă în acest an, și pornim de la acest punct să vorbim și despre viitor. Doamna Dodu, poate începem cu dumneavoastră. Ce ați văzut anul ăsta că s-a întâmplat?
Păi, sigur, dacă ne gândim din perspectiva digitalizării, așa cum știm, multe domenii au început o digitalizare rapidă, forțată. Eu am privilegiul să reprezint o industrie cu istorie în acest domeniu și în munca la distanță, munca de acasă, munca din diverse alte zone. Dar chiar și pentru noi, perioada aceasta a fost una specială, pentru că în trecut ne întâlneam, ne vedeam din martie, marea majoritate a companiilor din IT și desfășoară activitatea de acasă. Și a fost o decizie pe care cred că fiecare dintre companiile din industria noastră a luat-o, gândindu-se că suntem la cei care putem să facem cel mai rapid și cel mai ușor asta. Dar de asemenea, cred că a fost o perioadă în care multe companii, multe domenii care nu luau în calcul un astfel de mod de lucru, o astfel de organizare, care au schimbat peste noapte și-au trecut în a munci diferit din diverse alte locuri și surpriza plăcută, partea plăcută a poveștii este că se poate, că au reușit. Și cred că dacă e să ne focusăm pe lucrurile pe care le-am învățat în perioada aceasta, pentru că sunt multe altele negative, dar m-aș focusa pe ce am învățat noi în perioada asta, este că se poate și că putem găsi soluții împreună, atât companii din IT cât și din alte domenii, să facem lucrurile să meargă chiar dacă nu mai putem să ne întâlnim față în față. Și am văzut că asta funcționează și în business, și în evenimente, și în multe lucruri.
Ceilalți, ce ați văzut anul acesta, ce vi s-a părut, în afară de chestiunile evidente, poate și ce v-a surprins în reacția mediului public sau a mediului privat din Europa de Est, Centrală sau toată Europa, adică domnul Boiangiu sau domnul Atim?
Da, o să răspund eu. Au fost multe provocări, nu are rost să le... Mă auziți, sper?
Foarte bine, foarte bine.
Nu are rost să le enumerăm, încă le trăim de altfel. M-a surprins sau ne-a surprins faptul că oamenii s-au adaptat și s-au adaptat destul de repede. Toți au fost surprinși, administrațiile, oamenii, companiile, dar până la urmă s-au adaptat și lucrurile și-au reluat cât de cât cursul. Este principala surprindere, dar în același timp și principalul motiv de optimism. Altfel, au fost multe tendințe pe care, zic eu, această pandemie le-a accelerat. Vorbim despre modificări în felul în care muncim. Discutam chiar cu colegii din acest panel despre faptul că toată lumea muncește de acasă. E un lucru normal. Înainte nu era un lucru normal, acum mi se pare normal și iată ne adaptăm la un nou mod de a munci, acolo unde se poate. Sunt și industrii unde nu se poate munci de acasă și acestea au trebuit să-și adapteze mijloacele lor de modalitățile de a munci și așa mai departe. Pentru ceea ce fac eu și mai ales pentru ceea ce o să fac în curând, pentru că o să preiau această funcție de director executiv al Autorității Europene pentru Muncă în curând, de la 15 decembrie, sper. Sunt foarte multe provocări. Mobilitatea muncii, pentru că acesta este obiectul de activitate al autorității, s-a schimbat, se va schimba, a fost afectată. Am văzut acest lucru direct în primăvara acestui an, în care a apărut problema muncitorilor sezonieri. Ei au fost primii afectați și, bineînțeles, companiile care utilizau muncitori sezonieri. Dar nu numai. Oamenii își găsesc mai greu locuri de muncă în alte țări și deși mobilitatea în general în Europa a fost afectată și va fi în continuare afectată.
E cu siguranță un subiect la care o să ne întoarcem în această zi. Am avut și cu Dragoș Păslaru un început de conversație despre oportunitățile viitorului și anume cum aducem poate înapoi în România, pentru că sunt alte condiții, diverse tipuri de talent, adică, dar și cum protejăm mai bine cetățenii, nu numai cetățenii români, cetățenii europeni și non-europeni în acest caz. Răzvan, voi sunteți o companie mare, o companie întinsă pe tot globul, practic. Și cumva bănuiesc că voi deja erați în acest joc, să-i spunem, al telemuncii. Telemunca și munca de acasă sunt două povești complet diferite. Cum a fost pentru o companie globală acest an și începând și conversația de viitor, ce vedeți voi ca oportunități, nu numai pentru voi, dar și pentru ceilalți jucători din ecosistemul vostru pentru 2021 și mai mult?
Mulțumesc pentru întrebare, Ciprian. Dar înainte să răspund, efectiv, vreau să spun și eu opinia la ce m-a surprins în perioada aceasta recentă. Cred că cel mai mult m-a surprins apropierea dintre noi, care a crescut în perioada asta. Am văzut foarte multe videocall-uri cu copiii jucându-se în spate sau alergând în spatele părinților, oameni care parcă s-au mobilizat mult mai bine ca în perioada anterioară de normalitate, ce m-a surprins în mod plăcut și, într-adevăr, capacitatea noastră de adaptare și cum am reacționat, iarăși, e un lucru important. Și un al treilea punct ar fi productivitatea. Cred că am fost un pic mai productivi acum prin abordarea online decât cea de birou. La UiPath, într-adevăr, noi am fost ca și companie o companie paperless. Nu ne-a afectat foarte mult această criză mondială, pentru că deja 40% din angajați lucrau înainte remote de acasă. Deci noi nu aveam o restricție de prezență la birou. Ne-am adaptat destul de ușor, iar contextul de pandemie, așa cum a crescut foarte mult direcția și interesul pentru transformare digitală la nivel global și această decizie a Uniunii Europene, Comisiei Europene să investească bani importanți în repornirea și reziliența economiilor globale, ne-a pus într-o situație în care am fost în mijlocul nucleului, ca să zic așa, în mijlocul nevoii, pentru că, pe de o parte, la clienții existenți a crescut nevoia de automatizare, procesele schimbându-se radical, și s-a menționat deja și știm deja la ce ne referim, adică nu mai există prezență la birou sau e restricționată, nu mai sunt procese sau multe procese care implicau suport de hârtie, au fost desființate și trecute în digital, și alte astfel de situații mai puțin fericite, cum au fost cele de la companiile de aviație, care s-au confruntat în perioada asta cu acele multe cereri de returnare a banilor sau de anulare a zborurilor și a vacanțelor din partea clienților. Dar cu toate astea au răspuns rapid cu ajutorul roboților. Sunt multe exemple în perioada asta, n-aș vrea să intru în prea multe detalii, din toate aspectele, și din partea asta de industrie medicală, din spitale, și din partea organizațiilor de stat, și din partea băncilor. Sunt exemple similare cu amânarea ratelor și așa mai departe, sau ajutoarele financiare de la stat. Deci noi nu am stat, dimpotrivă, suntem mai copleșiți de cerere decât eram înainte. Cum am spus, și cazuri fericite și cazuri nefericite în care clienții au nevoie să manipuleze vârfuri, volume foarte mari de date și în felul ăsta să își asigure satisfacția clienților și să gestioneze în timp util aceste cereri.
E un exemplu, apropo de exemple, pe care îl dau încă din martie, de fiecare dată, și e ilustrativ pentru viitorul muncii afectat de pandemie. În Bangladesh, știu că vorbim de Europa, dar Bangladesh, de exemplu, peste 80% din veniturile acestei țări vin din industria textilă, care este condusă în principal de 4 milioane și jumătate de lucrători, din care 95% sunt femei. Ce s-a întâmplat în Bangladesh este că mai mult de jumătate, peste 60% din aceste femei, care reprezintă, încă o dată zic, peste 80% din economia acestei țări, au avut provocări semnificative, însemnând s-au închis. Putem să facem o paralelă cu România sau cu orice altă țară, fie foarte dezvoltată sau mai puțin dezvoltată. Digitalizarea, și vorbim evident mult și despre digitalizare, ajută aproape pe toată lumea. În teorie ar putea să ajute pe toată lumea, dar există grupuri vulnerabile și industrii care, cel puțin în acest an, sunt lovite iremediabil. Cum ne uităm, poate dintr-o perspectivă europeană, domnul Boiangiu, la acești tip de lucrători, de angajați, de antreprenori, în definitiv, care sunt în industrii pentru care nu putem să facem neapărat aproape nimic acum, în repornire, nu în suport?
Da, asta vreau să spun. Începusem, de fapt, să spun că pandemia a accelerat unele tendințe și una dintre aceste tendințe este automatizarea. Sunt sigur că companii precum UiPath beneficieze foarte mult de acest lucru, dar în același timp automatizarea înseamnă că mulți oameni o să-și piardă locul de muncă. Nu știu cum o să reușim să împăcăm acest lucru în plan european, dar este o provocare și este un lucru care în permanență ne dă de gândit. O să dau 3 exemple pentru acest lucru. În primul rând, acum câțiva ani, 2-3 ani, discutam cu un reprezentant al patronatelor din Germania și de atunci îmi spunea că o oră de muncă pentru un robot deja era egală cu o oră de muncă, costul unei ore de muncă pentru un robot era egal cu cel al costului unui muncitor chinez deja acum 2-3 ani. Pe de altă parte, într-o vizită la un producător de autovehicule, am remarcat o operațiune care era făcută de 2 muncitori, dar care putea foarte bine să fie automatizată, să fie robotizată. Și am întrebat de ce nu puneți roboți în acel loc. Și mi-au spus că este vorba de responsabilitate socială. Nu vor să înlocuiască oamenii cu roboți încă. Și ultima veste este că acum 2-3 săptămâni am citit că o companie mare, un alt producător mare de autovehicule a făcut o comandă mare de roboți, de 2-3 mii de roboți pentru construcția de autovehicule. Asta arată clar că automatizarea o să fie accelerată în industrie și în multe alte locuri și mulți oameni o să-și piardă locul de muncă. Și este ceea ce noi va trebui să rezolvăm mai repede, pentru că, am spus, pandemia a accelerat această tendință și va trebui să vedem cum ajutăm oamenii să-și reorienteze capacitatea, dorința de muncă, abilitățile, să-și o calibreze această capacitate, să-și revadă abilitățile și, de ce nu, să-și le îmbunătățească.
Simt că la acest moment nu mai am nimic de spus decât să le spun celor 2, Răzvan și Cătălina, că sunt absolut convins că o să aibă o reacție la ce am auzit mai devreme. Cătălina, poate...
Da, clar, digitalizarea și automatizarea sunt procese care vin cu viteză și cred că până la urmă asta este mai... Responsabilitatea noastră este să ne uităm la ele, să le implementăm și să ne gândim la reconversie, să ne gândim la educație, dar evident că nu putem împinge aceste procese prea mult în viitor. Și chiar dacă poate au existat locuri unde lucrul acesta s-a întâmplat, vedem perioada aceasta în care lucrurile se mișcă cu viteză și da, evident, noi suntem ca industrie furnizori în acest domeniu și venim cu soluții, dar soluțiile sunt gândite astfel încât să crească productivitatea, să crească nu doar cantitativ, dar mai ales calitativ rezultatele diverselor domenii în care ne implicăm. Responsabilitatea socială și grija față de angajați este una permanentă și am putea să o vedem chiar și în domeniul IT, da? Că și aici inovăm și aici se schimbă rolurile și noi ne dorim foarte mult ca să avem din ce în ce mai mult joburi cu valoare adăugată și atunci apare întrebarea, ok, ce facem cu joburile de nivel 1, ce facem cu joburile de nivel 2? Tendința este acolo, se întâmplă și mai repede și mai sănătos cred că este să o gestionăm și să ne ocupăm de educația, reconversia acestor oameni și să deschidem ușa către digitalizare.
Răzvan, ce facem cu roboții?
Roboții ajutăm oameni, de fapt. Și să facem o distinție. Noi facem roboți virtuali.
Da, foarte importantă.
Nu fizici. Eu văd în general tehnologia și cred că în general cu toții vedem la fel. Tehnologia ca proiecție de viitor, de evoluție. Întotdeauna tehnologia ne-a ajutat să evoluăm. Dacă ne uităm în jur, peste tot ne atingem de tehnologie. Și acum când vorbim, folosim tehnologie ca să ne conectăm virtual unii cu ceilalți. În cazul automatizării, automatizarea pe care UiPath o face se referă strict la acele procese repetitive de muncă. Se referă la volume mari de procesele de muncă, de cereri, de documente de procesat, de orice înseamnă volum repetitiv mare, unde omul nu are nicio valoare intelectuală acolo, în sensul că nu gândește, să zic, pe procesele de gen copy-paste mecanice. Acolo nu ai ce să pur și simplu ai documentul fizic lângă tine și începi să completezi în calculator, în aplicația de pe calculator. Nu este o muncă onorabilă pentru om. Și aici vine și propoziția noastră de valoare, în sensul că trebuie în primul rând, să eliminăm robotul din om și pe alocuri știm foarte bine, există exemple de automatizare, nu o inventăm noi acum. Noi o ducem un pic la nivelul următor. Ne referim la partea asta de, chiar dacă, să zic, un om, că până la urmă cine este din punctul de vedere al automatizării virtuale în pericol să-și piardă un job exact, sau, mă rog, nu aș folosi comparația asta sau cuvintele astea, o să spun și cum mă gândesc eu să ne gândim de acum înainte la viitor, în sensul că omul ăla care face acea muncă de 8 ore pe zi cu volume de documente, stive de documente lângă și transpune datele acelea pe calculator în alte baze de date și așa mai departe, nu cred că are o valoare pentru sine însuși și nici o valoare adăugată în general în contextul în care acel proces poate fi complet transferat în digital și automatizat, iar omul în sine poate fi educat sau trăinuit, ajutat să învețe să facă un lucru nou, să învețe să lucreze măcar basic cu calculatorul. După cum știm, stăm destul de prost la partea asta. Vezi studiul DESI. De asemenea, putem să obținem pentru ei programe finanțate european, prin fonduri europene, pentru reconversie profesională. Și multe alte lucruri care intră în zona asta de productivitate, de eroare umană. Când sunt foarte multe sau volume foarte mari de date repetitive, evident că intervine și eroarea. Nu mai pun la socoteală satisfacția acelui om cu jobul de genul ăsta, satisfacția celor pe care îi servisează acest om, rata de răspuns și așa mai departe, lucruri care se întâmplă cu totul și cu totul altfel, într-o altă dimensiune prin automatizare.
M-aș întoarce, aș combina de fapt partea asta despre automatizare și reskilling cu grupurile vulnerabile ale trecutului, prezentului și viitorului, Cel mai recent sau cel mai recent update al raportului Future of Jobs al World Economic Forum din octombrie estimează că undeva la 50-55% din angajați vor avea nevoie de reskilling în următorii 5 ani. Reskilling nu doar în industria lor specifică, dar și reskilling pentru a fi capabil să se mute foarte rapid în orice altă industrie. România are norocul să fie într-o construcție europeană care să-i permită această mutare și fizică, dar și de industrie. Și am promis că ne întoarcem la acest subiect legat de, cum cineva i-a spus, poate un pic trivial, marea reîntoarcere. Marea reîntoarcere a talentului românesc care a plecat afară și se întoarce în România pentru că acum putem să avem telemuncă mult mai bine sau muncă de acasă. Trivial pentru că cred că, sigur, mulți români vor să se întoarcă în România, dar probabil că au plecat și pentru că condițiile de viață din România nu le permiteau o viață suficient de bună. Există la nivel european, din ce știți la momentul ăsta, domnule Boiangiu, o politică care să combine mișcarea lucrătorilor sau libera mișcare a lucrătorilor atât în spațiul fizic cât și cel digital? Ne uităm la există o strategie și de libera circulație a lucrătorilor în mediul digital, nu doar fizic?
Există, sigur că da, libera circulație este peste tot, în orice sector, dar iarăși, ca să continui, am rămas dator cu o parte a răspunsului de la întrebarea anterioară, ce se face la nivel european. Sunt două lucruri care se fac și aici avem o relație în trei. Este vorba în primul rând de oameni, de cei care își caută sau muncesc, deja își caută un loc de muncă sau muncesc. Este vorba de administrații, fie că sunt ele naționale sau locale, și este vorba de companii, de mediul privat. Ce fac guvernele, ce se întâmplă la nivel european, pot să intervină în două feluri. În primul rând prin cadrul de reglementare, și aici pot să spun că este orientat spre această transformare digitală și spre tot ce înseamnă această tendință pentru întreaga societate și întreaga economie, și în al doilea rând prin investiții. Și iarăși investițiile publice care o să vină de la nivelul Uniunii Europene o să fie deja pentru următorii ani de peste aproape 2000 de miliarde, 2 trilioane de euro. Un volum imens de investiții pe care, la care dacă adăugăm și fondurile private, iată o sursă foarte, foarte mare și bună pentru ca să putem gestiona aceste tendințe. Dar relația asta este, cum am spus, trebuie să vină din toate părțile și trebuie gestionată din toate părțile. Și despre mobilitatea muncii, într-adevăr, deocamdată am asistat în ultimele decenii doar la un, așa zis, brain drain. Au plecat talente dinspre estul Europei în general spre vestul și Europei și asistăm în continuare, cea mai mare parte a forței de muncă mobile provine din estul Europei, dar ne dorim și încercăm să facem ca brain drain-ul să se transforme într-un brain circulation și să se întoarcă oamenii, să se întoarcă talentele și nu numai cei din industria de IT sau digitală, dar în general din toate industriile, și sperăm că aceste fonduri de investiții publice sau private să ajute la a inversa și a inversa circuitul și a face într-adevăr un adevărată circulație a creierelor și a forței de muncă în general.
Da. Am o întrebare pentru toți trei care e legată despre viitor din perspectiva industriei în care sunteți sau a organizației în care sunteți. Pentru 2021-2023, care sunt 3 oportunități pe care le vedeți în România sau în Europa și care să răspundă la această problemă mare sau oportunitate mare legată de reskilling?
Poate încep eu. Ca industrie suntem în România un număr de peste 100.000 de oameni și vorbim de un deficit de personal foarte mare în industria IT. Suntem chiar și până acum permițându-ne să muncim remote, nu neapărat de acasă în totalitate, dar din România pentru clienți internaționali. Lucrul acesta a permis dezvoltarea industriei și cred că potențialul de a face reskilling sau de a duce oamenii în industrie, evident nu toată lumea își dorește să lucreze în IT, nu toată lumea visează la lucrul ăsta, dar cu siguranță este un domeniu în care foarte mulți își pot găsi viitorul rol. Și cred că asta este important, să ne uităm la domeniile care au potențial de creștere și să îndreptăm în acea direcție trainingurile. Noi și ca industrie și ca asociație și la nivel de companii am fost permanent preocupați de acest lucru și investim în trainingurile pentru piață. Chiar și acum ANIS desfășoară un astfel de program la nivel național, un program pe fonduri. Iar dacă ne gândim în continuare la dezvoltarea industriei acesteia sau lucru remote sau dezvoltarea nu doar a orașelor mari, ci și a restului țării, acolo trebuie neapărat, este critic să ne uităm la cealaltă componentă și anume la infrastructura în întregimea ei pe care țara o are. Că vorbim de infrastructură în domeniul comunicațiilor, că vorbim de digitalizarea diferitelor servicii din administrația publică, și lucruri care sunt critice pentru a putea să înrolăm cât mai mulți oameni în această industrie pentru a lucra din mai multe zone și nu doar din 4-5 orașe mari din România.
Asta e clar, cred că putem să creștem doar împreună, nu separat. Apropo de digitalizarea serviciilor publice, nu uitați, joi, în ziua 4 de summit, de la ora 3, digitalizarea serviciilor publice cu Daniel Baciu, președintele Casei Naționale de Pensii, Carmen Adamescu, partener EY, Radu Nicolescu, consilier al primului ministru pentru IT și Octavian Oprea, vicepreședinte al Autorității pentru Digitalizarea României. Întorcându-ne la oportunități, Răzvan, din perspectiva voastră, ce vedeți că se poate face sau ce n-ar trebui să ratăm în 2021-2022 ca să reușim mult mai bine și poate strategic, îndrăznesc să zic, să facem acest reskilling care nu mai e o dorință, e o necesitate, în mod evident.
Cred că trebuie să ne uităm la viitor atât din punct de vedere al punctelor critice care trebuie rezolvate în viitorul apropiat, cât și din punct de vedere pragmatic. Adică, într-adevăr, educația este unul din pilonii societății, în general, unei societăți sănătoase. Avem la îndemână destul de multe fonduri acum, revin la asta, pentru că se vehiculează sume mari. Trebuie doar să fim pregătiți să facem aceste proiecte, să obținem acești bani cât de curând posibil, astfel încât să dăm drumul la implementarea lor și la obținerea fondurilor, evident. În următoarea perioadă sună bine, am prins ultima parte a discuției cu domnul ministru Dragoș Păslaru și, într-adevăr, putem să transformăm în esență fundamental România dacă mergem pe această abordare digitală. E adevărat că, cum spuneam, parte din schimbarea asta, iarăși e un lucru important de precizat, faptul că orice schimbare radicală, cum este aceasta neașteptată, aduce după sine și pierderea locurilor de muncă. În același timp, transferarea în online generează noi locuri de muncă. alte situații, alte oportunități de lucru, în care, evident, un rol esențial îl are reconversia profesională, trainingul și așa mai departe. Noi avem în partea noastră de RPA o academie online, accesibilă oricui, oricine poate să-și ia o diplomă de acolo, nu costă bani. Trebuie să fie o abordare inclusivă, mă gândesc programe pentru angajați, pentru cei care și-au pierdut locul de muncă, cursuri, certificări, oportunități noi, cum am spus, și așa mai departe. Există deja statistici, studii prin care se arată că, într-adevăr, unele moduri de lucru nu vor mai fi de actualitate și atunci vor fi înlocuite cu tehnologie. Am trecut, în istoria umanității, prin multe transformări de genul și le-am trecut cu bine, ne-am adaptat. Din punct de vedere al automatizării, există roboți în stradă de mult timp care dau bani, ATM-urile, tot dau exemplul ăsta, mi se pare un exemplu bun la care ne-am adaptat cu toții, nu mai stăm ca în trecut să facem o cerere către bancă să ne primim niște bani, pur și simplu ne servim singuri. Cam așa zic eu că consistență, pragmatism, criticitate, așa văd lucrurile în următoarea perioadă pentru noi.
Domnule Boiangea, aș adăuga la oportunități și câteva riscuri și poate povestiți un pic și despre lucrătorii sezonieri, milioanele de lucrători sezonieri, evident, din toată Europa, loviți puternic, mai ales cei care lucrează în turism, dar și în industria de evenimente, care și ea nu e constantă. Ce arată, care ar fi 3 oportunități la nivel european și care ar fi 2-3 riscuri la care ar trebui să fim poate mai atenți?
Oportunitățile la nivel european le-am evocat deja. Dacă ar fi să le număr din nou, ar fi aceleași. Investiții sau fondurile publice, așa numitele fonduri europene, trebuie exploatate la maxim. De aceea aș recomanda și aș invita administrațiile publice, companiile, să fie pregătite să finanțeze cu sprijin european, bineînțeles, toate procesele de profesionalizare, de reprofesionalizare, de îmbunătățirea a abilităților profesionale ale angajaților. Nu există lucru care să nu poată fi finanțat, mai ales dacă este legat de transformare digitală sau de transformarea verde. Aceasta este o altă mare tendință la nivel european. Altfel, sunt în continuare provocări și riscuri pentru forța de muncă, în general pentru mobilitatea muncii în Europa, care vin nu neapărat din transformările pe care le discutăm. Sunt categorii vulnerabile de lucrători, cei sezonieri sunt primii vizați, care au fost afectați de pandemie. Și această categorie va fi prioritate pentru autoritatea muncii pe care o voi conduce. Ce face autoritatea? Încearcă să ajute statele membre și Comisia Europeană să aplice legislația în materie de mobilitate a muncii într-un mod eficient și într-un mod echitabil. Și bineînțeles, scopul ultim al autorității este să avem o mobilitate a muncii foarte fluentă în Uniunea Europeană. Și o să ne concentrăm deocamdată pe problemele prezentului. Ne vom concentra pe problemele care au apărut în turism, în agricultură, în construcții, în sectorul de transporturi, pentru că și acolo și acela este un sector afectat de pandemie. Și vom încerca să facem în așa fel încât oamenii care lucrează sau doresc să lucreze în aceste sectoare să o facă într-un mod cât mai puțin afectat, într-un mod cât mai ușor. Apoi vom trece și sper ca autoritatea să fie pregătită și să facă față și provocărilor viitorului. Eu, când am candidat pentru postul de director executiv, am promis că autoritatea va fi un promotor al instrumentelor digitale de la început și vreau să mă țin de această promisiune. Vreau să folosim automatizarea, să folosim inteligența artificială în beneficiul nostru, cu scopul de a îmbunătăți mobilitatea muncii și vom încerca să înglobăm toate aceste instrumente în așa fel încât să putem să răspundem acestor provocări. De aceea sper să avem un parteneriat cu companiile care activează în domeniu, companiile digitale, de automatizări, de inteligență artificială, în așa fel încât să putem să gestionăm piața muncii din Uniunea Europeană într-un mod inteligent.
E un punct foarte, foarte bun. Dacă suntem toți trei aici, toți patru și cu mine, Răzvan, dacă ar fi și o întrebare pe care o punem des în Future Summit, pentru că nu e adevărat, nu credem în magie, dar credem în imaginație. Dacă ar fi să ai o baghetă magică, cum ai vedea în mod ideal colaborarea dintre companii cum este UiPath și alte companii, evident, care activează în Europa și agențiile și instituțiile europene?
Cred că ar trebui să ne aliniem, să zic, într-un parteneriat cu ghilimele de rigoare. Probabil nu este posibil în mod legal, dar dintr-o asociere, instituție, partener tehnologic, către același scop, către același deziderat de viitor. O lume în care nu mai există procese robotice pentru oameni, ci pentru tehnologie. O tehnologie care să facă aceste procese fără valoare pentru om. O lume în care nu mai stăm deloc la cozi, în care oamenii se loghează online, dau un click sau adresează o cerere către o instituție publică și primesc un răspuns nu în săptămâni sau luni de zile, ci în câteva minute. Un viitor în care oamenii discută cu niște chatbots, dar despre care nu știu că sunt chatbots, să zic, pentru că au o interfață prietenoasă și la nivelul de tehnologie la care s-a ajuns acum, acești chatbots sunt foarte inteligenți, să zic, interpretează text folosind inteligența artificială, răspund ca un om la cererile oamenilor. Deci într-o lume în care, practic, poate nu ne digitalizăm complet, dar facilităm accesul la răspunsuri și la date direct, online. Nu mai folosim hârtie, nu mai răspundem greu la situații critice pentru oameni și așa mai departe, în care cu toții vom fi mai productivi și vom trăi și vom gusta viața mult mai, să zic, viața care de altfel este scurtă, mult mai intensă, adică din factorul uman, asta încerc să spun.
Da, am înțeles. Da. Ai povestit de acces la resurse și la servicii bune sau mai bune. M-aș îndrepta către Anis și Cătălina Dodu în această logică de resurse pe care industria de IT din România le poate pune pentru a ajuta nu numai la reskilling pentru angajații sau antreprenorii care ar avea nevoie, dar mai ales pentru viitorii angajați și antreprenori. Povestea mai devreme de un deficit de forță de muncă. Probabil că acesta va crește sau poate nu va, dar cu siguranță nu va scădea dramatic, că nu prea are de unde. Ce faceți voi și ce putem să facem împreună pentru a crește acest reskilling, dar și pentru a ne asigura că următorii angajați sunt mai mulți, mai buni și mai fericiți? Iată, ca să preluăm și cumva din partea umană.
Ok. Când vorbim de ANIS, implicarea noastră în educație în toate momentele, că vorbim de reskilling sau că vorbim de școală, de liceu, de facultate, noi ne implicăm și facem lucrul ăsta deja de mulți ani, dar este o parte a poveștii. Ceea ce facem mai mult, suntem și construim în a fi un partener pentru autorități, în a veni cu expertiza noastră, cu ceea ce știm, cu ceea ce lucrăm pentru alte țări sau cu ceea ce inovăm pentru clienții noștri privați, pentru a aduce competențele astea și în sprijinul autorităților și a avea un partener, și a fi un partener. Asta vorbind de idealul de mai dinainte. Eu sper să nu fie doar un ideal și sper să putem să, punând aceste competențe la dispoziție, să putem să avem o strategie coerentă în România pentru a aduce competențele la nivelul necesar. Da, când vorbim de educație, ne-am implicat atât în a aduce programarea în școli, ne dorim în continuare să avem cursuri sau curiculă de IT specializată în licee, ne uităm și mai jos de gimnaziu, ne punem și suntem un partener în a identifica soluții pentru a avea mai mulți profesori care să poată să predea IT, astfel încât la momentul la care absolvenții școlii românești, așa cum ziceam mai devreme, nu toată lumea trebuie să fie neapărat programatori, nu doar asta înseamnă IT-ul, sunt foarte multe roluri în IT care implică combinația între competențe digitale și competențe de altă natură, de marketing, de finanțe, de un alt domeniu în care oamenii sunt deja educați și atunci reskilling-ul înseamnă și asta, să luăm specialiști din anume domenii, să învățăm, să-i aducem la nivelul de competențe digitale astfel încât să poată să aducă valoare în această industrie. Cam asta facem noi. Vorbeam mai devreme de trainingurile pe care ne-am asumat un rol și important în aceea în a organiza și a facilita accesul la aceste fonduri pentru companiile mici din România, pentru a avea parte de traininguri în domeniul IT, ceea ce cred că este foarte important. Nu atât prin suma în sine sau prin dimensiunea proiectului, deși și astea sunt importante, ci prin exemplul pe care încercăm să-l dăm astfel încât lucrurile de acest gen să devină o normalitate și să avem cât mai mulți oameni care au parte de aceste traininguri, care beneficiază de educație în domeniul digital și astfel încât să poată să se îmbunătățească și să poată să-și pună în valoare competențele pe care le au deja în alte domenii.
Da. Am vorbit destul de mult despre angajați și poate prea puțin despre antreprenoriat și antreprenori. Nu uitați, mâine și poimâine pitch-urile din incubatorului Future Makers. Avem 35 de echipe de tineri antreprenori care se bat pentru 20.000 de euro. O întrebare legată o întrebare despre antreprenoriat, nu neapărat în IT, ci în general. Ce s-a întâmplat în anul acesta e că am accelerat și niște skill-uri pe care poate nu le aveam foarte bine dezvoltate înainte, și anume colaborare virtuală, de exemplu. Și autonomie în învățare și așa mai departe. Care ar fi acele skill-uri în care ați investi resurse financiare pentru România, pentru Europa, astfel încât să putem să trecem și la acel model de dezvoltare a Europei de care povestea și Dragoș Păslaru mai devreme? Deci care ar fi 2-3 skill-uri în care să investim mult, atât pentru tineri cât și pentru antreprenori, încât să și creștem overall, nu doar în ambiție, ci și în capacitate?
Cred că avem două extreme în România. Pe de parte avem competențe de nivel înalt în ce înseamnă IT-ul și chiar și aici putem să ne dezvoltăm mai mult și aici vorbim de unde aș vedea eu în zona de product management, ca să poți să te dezvolți, ca să poți să îți faci propria companie sau ca să poți să fii un antreprenor sau un intraprenor de succes într-o companie, e nevoie de o educație în acest domeniu și la nivel național nu avem o școală în această zonă și cred că este importantă și nu ține doar de IT. Este la nivelul conceptelor și cred că este critică pentru noi. Dar pe de altă parte n-aș ignora absolut deloc zona de educație digitală la nivelul întregii țări și ne întoarcem la acel rușinos DESI positioning pentru România. Și cred că o investiție în acea zonă pe criteriile principale din DESI ar fi primul pas minim pe care noi ca țară să-l facem.
Răzvan, sau în ce skill-uri să investim? Da, sigur.
Pot să intervin eu. Principalul skill sau principala abilitate care trebuie regândită este chiar dorința de a te perfecționa, de a învăța și este valabilă atât pentru antreprenori cât și pentru angajați. Trebuie să dorești să te reprofesionalizezi sau să-ți îmbunătățești capacitatea, abilitățile într-un anumit domeniu și mai ales în domenii noi. Spun asta că, într-adevăr, în acel studiu DESI stăm foarte prost, România stă foarte prost la modul în care firmele, companiile utilizează instrumentele digitale. Asta arată că antreprenorii trebuie să-și dorească să se perfecționeze chiar pe ei înșiși. Înainte de a începe să caute angajați cu abilitățile profesionale necesare. Este valabil și pentru profesori, de exemplu. Trebuie să-și dorească să învețe în continuu, să-și calibreze cunoștințele, parcursul profesional și așa mai departe. Este valabil, bineînțeles, pentru cei care caută un loc de muncă, să știe că o să apară schimbări importante și trebuie să aibă abilități noi dacă vor să se mențină activ pe piața forței de muncă.
Răzvan?
Da, subscriu la ce a spus domnul ambasador, plus din experiența mea cu companii mai mici din zona, să zic, IT, am observat că lipsesc anumite skill-uri de sales efectiv. Oamenii sau oamenii companiilor care sunt mai tehnici, de obicei sunt un pic mai introverți. Aș recomanda un pic de learning în partea de marketing, adică să îți pui ideea care, dacă tu crezi că e o idee extraordinară, să o împachetezi la fel de bine ca să o transmiți mai departe în piață. Soft skills, iarăși un lucru esențial în creșterea business-ului. Ai capacitatea de a socializa, de a transmite, de a te întâlni cu oameni și nu ești izolat, atunci ai șanse să reușești să crești. Da. Și în partea de, încă o chestie, Ciprian, cred că în partea de servicii, de customer care, unde cred că atât în sectorul public și în sectorul privat există anumite lucruri pe care trebuie să le îmbunătățim. Pe modelul vest-european, pe modelul american, în care, indiferent de tonalitatea clientului, vorbești la fel de calm, frumos, explici cu răbdare și așa mai departe.
Un chatbot poate să facă fix asta și chiar există câteva exemple.
Sunt multe exemple, da.
Apropo de skilling și reskilling, recomand oricui și sunt gratuite, cum a zis și Răzvan, RPA Academy. Am făcut un curs de RPA Beginner, mi-am instalat pe acest laptop acel studio de la voi și am făcut și un curs de Business Audit pentru că am vrut
Spune că nu e premeditat.
Nu, am vrut să înțeleg un pic despre ce e vorba, apropo de ce vorbeam mai devreme, că antreprenorii trebuie și ei să fie proactivi. Mai avem timp de o singură întrebare, așa că aș avea o întrebare scurtă, cu un răspuns scurt poate de la toți trei. Uitându-vă la 2021 pe un scale de la 1 la 5, 1 fiind foarte rău și 5 fiind foarte bine, cât de optimiști sunteți despre economia europeană în 2021? 1 e rău, 5 e foarte bine. Puteți să dați și cu virgulă.
Ok. Ok, asta ar fi mai de ajutor. Cred că, din păcate, deși unele domenii vor crește mai mult, 2021 ar fi undeva între 3 și 4. Dacă m-aș uita doar la IT, atunci m-aș duce clar 4 spre 5, dar overall în economie, overall industrie sunt domenii care suferă și care nu vor avea timp să-și revină atât de repede.
Da. Cum vorbeam mai devreme și cu Vlad Mixici legat dintr-o perspectivă sanitară, nici el nu vede cu ochi roz întreg ecosistemul, dacă vrem. Răzvan, ce notă dai?
Aș spune un 3. Îmi place mai mult să abordez mai la mijloc, așa, dar cred că 3 anul ce vine. Și din nou revin la recomandarea pe care o făceam. Trebuie să fim foarte pragmatici și să acționăm cât de repede putem, să fim mult mai flexibili în următoarea perioadă. Asta include și partea legală de legi. Și cam atât mă gândesc ca priorități și la anul.
Și de la Autoritatea Europeană pentru Muncă, ce notă avem?
Eu o să spun 5. Sunt foarte optimist, doar că nu vorbesc de 2021, vorbesc de următorii ani. Perspectiva este foarte optimistă, o să crească mult economia europeană, o să se schimbe foarte mult și economia și societatea. Sunt investiții mari care se fac și se vor face atât în digital cât și în transformarea așa zisă verde. Și sper Autoritatea Europeană a Muncii să fie acolo pentru a putea răspunde nevoilor de mobilitate. O economie bună înseamnă și o mobilitate foarte bună a muncii. Cei 17 milioane de europeni care acum sunt mobili poate nu vor fi aceiași peste câțiva ani, dar vrem să folosim procesele digitale, instrumentele digitale pentru a face ca mobilitatea muncii să fie foarte fluentă în Uniunea Europeană.
Salut și cumva am simțit și deschidere din partea atât a patronatelor, cel puțin în România, dar și din partea UiPath pentru a lucra atât cu autoritatea pe care o veți reprezenta în curând, dar și cu celelalte instituții. Lucrurile astea se întâmplă deja, dar cu siguranță e încă mai puțin decât ar putea să fie. E întotdeauna loc de mult mai mult și mult mai multă cooperare pe termen lung, nu doar pe o bucățică de timp. Hai să trecem peste provocările sanitare și vedem după aceea. Acest vedem după aceea sau mai vedem noi nu ne-a ajutat în țara asta niciodată și sunt și eu destul de încrezător. Eu aș da un 4,2 spre 3, așa. Mulțumim tare mult de timp, a fost o bucurie să vă avem alături. Cred că de-abia am început să ne încălzim, dar din păcate timpul e și cu noi și împotriva noastră. Mulțumim încă o dată Cătălina Dodu, Anis Răzvan, a Team UiPath și Cosmin Boiangiu, Autoritatea Europeană pentru Muncă. Și pentru că și noi suntem la muncă acum, dar și voi, o să luăm o mică pauză. O mică pauză de câteva minute. Ne întoarcem în limba engleză și continuăm cu The World After the US Elections with Michal Baranovski from the German Marshall Fund Office in Poland, Andrei Țărnea, Romanian diplomat, Radu Magdin from SmartLink Communication, and Alina Achim Inaie from the GMF office in Bucharest. Thank you very much for staying with us so far. Don't forget you can chat and interact with other participants in the event platform. You can ask questions for our speakers, and equally important, you should go to the Expo map where you can see more of our future makers and their pitches that are coming up tomorrow and Wednesday, but also I would say an encyclopedia about the future in the conversations part. On that note, thank you very much. Let's take 2-3 minutes of break and see you soon.
Bye.
This was a very, very interesting journey in very, very special times. We are deploying.
La revedere, numai bine.
La revedere, domnule ambasador. Rămânem în legătură.
Rămânem în contact, dar avem și un eveniment joi, parcă.
Da. Ne auzim, ținem legătura.
Discutăm și pe... Bine, numai cele bune.
Aveți grijă, numai bine, cele bune.
We are very happy to be in this program. Until now, we could see that there is a lot of engagement from the Elevator Lab team, from the Raiffeisen team.
This program, it's in the first place about learning about new ideas, learning about being agile, learning about being a startup, also learning about ourselves.
We would like to see more technology from Central Eastern Europe being available globally, and this is exactly what we are doing.
We're actually able to create the next generation tools on top of the existing financial infrastructure.
2013, we launched the first mobile wallet solution here in Romania, which was something that nobody heard.
iFactor Pure Analytics is an alternative credit scoring engine for SMEs. You can increase your approval rate.
You are able to bring the right message. For the young people, you're talking about gamification, cool things, freebies.
Together with our winners, we are going to start building the POCs. Let's say we are entering another important step, and I'm very eager to meet the iFactor team and also to be able to start working together with them and also with our mentors and mentor leaders.
We are hoping that as a result of the Elevator Lab POC, which is actually the program itself, by April next year we will have an MVP that will be able to detect and monitor fraud intention in the account receivable finance products of Raiffeisen.
Thanks to this collaboration, by gathering new kind of data, we'll be able to check our thesis about our algorithms. So by applying it and seeing the outcome, we will see if it makes sense or not to continue the development of it.
We have had international companies and fintechs coming from all over the world in the Elevator Lab partnership program this year. The fintech landscape is pretty wide, and we have a lot of things to build on.
This was a very, very interesting journey in very, very special times. We are deploying a program which aims to change things in an environment which is changing very fast beyond our capability to foresee.
And we're back online, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us at Future Summit. This is day one. We have 4 more days to go, and I'm sure you will love it as you've loved so far. Thank you very much for the questions and the feedback that you've given us in private or public so far. It's not easy to do online events, but it's definitely more rewarding in terms of the number and the type of people that you can have. Now, the next session is on a topic that is of high relevance to all of us. I think a lot of us have spent more time on CNN in the past week or weeks than ever before. As I was telling some of my friends, now I know so much US geography. So the next panel is about the world after the US elections, and I'm very happy to introduce 4 very good friends in the end. Michal Baranowski from the German Marshal Office in Warsaw in Poland, Andrei Țărnea, a Romanian diplomat, Radu Magdin, SmartLink Communications, and Alina Achim Inaye, the GMF office in Bucharest. Alina is going to be the moderator of this session, but I just want to take 2 minutes to say hello to everyone. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, great to have you with us. Love the ties. This is a tie day, and I'm sure you'll have a very interesting conversation. You have until 5:10. And from time to time, I will also send to Alina questions and comments from the audience, but I'm sure you will have a conversation within yourselves long enough to keep us until 5:10. Thank you again for accepting our invitation. Alina, you have the floor, and thank you very much again.
For joining us today. It's already been 13 days, believe it or not, since the US elections, and we still, well, we know who the winner is. We are not sure if the winner is ever going to make it into going to happen. Trump hasn't conceded yet, although there are hints that he's about to. Elections have been tarred by disinformation, protests, and extreme polarization. And as I said, things are not over yet. It's a long way to go to January 20th, and it's even more longer way to go after January 20th. We are here with Michal, Andrei, and Radu to discuss not only what has been happening in the US and learn more geography, as Ciprian put it, of the US, but also to discuss the impact of these elections, the results of these elections, what's going to come after January 20th, in our region, in Europe, and actually worldwide. And I will start with Michal, and please do not forget to unmute your microphone. I will start with you, Michal. How are these elections seen from Poland? What has been going on so far, but also what is about to happen, if you know what's going to happen?
Thank you, Alina, and it's wonderful to be with good friends on Zoom, on the conference, as well with all of you on the other side of the screen. Let me just first push back a little bit on Alina's hesitation. I think it's really clear that it's going to be Joe Biden who takes over presidency of the United States on January 20th. And I know you are not saying that there is a question about it, but it's true that we are in this fog of some would say fake news that is bombarding us. But if we look at the recounts, if we look at the court cases, if we look at what's going on politically, it's clear that it's going to be Biden. And you asked, Alina, how it's being perceived in Poland, in my country. And the fact is that this fact that the next president of the United States will be Joe Biden is actually not widely accepted yet. And I think we will go into the details why, but part of it is this, frankly, rhetoric that President Trump has been producing. But the fact is that President Biden and his win, President-elect Biden, creates divisions within Europe. It would be the case under Trump as well. But there are some capitals that are very happy. Berlin is clearly rejoicing. Paris is quite content, though not on everything. And in Warsaw, there has been a bit of a hedging and a bit of a hesitation, partially because the first Trump term was so good for Poland, with boots on the ground, with political connections between Polish politicians and President Trump, and partially because there is a worry that Biden administration would be frankly more critical on key issues like human rights, freedom of the media, and that in some way it will make the pretty straightforward relationship more complicated.
So when you're saying, so Michal, let me clarify this. When you're saying that there is hesitation or there is not too much joy in Warsaw when it comes to Trump losing elections, you actually mean government. But what about the population?
Yeah, so the population is a little bit different story, but not entirely. There has been actually two polls that have shown that Poland is the only place where Trump would actually win with Biden by small margin. So, you know, I think we want to joke we are Trumpists through and through, but that's not the case. We are just quite polarized on this issue, and US election became domestic policy as well. And those who like Trump, like him for all the reasons I mentioned, and those that really detest him, really dislike what he stands for domestically, really dislike the style of politics, really that he has been representing, really dislike the populism or nationalism mix of this of those two that he created, which then spread throughout the world. So I think with a different government, and clearly we see it in different parts of the political spectrum, the results, the reaction to the results would be quite different. And right now, as I mentioned, is a bit of a hesitation at the political level.
Radu, let me turn to you and ask a similar question about Romania, because Michal has already been, mentioning polarization in our country, not only in the US, because of or due to the results of the elections. Do we see the same in Romania? What is the impact of the US elections in Romania, and what is the perception on a Biden administration?
I would say that, first of all, because of Romanian politics, it's less ideological. Perhaps just as passionate as the Polish politics, but for sure less ideological and less assumed ideological than, particularly for the party in power. I would say that for us, it's not necessarily an ideological loss. The current government and the current president in Bucharest cultivated Trump, but I think that any government in Bucharest and any president would have cultivated any president, because in fact our relationship is the bilateral relationship in between Romania and the US, no matter who comes to power in Washington and no matter who stays in power in Bucharest. So from this perspective, I would say it was less dramatical from an ideological perspective, but nonetheless, of course, any new administration means a certain sense of insecurity. Not necessarily doubts as regards, let's say, the strategic relationship, but as regards priorities, because at the end of the day, what are we talking about? Each administration has a certain set of priority. If I were to make, we are here at the summit dedicated to the future, but sometimes the past offers us quite some guidance as regards what the future might hold. From my perspective, looking at the twin economic and health crisis, which is affecting now the world, I would make a comparison with the previous economic crisis when the previous democratic administration came to power, namely Obama's first term. And I would say primarily the focus will be internal. It's normal, particularly if you're a new president and you're in healing mode, in uniting mode. You can't really unite the United States by necessarily pushing first and foremost a foreign affairs agenda. So I would say yes, foreign affairs remains a key component. The US is back in the game, Multilateralism is again a buzzword, I would say. So this is what the future holds, but how fast and how quickly and what kind of pivoting, that remains to be seen. Let us remember that it was Obama who introduced the Asian pivot. Okay, Trump talked about enhanced great power competition. So nonetheless, I would say no matter what, Asia will still be important. Let's see also what will be the final numbers in Congress. Speaking of the role the Senate has, for example, in foreign affairs and defense, and that would be key in the relationship, you know, and the plans that Biden might hold. But I would say focus on the inside, and yes, let's see who's the next Mrs. Newland from my perspective, because I'm not sure that the separation under this administration will be like under Obama administration, namely that we will see an Eurasian VP Harris in action. You know, looking at the legacy, the history, the current inclinations, let's see if the VP will not be more often in Asia rather than in Europe, and that perhaps we may see a first speech, even a video speech by Biden addressing the Europeans in a wider, let's say, call for the transatlantic alliance restoration. So that would be my comment on the Romanian side. Again, we are part of Europe. Yes, we're also part of NATO, and we have a special relationship with the US, but I'm mostly looking, let's say, at the effects that Biden may have on us Europeans and Romania as part of Europe.
Let me pick up on something that you said about, you know, you reminded everybody that Obama did the pivot to Asia, but I do want to remind everybody that Trump was the one who actually withdrew US from TTIP. So yeah, we have to see where this is going. Andrei, I do want to ask you about the transatlantic relation, and how do you see it after January 20th, when Biden will eventually, hopefully, get into the White House? Is it gonna be fixed the next day? Is it gonna be better? Is it gonna protect everybody within the transatlantic space and beyond? How is it gonna develop?
Well, it depends. The transatlantic link has both practical issues that have to be addressed and issues that have to do more with the atmospherics, with the dynamic in the middle of the Atlantic between the European partners, or most of the European partners, and Washington. So some of the things have been addressed as soon as Mikael said, the results appear to be that the next administration is going to be a Biden-Harris administration, and thus some of the fog that for the past few years has consistently marked the relationship or complicated the dialogue is going to be or was lifted. But that was in the details, and as I said, there are also practical elements, very important practical elements. And there the answer is neither in Washington nor in a specific capital in Europe, but I will single out two for obvious reasons, Paris and Berlin. First and foremost, just recently, the German Minister of Defense has confirmed something very important, that the 2021 German defense budget will still go up, despite COVID-19, despite the huge cost that throughout the world this means for state budgets, both in terms of income and in terms of extra cost to address both the healthcare and the economic fallout of the pandemic. Germany is still committed to contribute more to its own defense and thus contribute more to NATO. In that respect, moving the narrative from whether Germany pays enough to whether EU member states or European members of NATO contribute enough in terms of their own defense and thus the shared defense within the alliance will be very significant in the tone of the transatlantic relations. And one final element regarding Paris, one of the things that is very clear about President-elect Biden's agenda is that climate and climate-related issues are of paramount importance, for economic reasons, for domestic reasons, but also for global, if you want, power projection reasons. The US under President-elect Biden and Vice President Harris strives to be, and that's what you, based on at least their policy proposals, as much as we can get a glimpse of them from the campaign, is very ambitious in this field. And the statement that the first executive action that the new president's going to do in office is rejoin the Paris climate agreement is very significant and will provide. It's not a panacea. It's not going to solve the problems that we have in transatlantic relations in terms of the structural differences that exist even between allies, but will address a very significant body of economic, political, and, if you want, diplomatic issues that may provide a new dynamic in other areas as well.
Andrei, you mentioned, climate change and the policies on climate as being something that could actually strengthen the transatlantic link. How about Russia? And this is a question, first of all, to Michal, but then to everybody else. How about Russia? Is Russia an issue which is going to further tension the transatlantic relation? Is it something that's going to put things back together? And what is the Biden approach to Russia going to be? Some fear a new reset, as under Clinton Secretary of State. What is the Polish take on that?
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, we'll see exactly what the new policy will be. Right now, we can go by what the mood is in the Democratic Party, what President-elect Biden has been saying, and also what his policy advisors like Mike Carpenter's have been saying. So pretty consistently, what we have heard from Biden's campaign was that they will approach Russia from a position of strength, that they will try to push back on Russia's revanchist policies in Ukraine in particular, but also in Central Asia, and certainly when it comes to Belarus. And Biden himself has been outspoken on this much more than the current president of the United States, Donald Trump. On the other hand, and maybe one more thing, the mood in the Democratic Party is also very Russia skeptic, because of Russia's interference in U.S. presidential election, especially in 2016. There is really, and Republicans are traditionally more skeptical, and that skepticism continues. So there is a large degree of consensus in Washington when it comes to skepticism toward Russia. That said, of course, every previous U.S. The president has tried to have a reset with Russia. I don't think we'll see a reset, but there is a bit of a debate. And for those who really have been watching this, there has been a debate back and forth within Washington on whether there should be some kind of new opening, new rethink of the policy toward Russia. So we'll see. There is a worry here. People are making case that whatever the policy would be, Central and Eastern Europe, and Europe has to be consulted. There is a question of how Biden's administration is going to act when it toward Nord Stream 2. There is a question about how what would be exactly the outcome of the START negotiation. So there are a number of issues that will have to fall into place pretty quickly. I'm optimistic in a way that I don't think that President-elect Biden will look into the eyes of Putin and will see his deep soul. I think that they're going to be much more realistic, but I hope that they will in fact reach out to Europeans, including our region, to deeply consult before making up their policy toward Russia.
Andrei, the same question to you, but with a transatlantic twist this time. So do you think Russia is going to be a thorn in the transatlantic relation, or is this something that's going to glue it even better?
Look, Russia has constantly created a number of issues and perpetuated a behavior particularly related to the Baltics, the Black Sea, but it covers also Mediterranean, whether Eastern Mediterranean or Libya, taking stances or assuming positions that were not considered necessarily aligned, and in many cases were considered as going counter to the interest of both the policy proposed by Washington or by the allies in general. Its policies have constantly riled, unnerved, in some cases even worried policymakers, both in the region, so on NATO's flank, but also in many of the Western capitals or in DC. There were critical voices both in the Republican Party and in the Democratic Party. The Trump administration had its voices that were critically and clearly critical of Russia's stances with regards to such issues. And ultimately, if you look at the past 4 years of the Trump administration, despite all the fog that I've mentioned earlier and the noises around the transatlantic link, what we used to call the transactional nature of the presidential discourse, etc., ultimately the transatlantic link yet again proved its value, proved its ability to address some of the challenges despite differences between various capitals. Now, would this be the case with another 4 years of more of the same policies? I'm not going to speculate on that, but what I can say is that we do have an opportunity now to change the dynamic. And in that respect, I think the Europeans understand, and I'm generalizing here, but do understand, not just Poland and Romania, but Europeans in general, understand that their role in providing for their own security and defense, not just in military terms, energy security, trade with the neighboring region, supporting democratic processes and the stability of regions around Europe, whether the Black Sea region or the Balkans or Eastern Mediterranean or Sub-Saharan Africa, remains critical for the transatlantic link and for their own security. And thus, there is enough substance in this new context to reimagine a transatlantic link that is, again, despite differences that will persist with the new administration and concepts that are not clarified enough, like strategic autonomy or ideas that are floated around Europe that have their own value in the international dialogue, but are not clear enough to not generate their own sort of noise in the transatlantic dialogue that is sometimes going counter the shared interest for clarity. But that being said, I think we really are in a moment where the transatlantic relationship may go even beyond strictly defense and security elements and redefine the way the West functions, the same way that we worried 4 years ago that the West no longer is capable of speaking on one voice.
Let me pick up on this and go to Radu, because Radu, you also mentioned China, and you Andrei mentioned, taking the transatlantic relation beyond security and immediate influence. How about China, Radu? Is China going to be of high importance to the Biden administration, to a new administration? And if once we are at this question, there is just yesterday it has been announced a new trade agreement between 15 countries in Asia, the biggest trade agreement in the world. And as I mentioned earlier, US has just withdrawn from TTIP to the Trump administration. So A, is China going to be high on the US agenda? B, will TTIP come back to life? Meaning, whatever that means, will the US join the new agreement? How are things going to develop there?
I think it's a strategic dilemma for the new administration because, again, you can send a lot of kisses in the air, in the different continental directions based on former friendships and alliances. But at the end of the day, you got to have priorities. Whether we like it or not, international politics is also about attention management and also about ego management. A lot of the parts of the world want American attention and American partnership and American focus. And I would say that from this perspective, even us Eastern Europeans, if you remember again, the first Obama turn, we were a bit upset back then. They were including a letter from previous presidents that, hey, don't forget about Eastern Europe and don't forget about Europe as a whole. I would say that for the moment, again, the focus will be internally. From the external focus and from the external attention, I would say that my sense of, in all modesty, foresight as regards Biden and great power competition is that great power competition is here to stay. It may be done more the French way. What do I mean by the French way? Perhaps an iron hand, let's say with a glove, with a smoother glove. And I think this is more typical of the Democrats. I think this is one of the things that China may fear, namely that a kinder, nicer U.S. administration will gather allies around the table in terms of great power competition. In the meantime, again, what we have witnessed this week, and this is pretty ironic, Trump administration comes into office, drops TTIP, drops TPP, and now this administration, in its finishing line, witnesses RCEP. Okay, a regional economic partnership and cooperation without India, because I think this is one of the big strategic victories for the US. Helping Indians realize that their national interest is not necessarily until they're prepared to join this trade agreement to be inside, because they're less competitive than the Chinese. But nonetheless, just looking at numbers, this area can't be ignored. So now you can do quickly a regional counterpart. You can go for that TPP, Asian TPP, or you can ask the Japanese ally for a quick entry into, let's say, the updated version of this TPP, or you can go for TTIP. I think they can be done in the same time. What I see different in Europe is here a tiny switch in between the French and the Germans. If you're looking at the messages coming from the CDU and the German messages from Brussels, I would say it's more than an open hand. It's almost a brotherly hug. Or a sisterly hug, If I would be looking at the French position, I would say it's mostly like, okay, I'm happy to see you, but nonetheless, we're moving on, we're carrying on with our strategic autonomy. So I think that even Europe is still waiting, in a way, for the US administration to make a serious renewal of vows. If we manage to see such a serious renewal of vows, I think that a lot of things can be achieved together, and then China will be on the defensive despite its 15 years plans.
Michal, we probably want to address the China question as well, but also let's move on to Congress, because it is a presidential country, but however, Biden has to rule together with the Congress. He's not really alone in what he's doing. So how do you see the relation going further between the Congress and Biden? Is Biden going to have a very supportive Congress? What is the Senate going to look like? How difficult will it be for him to push things to the Congress, or is it just going to be a bromance all along? And then the Congress, whatever policies are being decided there, Congress has to approve them as well. So how do you see this in the next 4 years?
Well, all eyes on Georgia, of course, where there is going to be one more sort of race that will require a repeat, where 2 Senate seats will be decided. Right now, Republicans have 50 seats in Senate, Democrats have 48. If Democrats were to gain those 2 with a split 50-50, Vice President Kamala Harris would have the deciding vote. Though that's not the most probable scenario, because in the past, at least historically, Republicans have been able to get a better turnout in this sort of elections done at unusual times. If we have a Republican-controlled Senate, House of Representatives controlled by Democrats, but with a smaller margins, and a presidency controlled by Democrats, by Biden, I actually expect pretty much quite a bit of gridlock. I think what we are seeing right now over the last 13 days, as you said, is a preparation for really a deep fight. I don't think the mood is, despite of what Biden has been saying, I'm not sure if the mood is really set for healing. I think we are, the Americans are living increasingly in a separate information bubbles. We'll still have Donald Trump doing something, right? I mean, he's not going to go poof on January 21st. So whether this is Trump TV or some kind of split within the Republican Party, that's not going to be the unifying force. So I think it's going to be very hard, particularly on domestic politics and domestic policies, which, given that we are here, I mean, one of the, I think, I don't remember if it was Rado or Dre mentioned how inward focus US is going to be. I think that's clearly going to be the case, especially with the economic problems and the pandemic. On the other hand, Biden might have actually much more way of much more influence in foreign policy because US is likely to be gridlocked for some time to come. So that would be my quick take. And on China, let's come back in a second round, because I fully agree that this is going to be the key topic for transatlantic cooperation. I mean, if we get China to get it right, we'll have a way forward for transatlantic agenda. If we don't, the other issues will be really marginal. But I'll stop here.
Okay. I do want to pick up on something that you said and then move on to Andre, because you're saying that how Americans are living in different informational bubbles and how the polarization is exploding, is going to the extreme, if you want to put it this way. But at the same time, with Donald Trump not in office, yeah, he's not going to go poof, but he's not going to be in office. Many say that this is the end of populism, both in the States and in Europe, throughout Europe. Andre, would you agree with this?
Unfortunately, no. I think populism is here to stay, and it's here to stay for a while. Now, indeed, the success of the incoming American administration will play a role in this. It may play a sea change role, and indeed represent, if you want, the first shot that, if you want, conventional democracy has as a vaccine against nationalist populism. Unfortunately, this is a very, very potent disease, and it's been there for ages. I don't think the circumstances, whether the economic or the social or the demographic circumstances, are in favor of thinking that one election means that democracy prevails, and this sort of nationalist populism will just go poof. However, there is an interesting demographic element in the election, the one that, for example, turned a convincingly Republican state like Georgia blue, and that does give a possible hint to how the replay of the elections in Georgia will play out in January. But then again, I think it's a little bit more complex, and we're gonna see this both in Europe and in the US still playing a role. However, there is an important element there that I can add to what Michal was saying earlier regarding the interplay between Congress and the administration's agenda. There's some areas where, almost regardless of the majority, the president and his team is going to have a hard time. TPA, to get a trade promotion authority and be able to negotiate quickly a trade deal with Europe is not impossible, but it's going to be very, very difficult, because in the president's own camp, there are very important voices and factions of the party, essential factions of the party, that don't see globalization as it took place in the last 30 years, this neoliberal approach to globalization, including trade deals, as being a winning card for nations. And thus, they do see it critically, not necessarily against multilateralism. These are voices that are strongly supporting multilateralism, but they're not very keen on free trade as it was developed until now. So Mikhail is right in thinking that the relationship to China will probably offer also an opportunity to redefine trade deals in a way that's not necessarily a complete opening of local markets, a complete, reset in the model, but one that takes into consideration local industrial chains, relocalization of certain industries, labor and environment, a lot more than just expansion of a set of rules, of trade rules, and foreign direct investment protection. And there, indeed, we have a huge opportunity to work together in our redefined relationship with China.
Radu, I do have a question about, well, it's not about the UK, but it does involve the UK. Is Europe, is EU enough for US without the UK? How is the relation with the UK going to, and US going to develop? And is it going to shadow the relation with the EU?
Well, what can I say? One of the five eyes is still winking at the other four. And the US is, the UK are part of this trusted network. So I would say that I never personally underestimate the British and particularly countries with an imperial history, because they have strategic thinking despite of momentary setbacks. So from this perspective, I would say that COVID-19 is offering a good excuse, including for the government in London, to blame it on COVID, and not necessarily on Brexit in terms of certain economic fallouts. That being said, I think we are already seeing, and perhaps Poland is a better example than Romania, a set of bilateral enhanced partnerships in the making in between London and other key capitals in Europe, whether we're talking about strictly bilateral issues or more widely regional issues, including Ukraine, Western Balkans, and so on. I have a feeling that, like one of the famous proverbs says, in order to stay on, I have to pretend to leave, or I need to be seen as leaving. So from this perspective, I think that the UK will still remain a cherished security partner for the UK, including in wider Europe, not necessarily within the EU, but for sure in the Western Balkans and Eastern Partnership. It would be interesting how the UK will be maybe acting as a possible bridge in the future, a pragmatic bridge between Turkey and the US. I think we should not underestimate this connection in the future, particularly a certain delay in Ankara in congratulating Mr. Biden. We could all see the enthusiasm in the making from a distance, from the other part of the Black Sea. But leaving that aside, I would say that I think in the next 6 months, a lot of the capitals will be finalizing two analyses. One linked to health and economic consequences of COVID-19, and one linked to preferred, speaking of foresight, strategy, and the way forward, a finish of a certain reassessment report in terms of alliances and options. And I think that almost all serious capitals around the world are realizing that the world is changing, but we can't spend 5 years in analyzing how the world is changing. So a series of key stakeholders, including in Washington, London, Bucharest, Paris, Stockholm, Poland, just to mention the Euro-Atlantic flank, will essentially make some very frank analysis and say like, okay, perhaps I may like this or not about this capital, about this club, but for the moment, it's my only option. Or okay, with Trump, it was okay in a certain negotiation as regards China for me to try to get more from China from a business slang, but not to be so vocal on Beijing like Washington. But now with Biden, it may be different. You know, speaking of famous books, like This Time is Really Different. So let's see how much energy is being consumed again by the internal level, no matter how much a president or a prime minister across our common value space in the West it means well as regards partners, we are still driven or consumed, you know, by our internal agenda. Think of Macron, for example, as the best example from this perspective. So much ambition, but so many problems at home.
You mentioned that the world is changing, and that brings me to another question to Michal, which is also connected to China. So I give you a chance to follow up on what you were trying to say about China. So the world is changing, and China offers this new ideology, this new approach to government, which is a free market, but not a free population, not enough human rights, to put it this way. Is this something that is really going to be adopted by other countries as well? Is this an offer that other governments are going to seriously consider? Is this new ideology, it's not new, but it's much more vocal, going to affect the role that China is going to play internationally?
Thank you, Alina. It's an excellent question. I think so far we don't have evidence that China is particularly successful in creating a really deep level of alliances and in a way that have this ideological component to it, in a way that US has been, where you were in alliance with the US, both because of your common interests, but also because of your common values and your approach to the government. It's certainly not successful in Europe, even though there are transactional relationships between China and European countries. I think here probably the best example would be Hungary. There are other places that US and China clearly compete over, and frankly, I would say that most of our neighbors in Central and Eastern Europe are in this group, and you know, my own country is one that, because of close relationship with the US, had firmly chose. But it is, it is a very long-term competition, and perhaps, you know, the places where you can see maybe elements of it, like maybe like Philippines, some other ones that have switched alliances based on both transactional aspect of it and to some extent seeing the development model and political model that China offers as an incentive as well. And in that sense, West will have to compete in that space as well. So it's a competition on power, it's a competition on ideology, and of course the competition will also span aspects of technology and economy, which is it's very pronounced already.
Andrei, before picking up on any of the issues which were left unanswered, I do have a question for you, and it's going to be the same for everybody. On a scale from 0 to 10, or in terms of percentage, how different, when it comes to the substance of it, to the policies of it, how different is the Biden administration going to be from Trump administration? 100%, 1%, where?
I'm afraid I don't have a number, and I think there is no preset number. Well, I don't think there is a preset number. It will very much depend on the sort of relationship it develops with Congress and what sort of appointment we'll see in the cabinet. So what kind of voices will drive foreign policy, trade, etc. Second, I think we're going to see a lot more continuity, partly because the United States is akin a huge tanker. No energy connections here. I'm just saying that it behaves like a huge ship. It can't change course very abruptly, and if it does so, it does so on its own peril. Then we're going to see the same way that we saw a lot of continuity in the Trump administration, because some of these things are structural. They don't change fundamentally. Radu said earlier that imperial powers think strategically, but so do nuclear power. And the US, it's the ultimate, if you want, strategic thinker, even when sometimes execution of strategy is sloppy or disregards certain regional or externalities that may, as was the case with the famous Obama pivot to Asia statement and thus policy and its deployment. But then again, the new administration will have to follow those fault lines to still address the same issues, the same structural elements of the international.
So it's not going to be 100% different. It's not going to be a flip-flop.
No, but it may be very different if you get a very ambitious foreign policy agenda, which we don't know yet for sure, or it may be very, very ambitious if conditions kind of force it to react. I think we're going to see, first and foremost, a very professional administration from the get-go in terms of actual cooperation between the political level and the administration, including at the level of State Department. There is actually an expectation in the rank and file of the main institutions, whether it's security set of institutions in the US or State Department, that really look forward to a more organic relationship. Now, having said that, we know from both the Obama administration and the Clinton administration that having an administration that has high regard for professionalism doesn't necessarily mean there's no infighting or a competition that may actually hinder the smooth working of cooperation between various departments.
Let me see what Radu has to say. How different is a Biden administration going to be from a Trump administration in the policies of it? Are you did you give us a number?
It's really hard to assess. I would say that I would venture and say that more than half will stay the same, although perhaps reframed. I agree with Andrei that it's really hard to move a big ship because it's also a matter of credibility. So, for example, I think changes will be style initially, not substance. First of all, again, let's see what happens in the Senate as well. Of course, you still have executive powers and executive acts, measures, but nonetheless, and I would say the Senate matters. And from this perspective, the coincidence between the Senate majority and the president will also matter in terms of putting substance into part of the negotiations outside. I say more than half. Why? Because even for a gentler administration in terms of style, which the Democrats for sure will be, it doesn't mean that I think that one of the lessons from the previous time, which Biden may not want to repeat, is any sign of perceived weakness. Because it's one thing if you're looking very gentlemanish, very ladyish, and it's another thing if people have the feeling that they can push around the still existing hegemon. So I would say that what the Democratic administration can't afford is to change course too quickly and on too many strategic stuff. Again, great power competition is here to stay. The means, the style will be different, more focused again on coalitions. Why should I, bash China alone? Let's do a club, and including, and let's do some creative thinking about any possible containment, for example. But leaving that aside, and of course having the quid pro quo in the sense that you help me with China, I help you with Russia, and so on. Perhaps I would say that again, I stress the term reframing. I'll give you an example. Clean networks. What happened, for example, in the 5G is an expression also of tech competition, but also more widely of great power competition, right? Do I drop perceived success by the Trump administration, or perhaps I may drop the idea of clean networks. Perhaps the style may be different, but for example, do I come as a Democrat administration and say, like, forget about any memorandum signed or forget about other issues? It may bring a level of instability in between administrations, where I think the Democrats historically like to position themselves as the rebuilders of credibility. Let us not remember that periodically the Republicans drop agreements signed by the Democrats, and it's not the Democrats dropping agreements done by the Republicans.
Half of the policies are not going to change, while the style, which is very important in politics as well, is going to change. Michal, can you give us a number?
I wanted to give you this 51%, but then the more I've been thinking about it, look, couple observations. No, I think it's more like 25-30%, to be honest, but it's a serious one. I mean, first of all, to some extent, even Donald Trump was a continuation, right? It was not an entire break, but his tactics and his style made it such a different experience, to say the least. And I think in this, so here is this, what Radu mentioned, framing, but I would put it a little bit differently. I mean, there are a couple of things we have at least good sense of where Biden is going to be different. I think that one big principal difference is going to be a different use and relationship with traditional allies, both in Europe and in Asia. So very different approach to alliances, not transactional, not interest-based only. Secondly, you will have an introduction back of values and democracy. That's at least very clearly coming out from Biden's administration, and this will play a role as well. Thirdly, maybe countering to all this, 4 years, both of Donald Trump and frankly of the last year dealing with the pandemic is leaving US weakened. I mean, we are not yet out of the woods with the pandemic. If you compare how China is operating right now to what's going on domestically in the US, you have the differentiation in power has really sped up very quickly over the last year. So even though I think the big strategic goals of competition with China, of maintaining a rule-based international system will be similar, the tactics will make this 30% difference enough that it could over time really deliver very different results, within 1 or 2 terms of the next president. So I guess my number is exactly 32.5.
Okay, thank you. Let's try and get and come a little bit closer to home, Andrei. Is the Biden administration going to have a different interest and a different impact in the region, in our region, in Eastern Europe?
I think it won't. There's one important element. One advantage of having a president that has spent 8 years in the White House is that some of these issues are familiar. The same way that US politics and transatlantic relations have a number of preset elements, the same way our region, Central Eastern Europe or the Balkans or the Black Sea, come preloaded. The deck of cards is relatively clear, even when you have sometimes positive, sometimes negative things tipping the scale, as was the election yesterday in the Republic of Moldova, that changes a particular dynamic. I think overall reform and relations with the capitals in the region that are not members of NATO and the EU with Washington will improve. There's going to be also more alignment between Washington and the EU and NATO countries with regards to these areas. So we see more synchronicity here. But ultimately, beyond the professionalism, beyond it's the nature of those interests that doesn't change. So no, I don't expect suddenly the US to change tack. And I would say that this falls under what Radu and Mihal said. There are continuity elements. There are, however, elements that will be different. And particular governments, in the sense, in a political sense of the term, particular leaders will find it way harder to get the attention they seek, and they need domestically as a validation in Washington. I'm not going to name names, but I think they're fairly evident. And that's going to change the dynamic in between these countries and their partners in the EU and NATO. Again, the relationship is not going to move from 100% transactional to 100% values-based or principled. Here, there's a mix of values and interests that is at play, and we'll see, again, continuity. It is important that as we speak, a 7-country visit of Secretary Pompeo takes place, starting not by accident in France. And I go back to your original question, relationship with Russia, which will impact the way the US and some of the regions that are of interest in Bucharest will develop in terms of relationship between the transatlantic European partners and the US. We're going to have to see very quickly strategic negotiation on nuclear weapons. So there's going to be a renewed dialogue on a number of issues that, while not directly impacting regional politics, because they take place at the very high strategic elements, some trade-offs may be part of those deals.
I do want to challenge all three of you because, and rightly so, you said that there is going to be continuity, at least some, or maybe a lot, with the previous administration, with Trump administration. But continuity also means isolation in a way, because US is going to be consumed with its own internal problems, political and economic, and it's not going to be able to refill the vacuum that it left when it withdrew from certain regions. So for different reasons, we are still going to see a US which is not involved, which is somewhat isolated, and it's not going to be the hegemon that, as Andrei, I think, mentioned, some people would want to see. Radu, is that correct?
It's energy management 101. Again, it's something, let us not forget also that the Democrats are very much in tune with the global agenda and are getting feedback in real time, not only from social networks, but also, speaking of multilateralism, from the network of alliances. So let's say if something becomes complicated enough, scary enough, including in terms of world order, or let's say a conflict becomes open enough, a wound is strong enough to influence hearts and minds globally, the Democrats will be there to the rescue, whether they like it or not, because they're a new administration who is also prone to give a new hope as regards the U.S. comeback, restoring. I looked at the website of the transitional team, restoring American leadership, right? Speaking of make America great again, but then restoring American leadership. Well, restoring American leadership means that in case a crisis pops up at 2 a.m., the White House has to take the call. It does not necessarily mean putting boots on the ground, but it also means, again, referring to mistakes from previous administration, not defining a red line that you can't subsequently enforce. And here I mean Syria, because this is an issue of credibility subsequently, and once other, speaking of great power competition, once other great powers or medium to great powers or aspiring great powers, get a sense of a wounded hegemon, then things may be becoming worse. So I trust their instincts. They may not be able to do all of the things they want to do as quickly, but I'm sure they will be saying the right things and they will be there I'm not sure that, again, being there first on Twitter and saying the right thing will matter, you know, or a press release or something, but nonetheless, it signals US interest. It's not by chance that we see a pretty busy Russia in trying to, until the 20th of January, you know, to use this transition period to wrap up a series of regional issues, including peacemaking in the Caucasus.
I do have a question for the three of you, and then please also make any closing comments, arguments you'd like to make. We only have a few minutes left. I'm not going to ask for numbers again, although I'm very tempted, but I won't. But how important is Trump going to be in American politics and for Biden in the next 4 years? Mihal.
Oh, this is a fantastic question. I look forward to learning the answer from the reality. I suspect the reality. No, Alina, the answer is 3, of course, to your number question. No, it's a silly joke. There are a couple things that I think we know. The way that Republicans are now acting in this moment shows that they are basically pandering to the Trump voter, which means that unless President Trump has a personality transplant, he will remain a very important voice in the Republican Party. Now, what is he going to do with this is really fascinating. I was chatting with some colleagues and we were talking about possibility with pure speculation too, right? I mean, if somebody has information, that would be very good. But when we were speculating, one of the speculations that seems not implausible is some kind of Trump TV. He's getting more fighting with Fox News. He's clearly very fond of real TV. So if you add Trump to Trump TV, you get a bit of a Berlusconi model. And I like this. I mean, it's Berlusconization of Trump is something that not particularly good for America, but certainly would leave Donald Trump as an important voice and really power on the right side of the political spectrum, leaves all kinds of possibilities for 2024, even if it's not him, it's someone who is blessed by him. So my gut sort of speculative thinking is that he's not going in a way of really driving, especially the Republican Party. I'll stop.
Andrei?
Well, there's over 70 million voters in the US that have voted for Donald Trump. So Trump may be the departing president, and that may be the formal end of Trumpianism per se. I find it hard to see somebody with the same characteristics running or even winning the White House. But that being said, there's a lot of room for the same particular messages that have provided appeal to a very diverse demographic. There's no unity. The same way that the Democratic Party and the Biden campaign had to build a very, very comprehensive and complex coalition of voters in order to succeed in these historical elections in that respect. So did Trump, with minimal instruments, with a parsimony of tools that spoke to this public. And this is a lesson way beyond America, because you've asked about populism and you've asked about nationalist populism. I think we'll see more of that still defining elections and electoral results. But personally, there wasn't a second President Jackson very soon. There were others that had those characteristics, but I think this is a closed chapter in that sense.
Radu, also 2 minutes.
And I loved what Michal said on The Godfather, and of course, Andre, you know very well, we resonate from a lot of perspectives. I would just say that considering the fact that he doesn't have his own media set, and Mr. Murdoch turned Fox News last minute, he may use that Save America super PAC that he's funding for the moment, to be starting for 2024 a Godfather 4.
Okay, well, that's very encouraging. So we have the Berlusconization, we have Godfather 4, we have populism is here to stay. On this very realistic note, I want to thank you, the three of you, for this conversation, and I want to thank all of our viewers, and of course to Ciprian, who's been gracious enough to invite us all for this.
And thank you, Alina.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. It was really good fun.
Don't leave. Wait. So thank you as well to our four speakers. And just before we leave, if I can see all of them, I mean, Alina has asked all of you such interesting questions. So I will give you the opportunity to return the favor. Each of you has half a minute to ask Alina one question. Go, Radu.
That's not part of the deal, though.
I didn't say answers as well. Radu, go.
Would you welcome Biden in Q1 at a GMF event in Bucharest?
Okay, of course. Okay, Andrei?
Well, I was thinking about the GMF event, but not in Bucharest. I was thinking about how, what do you think the top transatlantic item on agenda is going to be in Brussels Forum 2021?
Cool. Michal, sorry.
Alina, give me the exact number. No. Exactly the number 3. I'm curious to if I'm serious, and I'll be serious for a second. I mean, if your take on Biden's real chance for renewing democracy agenda and having US be again a leader, especially in our part of the world. And you don't have to give exact percentage chance, but your take on this.
China, populism, and economic recovery after COVID-19, I would guess, would be the first 3 issues on the Brussels Forum agenda. But Michal might contradict me if I'm wrong. I don't think 4 years are enough for Biden to recover the democracy agenda, neither in the States, neither worldwide. And I do like the idea of inviting QAnon to a Bucharest event.
Of course, we all know that events in cities are of the past, and we do live in virtual events in 2021, most likely.
That's what everybody meant, virtually, I presume.
Virtually, yeah. I would like to thank all of you, and I think the conclusion of where and how much is Biden admin similar or not to the Trump administration might also be reflected in the type of vice president that this presidency has. 2024, why not Kamala versus Ivanka? So, let's not just erase that from our memory. And I think it's similar to what Radu and Andrei have. Radu is in a room full of light, and Andrei is in a room full of, well, the evening has set upon us to some extent. So I think, yes, it's in between as well. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us in Future Summit. We're heading towards, we're going straight live to Hollywood at this point with our next speaker. His name is Ollie Rankin. He's a New Zealander Canadian virtual reality pioneer who spent 2 decades working at the forefront of the global visual effects industry, from The Lord of the Rings, X-Men to Alice Through the Looking Glass. I'm sure you've all seen these movies and many, many others he worked for. Ollie combines this theory of creative achievement with a background in computer programming and AI. Most recently, he was a creative producer and technical director of Lost Horizon Festival, the world's first multi-day, multi-stage, fully virtual music and arts festival. This is absolutely incredible. And there's so much more that I can say about him. I just want to say something else that I love about his bio, and I would love all of us to have this in our bios as well, the more humane side. In his spare time, Oli is a poet, musician, comedian, and adventurer. So we have with us straight from Los Angeles, and a good morning would be, of course, in line. I think it's 7 in Los Angeles now. Good morning, Oli.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. It's a bit early, probably.
It is quite early, but yes, it's a nice sunny day here in LA, as you can imagine.
Yeah. Good. I know you have a presentation for us, so we'll come back to Q&A after this. And thank you again for taking the time at this very early part of the day in your world. We just had a 1.5 hour conversation about the US elections. So it's to the point to some extent. Thank you very much. And let's see what you have prepared for us today.
Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody involved in putting on this event. And it's a real honor to be here. And thank you all for tuning in. I'd like to apologize for looking like a freshly plucked chicken. I had to shave my beard for a project that I'm working on at the moment, and I'm still not used to looking at myself. So anyway, I'm here to tell you about how I and my collaborators are working to make the world more inclusive, fair, and sustainable using VR. I'm going to share some thoughts on the VR industry and explain why it's so well positioned to champion these much needed changes. But I don't want you to think that this talk is only relevant to people working in VR or that the lessons only apply to the VR industry. A more inclusive, fair, and sustainable world by definition benefits everyone, and so the same approaches and lessons can help guide any industry and hopefully society in general. But before we look to the future, we need to take stock of where we are now. And forgive me, please, because this isn't the rainbows and unicorns part of the talk. This is the hard truths part. Because it's only by owning up to the injustices of the past and present that we can unite to build a more just future together. Events like Future Summit remind us that despite our differences, we already live in an integrated global society. I'm speaking to you today from Los Angeles, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge that this is the traditional tribal territory of the Tongva indigenous people. The Tongva specifically have lived in this part of the world for 7,000 years, and indigenous people have been in this part of the continent for twice as long. When immigrants from Europe arrived in North America 250 years ago, none of them could have imagined that the so-called United States would turn into the global superpower that it once was. And none of that superpowerdom would have been possible but for the land that those immigrants took from the natives and the abundant resources that that land just happened to offer. But stolen land and resources are not the only things that made the United States the richest country on the world. Long before Silicon Valley or even Wall Street, the engine of this country's wealth was slavery, as it was in many countries at the time. Free labor tamed the land, built the railroads, picked the crops, and enriched the first millionaires. The fact that the descendants of those slaves still have to fight for equality today is a travesty, that they and their allies have to march, not for a fair share of the wealth that their ancestors created, but just for the right to not be killed by cops, vigilantes, or viruses because of the color of their skin, is a travesty. And it's an outrage that should offend every compassionate human being. Black lives do matter. I tend to think that the whole point of living in a society at all is to provide a mutual safety net, to pool resources, and to protect one another from misfortune. I'm pretty sure that's what our prehistoric ancestors had in mind when they first formed into tribes. And now it's 2020, and we've all formed into tribes all over again. But 2020, what a year. It began with wildfires in Australia. Then the Amazon said, "Hold my beer." Then the Arctic said, hold my vodka. Now California said, hold my margarita, and so on. And as I'm sure you're all aware, all of this fire forms a climate feedback loop, where the global warming that made these wildfires more likely and more severe is now going to be exacerbated from now on because of the carbon that the fires released into the atmosphere and because of the reduced tree coverage. Storms, floods, heat waves, social unrest, murder hornets. I mean, 2020 would have been the worst year in recent memory, even without the COVID-19. But as I promised, I'm not here to dwell on the things that are going wrong. I'm here to talk about making them right. Yes, this is the rainbows and unicorns bit, because I'm genuinely optimistic. I believe that these problems all stem from a single bug in society. And if we can fix that bug, we can fix everything. More than that, though, I believe that 2020 is a turning point. Everything that's gone wrong this year, this perfect storm of coinciding shitstorms, has created the conditions for the first time in a generation to enact truly systemic change and to usher in a better future for everyone. 2020 has made it impossible for anyone to believe that things are okay. And if we can all believe that things could be better, maybe we can all work together to make them better. The train has come completely off the rails. It'll only take the same amount of effort to put that train on the right track as it will to put it back on the wrong track. So what is that one bug in society that I believe is at the heart of everything that's wrong? It's individualism. Our Western culture of individualism teaches us, paradoxically, that each of us is more important than everyone else, that the good of the one outweighs the good of the many, that our happiness and success naturally come at the expense of others, and that we shouldn't feel bad about it. That kind of thinking leads people to develop a sense of entitlement. And the flip side of this zero-sum thinking is that our unhappiness and our failures must therefore be someone else's fault. That leads to polarization and tribalism. The logic of individualism also says, for instance, that we don't need to worry about leaving a healthy world for future generations to enjoy because that's their problem. This chart from the World Economic Forum illustrates my point perfectly. It shows the correlation between individualism, which manifests as gross inequality, and the negative health and social outcomes that individualism and inequality create. It should come as no surprise that the USA, which I like to jokingly say stands for the United States of America, is rated the worst of any industrialized nation on both scales. And it's not exactly headed in the right direction right now. Hopefully the election this month will come close to putting it back on track, but it's certainly not heading towards utopia at the moment. If humanity is going to even survive beyond the next few generations, we need to undergo a huge cultural shift away from individualism towards a sense of collective responsibility, interdependence, and cooperation. Because as I like to say, competition got us down from the trees, only cooperation can take us to the stars. I believe that humanity's destiny is to continue to expand and refine our understanding of the universe into the indefinite future. But all that depends on us putting aside our petty differences, pressing our counterproductive animalistic instincts. Now, I'm sure that none of what I just said is news to any of you. It's kind of staring us all in the face, and I really don't want to come across as patronizing. But there's a big difference between us recognizing these problems and actually changing our behavior enough to move the needle. And it's not easy for any of us to make changes to our behavioral mindset. We're constrained by massive social pressure to conform, to be like everyone else, to think like everyone else. Anyone who thinks or acts too differently is ostracized, which is why we naturally form into these tribes, trapped in echo chambers with others who think the same way that we do. And then, of course, these echo chambers increase radicalization. And it's true across the political spectrum. There's far-left extremism just as there's far-right extremism. But what gets lost in the attempt to balance the extremes and to reconcile them with the prevailing centrist doctrine is that facts should outweigh opinions. Science should outweigh belief. I studied science at university, and I try to approach everything from a scientific mindset. I think that's something we all need to do. It's the best way to overcome our biases because our brains are hardwired by evolution for survival. All of our cognitive biases and our intellectual flaws are actually things that were evolutionarily advantageous at some point in the past. Let's just take a couple of examples. Laziness is evident throughout the animal kingdom because preserving energy is good for survival. Greed is less common in other animals, but in prehistoric times, greedy hominids who hunted and gathered more food than needed were more likely to survive when the unexpected happened. Most people think of laziness and greed as being similarly fundamental human traits, but interestingly, we've adopted different cultural attitudes towards them. Individualism, or more specifically, capitalism, gives even rewards greed, but demonizes laziness. If instead of looking at these traits through the lens of individualism, we look at them dispassionately, scientifically, we'd be a lot more forgiving and understanding of ourselves and others' behavior. I wish we could remake our social, political, and economic systems based on science instead of ideology. And I'm actually working on a proposal for exactly that. It's a science-based approach to civilization that aims to produce the maximum benefit for the greatest number of people while doing the minimum harm. I think of it as the cure to individualism, and I call it optimalism. If you're interested to learn more, please get in touch. Now, rather than pursuing a career in science or politics or philosophy, as Ciprian mentioned, I've spent 20 years working in the creative and technology industries. I got a lucky break in the film industry in 1999. I was hired by Peter Jackson to build brains for orcs and elves and choreograph battle scenes for the Lord of the Rings trilogy. That in turn led to work on the Matrix sequels, and over the years, I've worked on many of cinema's biggest franchises: X-Men, Transformers, Alice in Wonderland, etc. Now, it would be easy for me to take credit for all the successes in my career. And in fact, individualism teaches us to take credit for everything that we have done. But the truth is that I was in the right place at the right time. And that opportunity that got me to work on Lord of the Rings was just one of thousands of lucky coincidences that have shaped my life. For the past 2 decades, I've gotten to work all around the world on cool projects with amazing people, but all along, I'm impatiently waiting for VR to become a thing. I read about VR in sci-fi and cyberpunk novels as a teenager, and I was immediately convinced not only that VR would be the ultimate entertainment medium, but also that VR could be a powerful tool for resolving misunderstandings and countering bias. And now it's finally here. Millions of us have virtual reality devices in our homes, and thanks to the last generations of smartphones, many of us have augmented reality devices in our pockets. Now, collectively, VR and AR are often referred to as spatial computing, or increasingly as XR. I will sometimes still refer to them collectively as VR just because I've had this in my head for so many years. But I've often spoken about how the XR industry is uniquely positioned to model a more inclusive, fair, and sustainable future. And by model, I don't just mean creating virtual worlds that represent the future. I also mean that we can be role models for other industries in the way we build our companies and design our products, in the content we create, the way we create it, because there are a number of things that our industry apart. Sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback here. There are a number of things that set the XR industry from the rest of the tech startup community and the business world in general. We are an industry of self-selected pioneers and dreamers who've most forego getting rich to instead work in a challenging and progressive field that we're passionate about. We're a new industry that doesn't have an established elite nor a legacy of systemic bias. That means that we can and we should model inclusivity in the teams we assemble, in the products and services we offer. By making diversity the prime directive in our hiring strategies, and by designing everything we make with everyone in mind, we show other industries the way forward. We're an open, supportive, collaborative community that understands that a rising tide lifts all boats. So we are uniquely positioned to demonstrate the benefits of business models and intellectual property policies that are rooted in cooperation rather than competition and protectionism. We're also the industry best positioned for remote work, collaboration, and socializing. We're already eminently comfortable with virtual meetings and remote collaboration, so we can demonstrate how to massively reduce the number of hours and miles driven and flown without a loss of productivity. And this is so much more than a workaround for COVID-19 because it also allows us to combat climate change while addressing diversity and accessibility at the same time. We in the XR industry can use our expertise to ensure that our industry and all the industries we service are inclusive and sustainable. And finally, hold the keys to a medium of immersive, inspiring, transformative storytelling. It's both our privilege and our duty to create content and to tell stories that inspire people with the possibility of a future that is equally accessible to all, that is intentionally, systemically fair, radically inclusive, and indefinitely sustainable. Today, I want to spend some time talking about ways in which I and the incredible teams of people I work with have responded to that challenge. So first, I'm going to jump back in time and talk about Downloaded. Downloaded is an interactive VR short that I wrote and directed back in 2019, premiered at the Venice Biennale that year, and it was listed among the top VR experiences of 2019. Now, most people think of Downloaded as a light-hearted sci-fi story with a subtle message about social media's anti-social side effects. And it definitely is those things, but what most people don't notice is that Downloaded was intentionally crafted with inclusivity in mind. I like to describe it as Tron meets the maker community. The premise is that there's a machine that can digitize a human consciousness and download it to a computer. That machine's called an atomizerator. But instead of Facebook or Google having invented the atomizerator, it's a bunch of hackers in their basement. And this is where you come in as the film's protagonist. You and the other main character, played by Tiara Scobie. The character's name is Lisa. That's Tiara pictured in the poster there. You've built an atomizerator based on some plans you found online, and now you're testing it out with you as the guinea pig inside the machine. So the VR experience begins with you and your consciousness being digitized and downloaded to the computer. Now you have to figure out how to interact with Lisa in the real world and conspire with her to figure out how to escape and print yourself back out into reality. It's a fully immersive interactive story where your actions alter the trajectory of the narrative and determine the outcome. But unlike a choose your own adventure book or Netflix's Bandersnatch, Downloaded never pulls you out of the story to ask you to make a choice. Instead, it offers you free agency within the created story world, and then it observes your engagement and interaction, and it branches the storyline based on your actions. In this way, it's intended to be more like immersive theater or indeed like real life than a game. And it was important to me that the experience not alienate anyone or reinforce any outdated stereotypes. Step one was to have a woman play the live action character and to not make a big deal out of it. It shouldn't surprise anyone that women are just as capable as men of being hackers and inventors. And Downloaded is also carefully scripted to avoid implying any demographic characteristics of the participant. So no matter what age, gender, race, etc. you are, you play you in the experience. And you'll be able to imagine for yourself what your relationship is to Lisa, whether she might be your best friend, your girlfriend, daughter, granddaughter, babysitter, whatever. Similarly, Downloaded is built to be accessible to people of different sizes and with different physical and mobility capabilities. I'm something of an extremist when it comes to fairness, so I actually wanted to disadvantage experienced VR users so that all participants would have the same chance of experiencing any of the different branches of the story, of which there are about 40 depending on your engagement and interaction. I deliberately used unconventional user interactions to achieve that. Curiously enough, by using these unconventional user interactions, what ended up happening was that novice VR users actually were able to get into and understand the interactions more quickly than experienced VR users who tended to come into it with preconceptions about how it should work. Now, last November, I was at the VR Days conference in Amsterdam to speak on a couple of panels and to show off Downloaded. While I was there, I had lunch with Michelle Royac, one of the curators of the Venice VR program. And we were there to discuss the idea, funnily enough, of virtualizing virtual reality events and festivals. Back then, we were focused on two motives. First and foremost, to reduce our personal and professional carbon footprint. Both of us were flying to multiple festivals and conferences each year, and that gave us incredible flight shame. Secondly, we wanted to address the issue of access. Too many people are unable to attend conferences and festivals physically because of the time, travel, and expense involved, or their physical, social, and mental comfort aren't adequately. Well, of course, we've lost how many conferences and festivals we've attended from home this year. In August and September, for the first time ever, the Venice VR program was made available to anybody with appropriate hardware. In past years, only a small number of people who were lucky enough to have the time, money, and opportunity to travel to Venice in person had the privilege to experience all the groundbreaking pieces that were showcased there. And the same is true of every other VR festival, and it's anyone's fault. But in my opinion, this perennial lack of access has been a huge impediment to progress in the medium of VR. It's deprived the majority of creators the opportunity to be inspired by and learn from one another's work. We're still at the beginning of figuring out how to make VR stories as compelling as TV and film. And the only way we're going to see this medium live up to the promise that we all know it has is by experimenting collectively and building upon each other's progress. Not just a privileged few, but all of us. I like to think that the increased accessibility this year, and hopefully from now on, will spark a golden age in progress in VR storytelling. And I'm so impressed by how many important and meaningful stories are being told in VR. These are just a few examples up on the slide right now, from powerful documentaries to challenging, thought-provoking fiction. The motivation to do good is strong in this community, and I know that if we can expand the audience for these stories, we can open people's minds and have a positive impact on the world. 3 years ago, I joined the UK-based VR live event startup VR Jam. Back then, we were building a platform to live stream in-person music events to users in VR using motion capture. For instance, last year, we worked with the Ministry of Sound nightclub in London to recreate their dance floor in VR so that people who couldn't be there in person could still attend live DJ events from home. Of course, when COVID hit, being able to attend live events from home became important to everyone and every industry. So we at VR Jam pivoted to focus on fully virtual events. Earlier this year, we teamed up with the amazing organizers behind the Zone at Glastonbury Festival in the UK. And together we created Lost Horizon, the world's first multi-stage, multi-day, entirely immersive music and art festival in VR. It was hosted on the Sansar platform, which is also accessible by PC desktop and smartphone apps. Here's a little recap video of the event, mostly filmed inside the event, mostly filmed inside the engine. Please play the video now. Great. So once again, by being virtual, this event was able to be much more inclusive and accessible than a physical festival can be. Just like the physical Shangri-La that has magicked into existence every year at Glastonbury for the past decade, we created a subversive, immersive, and welcoming realm in which people could feel comfortable being themselves and expressing their identity however they choose to. We programmed a diverse roster of DJs, bands, and other performers, and we curated hundreds of works of visual and activist art. It was an incredible communal experience that in very real ways satisfied the craving for social contact that we all have so much this year. It was an incredible feeling, and it blew my mind that even my laziest friends who'd only done the absolute minimum amount of avatar customization were still actually recognizable in the VR world. Their half-assed avatars reflected their personalities so convincingly that I was able to project what I know of them onto those avatars and actually feel like I was dancing with them. We raised money for Amnesty International and for the homeless in the UK, and we decked out the virtual worlds with messages of unity and of caring for each other and for the planet. Now, the last case study that I want to talk about today is called Overwhelm. Overwhelm is a multi-platform climate action initiative. It's a project in development, and it's using marketing, psychology, and VR to make people care about the climate crisis and to inspire them to take action. But convincing people to care and act on the climate crisis isn't like selling a product. There isn't one specific demographic to target. We need to reach everyone. Climate action is not just being blocked by deniers and industry and politicians, but it's also being blocked by the apathetic, by the unreasonably optimistic, those who think that technology is going to come in and save the day. And it's also being blocked in part by the helpless, those who feel so overwhelmed by the scale of the problem that they don't know how to act. And that's part of the reason that the name Overwhelm was chosen, because the problem is so overwhelming, and the only way that we can tackle it is by overwhelming numbers of people demanding change. To turn everyone into activists, we need to make climate change affect the people that are currently not affected by it, those deniers and those apathetic and those optimists, and we need to inspire everyone so that even the overwhelmed believe that this massive cultural shift is not only possible but inevitable. So how do we affect and inspire people? That's where the technology comes in. With Overwhelm, we're going to affect people by sharing the stories of youth around the world whose lives are already being impacted by climate change. We'll use a combination of volumetric video, 360-degree video, photogrammetry, and simulated climate disasters to bring the audience into the lives of these children, to look them in the eye and hear them describe how their future is going up in flames or being swallowed by the sea. But there are also many, many stories of hope that we want to tell. Stories of a generation that's better educated and more connected than any in history. A generation that refuses to sit and watch the planet die. If you went to any of the global climate strikes last year or Black Lives Matter protests this year, you'll still remember that inspiring, invigorating feeling of being part of a huge global movement for positive change. The closest I've felt to that feeling during the pandemic really has been the Lost Horizon Festival in VR. So we know that we can create or recreate the experience of being part of a peaceful global movement. We can give audiences that same sense of community and shared purpose. Our goal is to inspire viewers to become participants, become engaged, part in the cultural shift and demand systemic change. And with that, the unicorn's back. Because again, there is so much reason to be hopeful for the future. Despite the things that people like to say about the younger generation, they are actually measurably less individualistic than we are. They're more accepting of people from different racial and cultural backgrounds, genders, and sexualities. They're less materialistic, more interested in experiences than in possessions. And new experiences, they promote open-mindedness, which in turn fosters inclusivity and the push for fairness. Millennials are also more comfortable renting and sharing things than less interested in owning them, which is a much more sustainable way of thinking about property ownership. They care more about the climate because to them, it's obviously not someone else's problem. It's a shared problem to be solved collectively. And that's the way our generation needs to think about it too. Even if we didn't personally cause it, even if the worst of its effects are off in the future, although that's getting harder and harder to believe by the day, it is our problem to deal with collectively. This new generation's future will not even exist unless we work together with the young people to make sure that it does. As the mighty John Lewis, activist and House member, said so succinctly, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? Thank you for listening. Please find me on LinkedIn and other social networks, and also follow Pansensory Interactive and From the Trees to the Stars. I'm always looking to grow my community of collaborators, so please reach out if you want to get involved in any of the projects or any of the types of projects that I discussed today.
Thank you, Oli. There was I don't have a word for it. It was very inspiring, but very is small. I have 8, 9, 10 questions already, so we don't have a lot of time. I'm personally overwhelmed with excitement to interact with overwhelm. So I'm very curious how that will play. We have 2 talks about biodiversity and climate change in Future Summit in the next days, and I actually introduced this topic to them as well. We talked with some of the biggest global social entrepreneurs from Poland to Colombia and the US. Now, you mentioned something that is in our core as well. You said that you donated parts of some of the revenue to some social causes, and we're doing that with Future Summit. So if you have bought or not bought a ticket yet, and maybe you're watching this on Facebook, the 50% of what we get in revenue from tickets goes to onecalculator.ro, which is uncalculator.ro. This is an NGO that offers computers to children in rural and disadvantaged areas of the country. Now, this leads me to one first question. What social challenges can be solved by VR? So, I mean, there's a lot, education, etc. But if you would have 10 million to invest in VR, which can be augmented as well, so XR, let's call it, to solve a social challenge, what would that social challenge be?
I think one of the most powerful things that you could do is to open people's eyes to their own biases, because we are so blind to the lens that we see the world through. And I think that that XR has the amazing ability to allow us to see ourselves through somebody else's eyes, and that allows us to evaluate their biases and our biases, because we all judge ourselves on our intentions, and we judge others on the outcomes of their actions. And VR has the amazing ability to allow us to understand somebody else's intentions and see how that led to the outcomes, and maybe be less judgmental of other people's actions, and reflect more on the biases that influence our decisions and actions.
Yeah. But if you would have 1 billion, this is not an easy question at all. So 1 billion comes with a lot of responsibility. What would you invest more in the technology behind virtual and augmented reality? I mean, 1 billion is not that much money. Would you invest in the tech, or would you invest in mass usage, let's call it?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, because it's hard to separate the technology from the content, because of it being interactive content. What you end up with is this sort of blurred line. I think the most important thing is probably to get as many voices involved as possible. So if I had $1 billion, the first focus of it would be to reach out to underrepresented groups, make sure that they get to participate in the program.
Yeah. We have two questions about events, and I'm going to mix them somehow. So there's one which says the former event industry. There's a lot of, and we're in an event now. It's just a different type of event. So the question would be, how do you look at offline events 2021 onwards? And do you think people will be more inclined not to go to offline events, or they will jump on them once the gates are opened?
Yeah, I think offline events offer something that virtual events can't offer, which is complete immersion. If I go physically to a conference, I leave behind my home, I leave behind my job, whereas a virtual event, I find that I'm distracted by everything around me, and I'm not able to fully 100% engage in the event. So I think offline events or physical events will still have a place.
Yeah. Well, there's a question from a common friend to some extent, and he says VR headsets are so big, heavy, and ugly. I can't say the F word. When will they be changed? So what do you see from a hardware perspective, transformation? You know, instead of having it's like it was 10 years ago. It's this big. It doesn't happen. So when can we have this, or something even smaller, to use in our VR experiences?
It's definitely coming, and I like to equate the current generation of VR headset with the laser disc. It was, fundamentally a good idea to digitize content and put it on a disc, but the laser disc was the first kind of prototype of that. Now we have Blu-ray, and we obviously no longer put it on physical media necessarily. So I think within the next few years, I'm not going to put a date on it, but I think within the next few years, glasses not much more bulky than these will be streaming live from our phones.
Yeah. There's a question from me now, and I have a couple of them, and I know you have about 5-6 minutes left. I had a speech at an offline event, remember those days, about the next 100 years and how we might evolve. And I put forward a notion, a topic called FIVR, so full immersion virtual reality. This is technically possible. It's not just glasses, it's also probably some form of electrical stimulation, etc. And technically it's quite possible. Would you say that this will happen in the next 20 to 30 years? And if so, what would prevent or what would stop people from saying, I will actually live in that reality instead of living in this reality?
I think there will always be things that that distinguish real reality from full immersion virtual reality in our lifetimes. I do think that some point we'll be able to, tap into the brain directly in ways that create a hallucination that is indistinguishable from reality. But I don't think that will happen in the next 20 or 30 years, just because of the sheer complexity of the brain. Because, even with a virtual reality headset, which does a great job of simulating the visuals of being in a virtual world, there's still issues with the disparity between the depth at which our eyes are focusing and converging. And these sort of subtle cues, we are becoming increasingly adept at picking up on. Right now, almost nobody can look at a deep fake and recognize that it's a deep fake. But I think within a year or two, we will become so used to looking at deep fakes that we'll be able to tell they're deep fakes. So I think, the human brain gets better and better at not only better and better at simulating reality, but also better and better at spotting fake reality.
Since you mentioned deepfakes, let's not forget that tomorrow from 8 o'clock in the evening Romanian time, we will have with us Hao Li, who is one of the biggest experts in deepfakes, and we can actually do this. He's also in LA, so maybe you also have a chat in the next days. We have a lot of questions and no time, so my public invitation to you is if we collect some of these questions and send them to you in the next weeks, maybe you have some time to reply. I would actually take this time for one last question, which is about, it comes from a friend who works in the theater industry. And he says, what can we do now with no theater, at least in Romania and most of Europe, and I'm sure also in the US, theater has lost its ability to exist in the form that it used to be. TV theater doesn't really work. So do you see an impact that VR can have, or augmented reality to some extent, on the world of theater and not only?
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to shout out to a couple of friends of mine, Tupac Matir and Kira Benzing, but there's a number of others in the industry who are making great strides in experimental immersive theater. And the great thing is that it's possible with VR to actually address a much bigger audience with live theater. You can have live performances going on. For instance, another one that's happening again is the Down Under, which is an immersive theater production that you attend by way of a VR headset. So the technology exists to digitize the performance of the actors in real time and to transmit that to audiences. It's still in its infancy, but I think we're going to see an amazing surge of progress in that field over the next year or two.
Great. Well, we have this recorded, so we'll look for them as well. Thank you so much, Oli, for taking the time. Again, it's now 8 in the morning in Los Angeles. It was great to have you with us. We hope we can get together again in the next year and maybe eventually actually meet each other and maybe we'll get you or fly you to Romania one day as well, or to other countries in Europe.
I would love that.
We have a 1 hour break now. So what happens in this 1 hour break is that you break. We encourage you to stay on the event platform in My Connector and then chat with other participants, or go to the Expo map and search some of the ideas that the future makers startups have and get ready for the pitches tomorrow. But also go check the thematic conversation section when we put a lot of content about the future on a variety of topics. Now, we take a break for 1 hour now. We come back in the platform, so no more Facebook. In the platform from 7 Romanian time with Branka Panic, we talk about artificial intelligence. And the title of her presentation is AI Coming in Peace? On that note, I will also say goodbye. My good colleague Roxana will take over from 7 onwards. But I will see you all as well tomorrow from 10. We have a conversation about education and technology for the future. Then we talk about the future of banking, opportunities in Romania, but also new leadership and organizational models, future of materials, biodiversity, and many other topics. Thank you again. Big thanks to the tech team. The guys from XDM are doing a great job. And we hope to see as many of you from 7. So in 1 hour, we meet again with Branka Panic. Thank you all very much.
Poate că cea mai mare aventură a vieții e atunci când începi ceva de la zero. Dar la fel de important e să construiești ceva care rămâne. Să nu renunți la greu. Și să dai mereu tot ce ai mai bun. Pentru că lucrurile care contează se construiesc pas cu pas. Și nimeni nu o să facă lucrurile așa cum trebuie dacă nu le facem noi. Hai, avem de repornit o țară.
Cause you're a extraordinary face in the crowd. Wherever you show up, you'll be seen staring out loud. Extraordinary change in the game. After the restaurants are moved, then nothing's gonna be the same.
In this time of change, leaders need to understand the disruptive impact of megatrends and look ahead through a new lens, to reframe the future, to see opportunities others do not see. The EY Megatrends framework challenges leaders to consider forces outside their usual scope of analysis, helping them create unexpected answers by asking new and different questions. If digital drives distrust as well as profit, how can your business thrive? How could the reduction of carbon add value? How will synthetic biology breathe new life into your strategy? Disruptive forces of technology, demographics, environment, and globalization accelerate existing megatrends and create new ones, reshaping our future working worlds. Redefining how we live, learn, work, and consume, rethinking the role of enterprise, creating long-term value for business and society, and building a better working world. So ask yourself, are you reframing your future? Or is the future reframing you? Find out how EY Megatrends can help you deal with the new business reality of today and uncover opportunities now, next, and beyond.
And then one day, the world changed. It said, "You want to see scary? I'll show you scary." And like that, it took away the thing we love most, the thing we need most, being together. Businesses closed. Hospitals were overwhelmed. The world seemed to stop. It asked for heroes, nurses and doctors and paramedics, But as they fought on one front, another appeared, as insidious as the virus itself. Testing and paperwork and supply chain issues, creating barriers between the healthcare worker and the patient. Help us, they said, help us do our job, because nowhere in a medical oath does it say anything about paperwork. So they sent in reinforcements, and they called it robotic process automation, to clear a 160-day registration backlog in a single day, to provide more accurate test results in 1/3 the time, to reduce the screening time of healthcare workers to 4 hours from 5 days, to cut the processing time of an application from 45 minutes to 5 minutes, to accelerate the distribution of loans to help keep businesses alive. This isn't just about the coronavirus. It's about helping to solve the greatest challenges in medicine, business, life. Faster, more efficiently. Think about what's possible if we eliminate drudgery, time-wasted repetitive tasks. This is where hope meets technology, so that we can all go back to doing the greatest thing, the most valuable thing, the thing that says we're not afraid anymore, bringing the world back together.